let the best win. Welcome to the Digital Games of the Future here in Abu Dhabi for 2025. We are at day 2 of our Mobile Legends matches, and your caster still will be Wolf and Naisu. Naisu, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. We had a long day yesterday. I think we were on stream for a while, but we got to see 4 great matches. The last one being a 3-game series, which was great. Kind of what we expected, though, too. Some of the stronger teams here as well. But I think things fell into place where they needed to be. And also, we had the Stream B. I think today, we still have Stream B. So if you guys are tuning into here on Stream A, there is a Stream B. So make sure you guys go ahead and pull 2 tabs up while you go ahead and watch us here for today. Again, this is our stream schedule, as you guys can see, between Stream A and Stream B. So if you're watching us and you're hearing us over here, me and Wolf, we'll be covering the first game today, which is Team Vamos versus E7. And, that's the point, man. At this time today, we're going to see a couple teams go away, not just from from group A and C, but also from B and D. So make sure you guys keep track of everything going on.
Yeah. So just to give a recap, whoever lost their matches yesterday for our first round of the group stages will be facing up against each other in an elimination match that will be started by Team Vamos versus E7. And then eventually it's going to be Homeboys versus Influence Rage. Then Team Spirit, I believe that they're going to be facing up against Mongols. And lastly, that's Mythic Seal versus the Zeta Division. Amongst all of the teams that I was kind of surprised that lost, I think it was Mythic Seal that I really did not see that they will be the ones to be here. Unfortunately, though, they were grouped and they were matched up against Aurora Gaming, who has been pretty solid as of late.
Yeah, I was gonna say Aurora on both fronts. Aurora Gaming PH and also just Aurora Gaming have been doing great. Obviously, for Aurora Gaming PH, I think their whole run and their time in the professional league over here in the Philippines was quite outstanding. Just unfortunate the way the grand finals went, but for Aurora Gaming, I think they have just continued to improve every year that we've been able to see those players play out. So unfortunately, over here on this stream, we're gonna have to just keep an eye out on the results for their matches, but going and turning the focus over here to Group A, where we're starting it off today, just like we did yesterday, this lower bracket final. Again, all these matches are best of 3. They're all going to be best of 3 until we get to the grand finals here. But for this match, do or die, either for Team Vamos and E7 off the bat. And like we wanted to go ahead and remind our viewers out there, E7, these guys will be familiar. A lot of the players there playing under the banner of Axe in their own regionals. Right. But E7 here for the Games of the Future. And Team Vamos, a team that, a lot of people are familiar with, and it was just unfortunate that Team Vamos had to go against such a strong opponent that they had to deal with. And, they were pretty quick games too, but we'll see if they can actually kind of refine the strategy, and I think even down to the way they executed things against E7 here.
Yeah. Team Vamos. A little bit of an update. Zorn is... so you can now see Zorn in this lineup. It's Cloco, Natko, Sizga, and Error 404. Might miss Mr. Chibi. Well, we've not seen yet, but of course, Error 404 is the one playing as the jungler of Team Vamos. Cloco and Natko, the Indonesian fans might be more familiar with them as they indeed came from the Indonesian region, now representing Team Vamos. And now for E7, you already mentioned about this, Naisu. They did have 4 out of their 5 members from the Axe team, right? So we don't know exactly if this is a team acquirement or anything, but there are familiar names out there. That's Rice Cream, Aizen, Speedy, Alpha, and Nanos.
With E7, looking at their performance yesterday, again, similar story. They went up against a team that's hot off of a win from their recent tournament over in Winter is Coming. Versatile, very impressive what they were able to accomplish before even getting here to Abu Dhabi. And, E7 had to go against that team that was just kind of well in momentum, I would say. Like, they were ready to go ahead and battle it out. And I feel like for E7, they came out with some interesting drafts. I remember the Kagura pick for one. I think they even played the Terizla in game 2. And it just seemed to be one of those things where, I know a big part of our discussion yesterday was like the patch. And I don't want to say that was necessarily like the patch that kind of made them have a difficult time. I think it was just E7's execution. And usually that's always what we look at. Like, you look at the best teams out there, they have the synergy and the execution down to a T, basically, right? And so that's something that I feel like is going to have to change here in this series, that now, as we jump into the draft, is this do or die situation within this tournament. Again, this is a massive prize pool that all these teams are fighting for, 900,000 USD. Everybody will get a piece of that prize pool, by the way. So even if they're one of the first teams to get knocked out of this contention to get to the main stage, there still is a portion of that prize pool going to those teams.
Yeah. We are actually heading straight into the game. We're not gonna be dilly-dallying out of this. We start exactly time, and it's gonna be the Yu Zhong as the first ban, as well as the Eve. For Vamos, I would not be surprised if this will be like Fanny ban coming out from E7, as it seems like Error 404 kind of prefers getting those assassins up.
Yeah, he seems to be like confident on the assassins. I know we saw a mix of this yesterday, Wolf. Like, we saw a mix of utility and then the assassins popping up, even the Hayabusa after a little bit of the nerf that went through with his shadow distance. But I think they still generally work well, even if they go and opt for these utility junglers. Like, it's still going to necessarily like mostly be the same impact when it comes to like the objective takes early on, rotating around the map. I think teams are still opting for, even if the Baksha is left open, like that seems to be one of the top priorities right now. If your plan is to go ahead and rotate quickly, but also give yourself a little bit more of an easy time in taking some of those objectives. So I don't think the jungle is going to change too much, right? You're still going to see the Fredrins, the Bakshas, the Joys, the Hayabusas, the Lancelots, the YSS if it's open. That's not going to change anytime soon.
I think the priority still is the Yi Sin-Shin as well as the Lancelot. Most particularly the Lancelot, because I think most of the junglers that are meta got nerfed a little bit, or at least got touched, for lack of a better term. But yeah, Lancelot was not included in the patch changes, not that I know, not that I can recall. And also maybe just the Heist Retribution, which is general change to junglers anyway, so I don't think that will affect much when it comes to the choices for your junglers. As predicted, we will see the Fanny ban, and between E7 and Vamos, their priority will also be the Lapu-Lapu. So I would expect Lapu-Lapu or the Yi Sin-Shin as the first pick here for E7.
They go the Yi Sin-Shin. Seems to be the case. So they'll I don't know if they'll trade, if it'll be that Vamos takes the Lapu-Lapu or not. It seems to be they could do Lapu-Lapu Baksha if they really wanted to. But there's a lot of good options too, especially for the mid lane. Still seems to be a whole lot of Kimmy. The Farsas, the Jushin is also available, so I think that might be something that E7 decides to take if they want to go with the Jushin or potentially the Farsa here in this first phase to go ahead and give over. Now, one of the main things though too is, like we've seen, even with the YSS, like you can either have like a really good scaling game, snowball pretty quickly, or you could also fall behind pretty quickly. So I think these two picks are crucial for E7 to build into this YSS priority pick. You want to be able to go ahead and secure, that early rotation for him. We still see a ton of action, obviously, in the beginning of the game. It's always in the mid, right? Where there's, they're pressuring each other to see if they can be a first blood. You see the Gatakachas pop up a lot for that reason, or, even the Cho, for example, like when we saw it, to at least have a revitalize, right? But E7 is going to go with the... Whoa, that was so fast.
Instantly picking up the Hellcurt.
Okay, this is a signature.
Yeah, a signature for sure. They play it. Zord plays it, but they can also play it in the XP lane. I believe that there was also a time where they played in the gold lane.
Yeah,
can also be played in the jungle, technically speaking. But I think the likelihood that it will be in the XP lane is the highest. Will really depend on what will be the choice here for E7 afterwards. But knowing that they have shown us the Uranus, it's most likely going to be the Uranus as their XP lane pick.
I'm excited that the Hellcurt actually came through. This was banned yesterday, right? I mean, if I recall correctly, against Team Vamos, just a random Hellcurt ban did come through. Just because, yeah, most people that have been watching, over in Malaysia for a while, or, it's popped up in other parts of the world as well. But I feel like that flexibility comes out through from Team Vamos, especially with the Hellcurt. But it's still, in a way, like, it's as cool as it is to get to see, it's still a risk, in that sense. Like, Hellcurt can work really well for you and be a little gimmicky, because that's kind of what he is. But even so, if he's not able to get kills or scale up, then Dark Knight Falls always does provide some form of utility for the team, and that just kind of benefits them, especially when it comes to the objective takes here. But this second phase of bans, the Hilda's going to be taken out. Then we have, let's see, I don't know if they're still going to focus on maybe some of the potential roams that E7 could come with here. Yeah, they do. They go to the Ganakacha. So they'll take out the Ganakacha. That's what I was saying. Roams with the Revitalize seem to be a crucial thing. Most team compositions, they always have that now. The roam with the Revitalize, unless like we saw the Chose yesterday, for example, that pick off potential, or the Hylos. Hylos has popped up a lot as well. And so at this point, what are we thinking here? After this last ban comes out, what would make this composition for E7 better?
Maybe a Cho. Actually, they need some sort of catch, and not only catch, but also some way to provide the vision. Like a Cho that can roam around, gives you catch, gives you stun, but also information that you need, because there has to be someone to look for the Hellcurt later on, be it from the room or the experience. So I think the Cho would be good for E7. Before that, it's going to be Arlet that Vamos has picked up. Now E7, they're looking for this Kaja, but although Lunox and Kaja, that's a great combo. CC as well will be good for E7. I'm just kind of iffy about this Kaja, because if you catch someone and it's not the Hellcurt will be able to pop the ultimate, and all of a sudden it's difficult to follow up with your Divine Judgment. I think it would be much better if they go for the Cho. But yeah, same idea though. It's a displacement. That's a single individual pickoff, which will be guaranteed for maybe when they want to kill this Kimi or this Baxia.
Okay, so the pick-off potential's there. You don't see the Contra too often anymore. It's still one of those things that is niche in itself for a lot of teams. You can say the same, they match the energy from the Hellcurt, man. Like they're like, all right, if you guys want to take the Hellcurt, we'll take the Kaja, which, like I said, has kind of that on-demand ability to go ahead and get a pick-off, which is great. But that's what they're going to play around, and if it's gone, there's not too much a Kaja is actually going to be able to do into the team fight. So they'll go with the X-Borg for the last pick here for Team Vamos. This is a pretty solid lineup, though, for Team Vamos. I mean, they cover the grounds really well. They have early game threat, I would say, just with the Hellcurt alone being there, but also, you have good scaling into this game from mid game to late game. And over on the other side for E7, I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, there's some stipulations here, right? You're not going to be able to do much on level 4 or until level 4 with that Kaja. And so this early game is important for them to not get, first blooded, handed over, or, any type of bad early game. And hopefully once they hit level 4, they can play around that Kaja, play around those playmaking abilities. And then even then the YSS should have a safe time to go ahead and scale up in that jungle.
Ooh, You mentioned something about like how reliable Vamos composition will be. I'm just scared about their late game though, because they don't necessarily have the proper late game. Don't have the traditional marksman in the gold lane. What they do have is a Kimi, so at least there will be some sort of late game insurance for Vamos. But I think overall it's not as dependable, but obviously their early game is pretty good. This Hellcurt will be a problem for the entirety of the game, I would say.
Yeah.
The fact that they have chosen this export to go up against this Uranus gives them a way to actually win in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here too, as we take a look at jumping into game one here. Part of it though too is like we've seen this, man. Like if there's pressure from this Hellcurt, as we're seeing already on Nanos, him alone, like even though he's a roam, you can scale up really quickly, and that's your damage, you know. And
yeah.
Even if they don't have that late game kind of guarantee or that insurance policy in a way, if this is one of those cases where it snowballs out of control because of this lineup, you're not even going to see the light of day of end game, right? Like the late game, if you're E7. So it's good that no one has died yet, because Zorn has been on the hunt. He might find Speedy here, but he is a Uranus, so he's going to be fine. But you know, that's the thing they got to watch out for. And E7's doing a great job. This is what I was saying. Until that level 4 is available for Rise Crim, then just take your time. You know, don't do anything too crazy. You don't have to. Mid lane, once again, still the focus here. Aizen under half health, but he'll get out. Still has time to go ahead and reset before this Turtles comes up.
Oh. It's going to be a pretty standard early game for both teams. It's good enough for E7 to not have anyone die on their side. If they secure this crab, it will be great. Yep, that's the XP crab going in favor of E7. So yeah, this will be a super duper even draft, even turtle, I mean. However, if the Baksha is able to control this much faster, this will be easily bad for E7.
Yeah, look at that. No contest. Again, nothing's really going to happen until level 4 comes online. Oh, Rise Crim, though. He gets petrified up there, but he still survives. He burned the flicker. But Aizen actually getting focused down. He gets killed in his side of the jungle. So a little miscomm there. Nanos trying to run away. Sizka doesn't have that final slash, but they'll come in cleaning it up anyway as Nanos falls. 2 on the board for Team Vamos.
It's going to be a great rotation coming up from Error 404. I wonder how he knew that there will be an opening for him to take out Aizen. Maybe because he's found another opening in the mid lane. It'll be an exchange for Aizen, but Aizen has to back out. Good Dark Knight falls, and now he's being punished. Has to get out of there. And Team Vamos are, I would say, just outmaneuvering E7 this time. They were able to identify that Aizen is a good target. They pick him off. They get a kill up top. And right now, in a snap, they're leading by 1,000 gold.
This is exactly what I was talking about, Wolf. You know, they don't want to give this early game to Team Vamos. In a matter of, a minute and a half or so, it already went to them. Yeah. And that's something that they're going to have to kind of adjust from, because, you're going to see this build. I'm really interested to see what Zorn decides to go ahead and go for. I know he's already got the Fury Hammer. Look at the burst on Rise Crim 2. A final slash going to be used. Alpha popping the Vengeance, able to pay back someone as Sizka falls. So at least something, an exchange, the 1-for-1, Rise Crim for Sizka. But still, they got to be able to go ahead and control what's happening here. This next objective that comes up, I don't know if E7 is actually going to be in a fighting position. The only way I see them taking that turtle is if they either have the numbers advantage before it happens, or they actually play around that divine judgment. We'll see if that ends up happening.
For E7, I think oh my goodness, that was really bad from Aizen. Really bad from Aizen, or really good from both Zorn as well as this Baksha. It seems like Error 404 knew exactly where Aizen wants to be.
Yeah. This is that information that's just being given over here. Zorn jumps in. Whoa. Stingers went the opposite way. He's going to get pulled by the Divine Judgment. Pops the Dark Knight Falls. Helps the team out a little bit here. It's only Rise Crim that goes down. Speedy has to flicker out. Some battle spells expended off of that. So at least, again, E7 playing into what they can, and that's just a kill. Speedy's got to be careful here, though, too. Aizen is falling further behind Speedy. Tries to get away. Not Speedy enough. If he falls under the turret, and another kill picked up as Alpha goes down on this side of the map, right in the mid lane. All this pressure from Team Vamos.
Oh, no. The chain reaction for E7, making some mistakes, and then eventually even more as they were taken out by Team Vamos. The strength of Zorn on this Hellcurt is that even if he gets jumped on, like we said, that's why I didn't feel like the Kaja is a good answer here against Team Vamos, because even when Zorn or anyone from Team Vamos gets pulled by the Divine Judgment, the Dark Knight Falls is a great parting shot. Zorn eventually died in that exchange, but he was able to get the Dark Knight Falls off. This could be good for them if they take out 404, but no, Aizen goes down first.
Oh, Aizen goes down. That was a forced response, a huge final slash, a double kill already, looking for a triple, but it's Zorn that comes to pick up a Rise Crim. And that's just how much of a gap there is between the junglers right now, man, and how confident Zorn is on this Hellcurt. You can see how he's handling Speedy right now, but no, that's the thing. Error 404 is literally 404, by the way. His KDA is him. That's how confident he is in just taking everything from Aizen.
There was that time where he almost got picked up. There were 4 members of E7, but it wasn't enough against this Baksha that is so rich right now. Has the Radiant Armor. Of course, on top of the ultimate, you are very tanky as the Baksha. Even when they had the Lunox, E7 couldn't take out this Baksha in time, as Team Vamos was able to respond and turn it around. Up top, though, oh, what a final slash!
Oh my goodness, Siska. Almost making something happen. Here comes the Team Vamos, making its way up top. They'll find Rise Crim. Good thing you had Nanos get out of there just in time. Zorn actually dies going for it. The turret falls, and they're going to go for Alpha. He pops. Okay, he's actually able to survive too. Aizen, though, dies by himself against Notco. Is that what happened in the mid lane? Aizen, I feel like, is just... his position in this game is just off. He's died multiple times, a lot of times solo.
0 and 4, all solo kills, so solo deaths. Jimmy, Team Vamos are collecting kills all over the map. We're able to shut down as well the Rise Crim. Could have been really good for E7, but they're not getting anything out of it, because what happens is that if they make a play from the left side of the map, the middle side of the map, they are getting killed. And E7 are not getting clean pickoffs against Team Vamos despite them having this Kaja. Because that should be the case, right? If you commit the Divine Judgment, you have to be sure that there will be no trade-off from your opponents. But instead, Aizen gets picked apart, gets picked off, in the mid lane. And the entirety of E7 is getting picked apart right now.
Even that damage from Zorn enough to bring Speedy to half those stingers here. They're still going to put some pressure on him. And Last Insanity is going to be used too. Speedy could be in trouble, has to burn the Flicker just to make sure that he survives against that Last Insanity. So still, it's Team Vamos just getting these resources out. Arrow 404 has no care in the world. He can just stay on this side of the jungle if he wants to of E7. He's tanky enough, he's solid enough on this Baksha that he doesn't really have to worry about anything, and just lets kind of Zorn go havoc here. Let's take a look at the items on how things are falling into place, Wolf.
Yeah. THS only the THS and the Fury Hammer for the Hellcart's already enough for them to take him out, and the Dominance Ice from the Kaja, it's not going to be enough for sure. But when it comes to like the Baksha, as a lot of the important casual items, the Molten Essence, the Dreadnought Armor, it's going to be enough, especially with the Radiant Armor on top of it. He is very tanky right now. Team Vamos, they only are leading by 4,000, but you're already feeling that it's like a massive, massive lead that they have built.
Yeah, oof. Again, a Flicker going to be used. They're going to fight under the turret. A Last Insanity, able to find multiple targets. And here comes Zorn on the back end. Getting a Flicker out. They're going to clean up. Rise Crim still low, trying to get away. Zorn sees the kill in sight. They go all the way to the base turret, and they'll clean them up. It's a mega kill. It's a wipeout for Team Vamos, playing into the base of E7. And just like that, they'll go and get more turrets down. The Lord is up. A massive win for Team Vamos.
Oh my goodness. They even collected a lot of farm to go with that. They haven't started the Lord yet, but now they will. That's Team Vamos. That's probably one of the cleanest dives I've ever seen. Like, nobody died on their side. Typically, when you go for a reckless dive like that at 9 minutes, you get punished. But Team Vamos are just too clean with it. Nobody get tagged. Nobody got killed. They even had the Lord on their side. Right now, Zorn will have the Heaven's Halberd, which is going to be good versus the sustain of E7. But overall, just a straight up good item to have, because it has the second highest damage when it comes to like attack weapons. And now he will have 2 DHS as well as the Halberd.
There's the pull of the Divine Judgment. Speedy's going to get caught here. Bit of a stun. Nice final slash able to find two, forcing out that brilliance. They still got to deal with this Lord. They do maintain that shield, though, in the mid lane, so it should clear this out. The charge still comes through by the Lord. A little bit of damage on that base turret. But right now, they'll continue to take what they want. Flicker going to be used. Initiation here, still trying to hold on. They hold on to that top shield still right now for E7. It goes down now, and they'll make their way for that bottom one. Team Vamos, with this kind of lead, 8,000 gold ahead. They're kind of just taking what they want.
Fortunately for E7, there's no actual marksman to hit the turrets for Team Vamos. It will take another team wipe for Team Vamos, or maybe a 4-man wipe against E7. The thing is, they really need to take out the heroes of E7 before they are able to push. That's the only disadvantage of what Team Vamos has right now, but we'll see how they can adjust with it. Dark Knight Falls already used.
Dark Knight Falls used. Final slash on Speedy. Yeah, I don't think Zorn takes that, even though he sees that low HP bar in sight. He maintains discipline on this Hellcurt, man. So nothing just yet. They might still try to get this base turret with this wave pushing into that mid lane. Zorn's going to make his way up top. But final slash is going to be used. They're going to fight under the turret anyway. Speedy's going to be gone. Aizen still alive, but barely. Now Nanos trying to keep them up here towards that base turret. Rise Cream now joining the fight alongside Alpha. And they want to maintain what they can. Siska's actually going to fall. And Zorn will run. Attraction Pulse thrown out and 1 HP on that base turret up top for E7. And it just seems like Team Vamos is willing to take these risks, man. You know they have this lead. They'll take what they can.
They're using their lead against E7 in a very aggressive manner. In fact, they have not stopped making the plays. Right now, they will pause for a little bit as Sisga was taken out. And they don't have the Lord on their side, but it will be respawning soon. That's about more than a minute of utter dominance coming from Team Vamos. They did not stop playing on the side of the field of E7. Oh.
What's going to happen here? They're going to actually be able to cut them off. They split them up. Aizen deleted. Still chasing Rise Cream up the top, too. Just kind of delaying him from getting out. Speedy now and Nanos trying to do what they can. Last Insanity is going to be used. Siska's joining the fight. Doesn't have a flicker, but he's got the final slash. He might be able to jump in, cause something, and it gets the stun with the Vengeance. And now final slash is going to whiff, though. It's going to miss. That cannon minion's going to go down, but they still have the waves pushing in on all fronts with just 2 members of E7 left alive. The base is going to be worked on. They're trying to go for Speedy, but he heals back up. They got to clear out these minions, but it might be just too much as Team Vamos will overload E7 and take game 1 in this best of 3.
One-sided for Team Vamos. They all started with their Hellcurt rotations, and they did not stop from there. I think the only pause that they did was when Sisga was taken out, but it just lasted for only maybe 30 seconds. For the entirety of the game, Team Vamos are applying pressure against their opponents, making plays after plays, finding and catching Aizen many times this game solo. And if ever we saw E7 make a play, they will go for the exchange afterwards. There's just no breathing room for E7 the entirety of this game, and that allowed Team Vamos to cleanly take game number 1. This is the elimination match, and Error 404 might not have the best game or set of games yesterday, but today he is instrumental to the wins of Team Vamos. 5-0 and 11 as the KDA, and a total of 8K when it comes to his gold. Error 404 have found a lot of solo kills and actually started the run of Team Vamos when he was able to take out the Yi Shin in the Yi Shin's jungle. That's how strong he was. I think that he definitely have read through what Aizen was trying to do, and ever since then Aizen just couldn't recover.
Yeah, the boxer was so good, man. And you get a couple kills on it. He's super confident with it, and they, like I said, they pick it up. Teams will pick it up because they get great rotation, but also you're great in the 1v1 too. And it was unfortunate that Aizen, he had a lot of deaths going down 1v1, whether it was in his side of the jungle or somewhere else on the side of the map. So it was very hard, was very difficult for Aizen to get the start that he needed. And that's the kind of the points we talked about when we were in the draft, So really unfortunate that E7 couldn't make that work.
Let's see if E7 can pick themselves up and recover for game number 2 as we are now heading into a very short break. When we come back, it's going to be game 2 of this best of 3 elimination match between E7 as well as Vamos. Don't go away as Digital Games of the Future will be back.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics and many other activities.
We are back in action for Digital Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi, and we are at day 2 of our MLBB matches. In fact, we are in game number 2 of this best of 3 elimination series between Team Vamos and Team E7. Quick recap, it was a one-sided affair. Team Vamos did not draft a traditional marksman gold lane, but they did not need an assassin to go with it. In a very mid and early game centric kind of composition, they have stomped E7. Naisu, what do you think should E7 do come game number 2 for them to extend this to game 3?
Based off game 1, one of the biggest things that they can do is just protect Aizen a little more, man. You know, and I don't know if like the plan in game 1 after he died a couple times was just, you know, everybody was just trying to do their own thing, catch up. But Aizen definitely needs a better early game because like he died a couple times early on, but that's also the pressure of a Hellcurt, and I almost think that's just going to warrant a ban for the Hellcurt, like just to throw it out there that they ban the Hellcurt out, because again, guys, this is an elimination match. Right. So definitely something that they're going to want to adjust. You can see E7 kind of talking things out. Maybe they're going to have a better game plan for the draft in game 2. Hopefully they do. Mm-hmm. I think the biggest thing, though, is, yeah, it's that, like, making sure that Aizen is able to go ahead and actually jungle, man, because there was really no contest when it came to the turtles. There was really nothing that he could do against the Baksha. There's the Hellcurt ban, like I expected, just to kind of alleviate some of that pressure of a signature hero for Zorn, right? And we saw that come to play right away. Like the pressure was just so immense to deal with. I'd actually like them to see I'd like to see them take the Baksha if it's open. I feel like maybe that'd be better for Aizen.
And speaking of what is better for Aizen, I think Lancelot should be their priority, because I think that they banned it in game number 1. Now, what I want to see from them is for them to actually get back to that kind of playstyle, because even when they lost against their opponents yesterday, it kind of felt like Aizen had something going in for him whenever he plays assassins. So I think this is the better decision for E7. Ban the Hellcurt. I feel, if I remember correctly, that was the Jushin that they... no, it was open. I forgot their first ban, but it was Fanny and Lancelot as their ban. Okay, never mind. They will ban the Lancelot again, just like in game number 1.
Yeah, interesting, because there's obviously some good heroes that were left open, right, from the previous draft, and they decided to go elsewhere with it, but... So I was saying, I think, you know, if you really want to break it down, starting with the first step, it's just getting that Baksha, I think, for Aizen. Maybe there's something better that they could take other than the Baksha if it's left over. I don't know if Aizen, like, maybe he wants to just go again, too. Like, he goes again on the YSS if it's open, but I almost feel like that's a little too risky because it was priority in the last game, quickly answered. Because even with the Hellcurt out, like, you still see teams like if with the YSS is there, they're still able to put pressure on the YSS. And that's what I was saying in that draft from game 1, where I was like, you know, if there's too much of that pressure for the YSS, he has a tendency to like just be shut down, right? And if you're shut down and you're not able to contest any of the objectives, you're in a really bad position. So it's open. Maybe they take the Baksha here. Let's see if they do that, or they have something else in mind. Maybe a Lapu is open as well. We've seen that being priority before. A Jushin too. A lot of good options here.
Yeah. I do like the Baksha It's a priority here for E7. However, they really, I can really feel that they wanted to go for the Yisun Shin. And in this particular game, though the Fanny is left open, Yu Zhong was also banned in game number 1. That's what yeah, that was the missing ban that I couldn't remember. So for E7 now, I feel like it's either just the Yisun Shin or the Baxia as their first.
It has to be,
pick.
So, makes sense.
Oh, it's the Baxia. Vamos will not can actually pick up the Fanny. They, I know for sure that they do play the Fanny. They even play it on Zorn. So, but it will be CC as well as the Kimi. It seems like the prompt for Vamos is to pick up the CC when the Baxia is out for their opponents.
Okay. The CC, yeah, we see. I feel like we've almost seen it in every single series here on Stream A, man. Like even yesterday, we saw the CC so much. It's warranted though, right? It does go ahead and give a lot of pressure to that backline, even with the change to Vengeance, like just returning a little bit less damage to the attacker. Like CC's pressure towards that backline is still strong. You're still able to go ahead and do quite a bit. And relatively a safe laning phase for you too. So they're hovering over the Fanny right now. I'm not sure if E7 is going to take this. That they do though. So what are we thinking here? Where's the Boxer going? Is this going to be a Boxer roam then?
Yeah, that's going to be a Boxer roam now. It's way too early for them to reveal where Baxia will go for, but I think that they felt pressured as well because they know that the Fanny can be picked up as a red 3 pick for Team Vamos. That's why they picked it up. But again, this is a very honest draft coming out from E7. Fortunately for them, they don't have to worry so much about Pope or long-range nukes like Farsa or Yves because the Vamos squad have already picked up this Kimi. Badang is the answer. One of the most classic answers to Kimi. That's going to be the Badang. The Team Vamos are very much happy to pick that up. I think this is a good answer overall because it's not that scared of the Baxia as well as the X-Borg. He didn't really fend off on his own. Very solid choice when it comes to a roamer role for Zorn. He knows that his mastery is actually pretty good with that hero. And like I said, it's a good answer to the Fanny.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday, Wolf. You know, the Badang was the same answer for the Fanny that was picked up. I think it was actually Arrow 404 that played the Fanny, and it was Light that picked up the Badang yesterday. So, you know, essentially the same thing. It just kind of answers that, and you're able to go ahead and kind of control the Fanny a bit here. So, it's down to the same thing, like I said in the previous game. It's like E7 with this kind of lineup that they have in the first pick. It's so crucial these last 2 picks with they build this out for the rest of the team comp. And now for their mid lane, it's not open now. The Farsa was banned out. You still have the option for a Jushin. We've seen basically those heroes for the most part, right? Kimi, Eve, Farsa, Jushin, the occasional Kagura that popped up yesterday. What else have we seen in the mid? Well, there's also the Lunox.
The Lunox. I think that's at least for our broadcast. Valentina was banned here. It was also picked up before. Yeah, but okay. So there is going to be the Hayabusa ban. Almost all of the valid junglers from the Assassin role has been banned out. Maybe the Joy could also be an option, but Vamos can shift this to well, they have shifted towards the Guinevere, which is a lot of stuns that can control this Fanny. But usually when you go for the Guinevere, you're looking for supplementary knockup. But of course, Badang as well as CC, they don't have that. Now, if you are E7, you're going to be looking for your mid lane as well as potentially your cold lane. So I think that they're left with just Jushin at this point. Or maybe Selena, they are willing to pick that up. I'm not sure if they are well versed in that hero, but the benefit of getting the Selena is you get extra leash. Sicilian could be a good hero. Has good scaling as well. I think they need that. And Nathan to go with the Fanny, a very greedy lineup coming up from E7. If they do pick the Sicilian up, this is going to be a super duper late game centric composition from E7. And Team Vamos can just shift this mode. What they can do right now, Naisu, is to pick up an early game gold lane or an XP lane, maybe even a carry, even a Bruno, for example, or a fighter like a Lapu-Lapu, they will not have any kind of late game compared to E7 if they continue with this. But their early game is so strong that we might not reach the late game.
Oof. Yeah, this is a little bit worrisome for E7. They went with the Boxer first pick, but then they go with the Fanny. So, in a way, this could... It's not too often that you see the Boxer roam right now, currently in the meta. I mean, he still does pop up here and there, but not as much. And maybe that was a swerve they were going for. But this is also a composition that if your Fanny gets shut down by this composition that we see here, especially Zorn on the Padang, the problem is you lose such a big component of your damage profile in the early game, you know, and you're going to be forced to just sit in the side lanes and push out those waves if you can here. So quite an interesting draft, to say the least, from E7 for a potentially their last game here, as if they get swept, once again, they are going to be out of the games of the future for MLBB here. This is their chance to get to a game 3, and we'll see if this composition gets them there.
It's going to be up to how they rotate with the Fanny. When it comes to the composition of Team Vamos, don't be surprised. I think this might be a trend. Maybe teams don't like traditional marksmen. Marksmen or marksman heroes. All right.
Why can't they be markswomen?
Yeah, carries. Yeah, carry Beatrix. They're markswomen, right? Should be. But yeah, marksman heroes in the goal lane to avoid any kind of confusion at all. But yeah, I think that Team Vamos are showing us how it's done. It's not the first time that we are seeing this kind of composition. In fact, Team Falcons did it yesterday or earlier today if you are from Southeast Asia. That's what we saw from them, and it was semi-successful. For Team Vamos, now they are indeed successful with it. The fact that they're doing it for back-to-back games shows us that, yeah, this could work. And the way that I'm talking about it a lot is mainly because, oh my goodness, Aizen.
Oof.
Okay.
Aizen getting the first blood. That's great. And
the purple.
And the purple. That's huge for E7. That's exactly what they need to happen here, man, with this kind of lineup. You know, get the advantage for Aizen on this Fanny. And potentially, if you have to get the late game, at least you've got a Sicilian, you know, to scale into.
That's right.
Once again, though, this is a good start for them.
Anyway, going back to what I'm saying, Naisud, why I'm making a big deal out of it, the fact that they don't have a traditional marksman, is that because they're utilizing a quote-unquote utility jungler. This is not an assassin jungler. Guinevere is more of a fighter, right? So it's like almost in a way, same category as a Yi and Shin, for example. Then there are tank junglers / utility junglers like the Fredrin, like the Akai, like the Baksha, the Barats. Typically, with those kinds of heroes, you pick up a traditional marksman so that you have late game scaling. But Team Vamos, for back-to-back games, they're showing us that, yeah, you don't need a traditional marksman, maybe, in the metagame that we have right now.
Right now, Team Vamos is going to fight face-to-face with this turtle. It's going to go for a reset. Revitalized pump by Rise Crim, but look at Natko joining the fight, too, on the CC. We'll bring him down with the Yo-Yo Blitz. Klakun gets the kill. And now Natko will continue to put pressure on Nanos, forcing him to the turret. Drago armor is going to be popped on Alpha. He has to flicker defensively, too, just to get to the turret to stay alive. And Team Vamos, they fought for this turtle, and they will get it as Arrow 404 claims the turtle and is making his way for his own purple buff to take. He's still got the retribution, so they're going to have to fight for it. Flying Clouds bringing him back. Rise Crim forced the fight. This is a fight in the jungle. Do they want this? Violent Requiem already going to use as Aizen falls, and Rise Crim's going to be next. They find 3 kills all on this side of the map, potentially a 4th, and Arrow 404 is still alive.
Oh, man. The only consolation prize that Speedy able to get a whole turret down the bottom lane, including the outer turret energy shields. E7, unfortunately, they were already winning, and I think that if they had given up that turret after losing Rise Cream, it would have been better for them because they could have pushed or maybe went for somewhere else. But because of that, Aizen had a serious case of the dying clouds once again, as he was taken out by Error 404.
All right, now too, they already know the flicker was used. Nanos trying to get away. He does survive after using the Bat's Feast, but This is the pressure. This is the shift that we see Team Vamos do. Once they get any type of lead, they don't let up. Potentially Zorn looking for a play. He's going to have Flicker in a couple seconds here, so see what he decides to do. Up here on top, they're going to go for Siska. Siska flickers out. Should be fine against this attempt from E7.
Gonna be okay for now. All of a sudden, Team Vamos have built 1,000 gold lead over their opposition. Still plenty of gold for the Nathan, though. That's a 3,000 gold that he was able to collect in the early stages. And this is really what E7 is banking on, is Nathan to go late. Fortunately, Rice Creamer will be taken out once again. That's the roamer for E7. Surely E7 are not happy with that, but not too sad about it either. It's going to be up to how they can protect this Nathan up top.
Oh, so close. Speedy. Oh, Zorn sees it, the kill in sight, but those... Oh, he actually still gets it with a fist wind, despite being thrown around with the claws, and they repay Nanos for thinking they could take out Zorn. Another fallen up here on the top side for E7. Aizen looking to clean up a kill potentially if he can, but no one is low enough for Aizen to take. The turtle for the taking here. Team Vamos, after a victory up top, will now go ahead and take another objective, furthering the gold lead. They've built themselves under the 6-minute mark. Alpha's gonna get spotted out. Oh, he walks into the bush, even with the Frogger armor. He might get chased down. He's pretty slow. Yo-Yo Blitz already gonna be used with the current call. Aizen trying to pick up a kill himself. He does get payback against the jungler of Team Vamos as Error 404 does fall.
That's a good kill coming up from E7 because Aizen got it and it was onto Error 404. And the Sanguine Claws coming up from Nanos was just way too good. There's still plenty of gold lead that they need to put down now, as E7 is trailing behind by 2,000 gold, but that's a step in the right direction. I still have to say that the way for them to win this is to protect Speedy at all costs.
Yeah, let Speedy scale up, and Nanos to an extent, right?
No.
Oh no, Zorn, you can't protect Speedy like this! Oh, Speedy!
Man.
Even has the Purify, but still, I don't think it would have helped him there. Unfortunately, Nanos just had to watch him die.
Yeah, far too forward. You can see it happening from a mile away. And even Aizen was taken out for I don't know actually, whatever happened in that exchange. I think he might have taken out Natko, but traded for his life. So that will mean that Team Vamos will be comfortable in this lead once again. They're not controlling this jungle of E7.
Siska jumping in just so Zorn can get away from this fight. You know, that's just how much of a distraction they can be. Team Vamos here utilizing Zorn continuously to just cause some havoc. They're not even massively ahead. Like, that's the thing. But it just seems like these team fights aren't going in favor of E7 at all. And most of them aren't even team fights. It's just Team Vamos actually getting a better rotation, a better position on one of the side lanes especially, or in their side of the jungle, and getting a kill and disengaging, you know? So it's you can take a look here how things are panning out. Aizen isn't behind. You know, he's actually slightly ahead of Arrow 404, but he's just having a hard time getting into these positions for the objectives, right? He might be able to pick up a kill, and maybe that's what they can lean on here as they give up this last turtle of the game over to Team Vamos to take pretty much freely.
Yeah, super free. Speaking of, we're looking just at the items right now. The fact that there is already a Thunderbelt for Zorn, and I think he's building up for an Oracle. That will be a big problem for E7 eventually, because his Badang will continuously cycle through his spells and combos that he's able to just push back, knock back everyone from E7, and eventually control this Fanny. This Fanny will be facing a lot of problems later on. And the fact that there's a lot of stuns to couple that up with if you're Team Vamos. You have the Guinevere, you have the Lapu-Lapu as well, so whoever Zorn catches, there will always be a follow-up.
Ryan's pretty tanky here, but it's 4 members of Team Vamos going for him. Even with the Revitalize, he's going to be gone. Aizen in trouble too, quite low, has to cable on out. A last Insanity going to be used just to keep Team Vamos from going forward, but a Spatial Migration will be able to catch Alpha. And once again, at Team Vamos, choosing their fights. Even the Aizen sees some low health bars, he can't risk it. Gonna have to be careful on here. He should be able to just cable on through. Could be in trouble though. This break being thrown out. Aizen still 1 HP. Oh, Natko will pick him up with a yo-yo blitz. E7 falling apart here on the top lane. Even further, Ricecrim taking a couple punches from Zorn. Tanky enough to survive this, though. They still have the Flying Clouds plus this tier 2 turret. But it's just Team Vamos taking what they can until this Lord comes up. Ricecrim will go ahead and spawn out Zorn, and that's just going to be it.
E7 needs to take care of themselves now. I mean, it's not impossible for them to mount the comeback. If there's any lineup that can actually mount it, this is the lineup that should have it. It's a Cillian and the Nathan. Only problem is that they are focusing so much on magic damage. That's why Oracles have been picked up by Team Vamos. Eventually, Radiant Armors will be a problem. There is an argument that can be made, though, for this Nathan, because Nathan can actually one-shot people even through Radiant Armor, especially when he picks his target correctly. For example, if he focuses on Clockun as well as maybe Natko, that could be good. But it will take so much farm to get there. And that's also true with the Sicilian. I would feel like E7, if they just relax a bit, look for their crucial pieces, not make extra plays like this, they could have a way for this game to last.
Oh, man. Happening. I don't know if that's going to happen here. Wolf, Aizen going down there. Lord secured. They're going to continue the onslaught up here. Just going for more. You know, this is the thing, man. Team Vamos takes what they want. They've been doing that the whole series.
Yeah, that's right. It kind of feels like Team Vamos are just styling on E7 right now with this composition. No traditional marksman, and coupled with a fighter jungler. Team Vamos are showing us how it's done in the new meta that we have. I'm not sure if this is going to be a trend. Maybe if we get to see more of this in great success in the upper bracket matches that we'll have later on, maybe we can say that, no traditional marksman kind of comps will be good, but we'll see.
Still working for it. Ricecrim's going to pop that Revitalize, but he's just going to be knocked into the air again. Last Insanity to help cover some of the grounds. Aizen might join this fight or just clear out the waves, but the shield's going to be popped already. And Team Vamos walking in with this Lord. We'll continue more. A jump in from Error 404 gets the Purify out from Speedy. They'll just clear out the Lord the best they can, trying to mistain a hope at Zorn. He'll jump in, a fist break, fist crack combo, forcing the fight anyway. He's still going to be alive a little bit longer, but finally ADNOC will take him out, picking up a Divine Glaive that's going to help the damage on the Sicilian as they defend. Aizen now part of the fight. Natko up on the front side, Siska as well. He jumps on back with that Bravest Fighter. Aizen still on the hunt, but he's just going to clear things out. They maintain their base turrets.
Yeah, Speedy, and they're going to 0 and 3 for this Nathan. There's great defense coming up from E7 because of the Sicilian. And if you think about it, eventually this Fanny will have a way to split push. But we are not seeing that happen from E7. They are not fighting on their own terms. That's why Team Vamos at 12 minutes in has 7,000 gold lead, and they're not scared to really pummel down into E7 right now. They're positioning themselves onto the jungle of E7, taking away resources that would have been there for the Fanny. That's why the Fanny cannot go very far, even across their own side of the river. They cannot do that because there's no purple buff available for the Fanny.
Oh, let's see what they can do. I mean, even without a purple buff, they have pretty good defense. This lineup allows them to clear things out. Ooh, Arrow 404 out of the picture so quickly. Siska now too on the retreat. Might be able to go ahead and pick up a kill. Gets a Revitalize out on Ricecrim. Whoa, Ricecrim. It feels like E7 is feeling a power spike here, man. They might be confident enough in their defense that they can just kind of hold on until the stacks are built up. And, you know, even Speedy to come online here. Are they getting close with the items?
They are getting close is, I would say yes, but they're still very far. There's still a lot of ways to go about it because, and I'm only saying that because there is a Lord that's happening right now. If E7 can last another Lord cycle, this could be a doable game for them.
Good play there, Traction Pulse, but there's the stun. Nano's trying to get away, even with a flicker. Won't be able to, gets targeted and locked down. Aizen has to get out of dodge. Alpha is going to be next. Immortality is going to be popped, and Zorn and Error will focus on Ricecrim. Here comes Aizen, though. Can he turn the tide of this fight? Ricecrim still left to his whims. He's going to rely on Speedy and the rest of the team, but he's tanky enough. Now Aizen coming back towards us. He's on the hunt. Can he chase down Klakun? Klakun going to be fine, though.
No energy.
No energy. Aizen trying to get away. Error 404 part of this now, too. So low. Traction Pulse won't be able to connect. He has one more cable to get out. He can't. A huge catch from Error 404 on the Spatial Migration Requiem.
Yeah.
And now, are they going to start up this Lord here? But E7 is back
they should.
With their 4 members. Can they stall this out and delay it, or do they just let it go?
They just have to let it go. They don't have the retribution, and that would have... Aizen, he tried to go for Klakun, but he ran out of energy eventually. Of course, Klakun also outplayed him. He tried to get out, and it was looking very promising for Aizen without the purple buff because of his timing with the cables. It's as if he was trying to outwit Error 404, but he just didn't have enough energy to eventually get out. He was eventually caught by Error 404, and that's a kill and another Lord for Team Vamos. E7 needs to mount this defense. Like I said, if they can still keep their base intact after this is a winnable game for them, but it will be a very difficult defense for them.
Let's see if they can mount it, Wolf. They're going to have to do that some way, somehow. Rise Crim already at half health after a couple shots. They're going to clear out this Lord really quickly, though. So unless Team Vamos decides to force a fight, this clear speed, this defense lineup that E7 has will be able to clear out these waves. They're still focusing on this mid lane. Last Insanity is going to be used as well just to clear out that mid wave, to keep that mid turret up. And this is what I was saying, man. You know, E7's lineup, that's that high ground defense lineup, clearing out these waves, buying time, getting stacks, and keeping them into this game, hoping to get to, I would say, potentially maybe that 20-minute mark where they can maybe find themselves contesting that Lord to come up here, this next one. And if somehow, some way they get themselves that Lord, they might be able to flip this game over. Again, they have so much grounds to cover with only 2 turrets down.
They still have the X-Borg as well as the Sicilian. Great defense from E7. The later this game goes, the bigger their chance is on actually securing a comeback. And the later the game goes, Team Vamos' composition kind of peters out. You can see that happening already when it comes to the way that they're pushing, because it's very difficult for them to actually push a turret. Just, I think their only way for them to actually end this game is to wipe out the members of E7, because as long as the X-Borg as well as the Sicilian is left standing, Team Vamos will find it so difficult to siege E7. So at this point, again, 16-minute mark, we are slowly getting into that point where there is a power spike for E7. Ice Queen 1 for Alpha, that's where you know that he is having a good time, because normally you won't get to this spot as the X-Borg, but yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense. It's a traditional build. It's not the first time that the Ice Queen 1 was actually picked up by an X-Borg.
Yeah, at this point too, you know, you see them just kind of basically powering up as a team here, recalling. Because again, there's not much E7 can do aside, you know, continue to stack up, clear the waves, potentially wait for the Lord. I'm actually curious if they want to contest it or if they just rather defend, because their lineup actually allows them to have a pretty good time defending, you know, into this base if they want to. Whereas if they decide to go in and contest Lord, they put themselves in a little bit of a unfavorable position, right? Even though they have some of these over mortalities now, some more of the defensive items, they're just better off with this lineup defending in the base, having their backs against the wall instead of potentially getting cut off from each other.
It's going to be the Lord take. It seems like E7 are not even interested into peeking. Not even a peep onto this Lord. They just stayed in their base, and I think that's a smart decision to do. And right now, just have to look at the items. Sicilian is almost locked item. Oh no, sorry, he's just 9.6k gold. He's actually so far away. I think the fact that they have been corralled into their base for a long time, that meant that this Sicilian will not have enough items for him to be a threat. Just this item set for the Sicilian is not gonna be enough. For Speedy though, full build onto this Nathan. It's gonna be a glass cannon kind of Nathan. The way that he actually itemized this, so he has to be careful a little bit. But he does have the Purify and the ultimate, the Entropy, so he's got his tools. But Yeah, he just has to be careful not to be caught by Team Vamos.
This is also a bit of a beefier lore now that's evolved, making its way up top, so they'll just clear things out. Rise Crim taking quite a bit of damage off that curtain call here from Natco, but they'll be back up by the time they get ready to actually push into the base. Oh, Zorn jumping in on Speedy. Speedy actually still going to be okay, though, too. Zorn's the one that falls, so still holding on. They'll clear out the Lord, and without Zorn and Ziska low, it looks like they want to go on the retreat. Team Vamos can't end the game here at nearly the 20-minute mark, even with an involved Lord.
Yeah. That was a nice attempt coming up from Zorn. I understand why he went for it, but he didn't get the wall up. That's why Speedy was able to get out of the zone. Well, Speedy had the Purify anyway, so he's going to get out it no matter what happens. But the idea is you pop the Winter Crown with your ultimate so that you will not be attacked or countered by E7. Looked to be a promising jump, but Team Vamos are now feeling the weight of this non-marksman kind of lineup. And they are suffering from that as they cannot end the game just yet. I'm not saying that they are automatically losing here. I still feel like they have their ways to do it, but it's going to be harder and harder by the minute for Team Vamos.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they can keep trying here. You know, you see that with Arrow 404, potentially just trying to get, you know, even if it's the Immortality or some of that Fragile Armor down, they kind of have to chip away at E7 now. And that's a little more difficult for them. Rise Crim is going to deal with this setup from Zorn. Aizen's going to join. Oh, a good wall, though, this time. Aizen, he gets the flicker out of Clockcoon, but Rise Crim's going to be the one to fall. And now Aizen in trouble, too. That was a big mistake to fight there, with the waves pushing in up top and mid. And down 2 members, E7. But they still have great clear. They should be okay. Even with Alpha on this X board, he can clear these out. Lord is up. I'm not sure if Team Vamos actually wants to decide to go for it, if they're just going to push in. Alpha takes the brunt of the damage. He's still got the Immortality. He's going to be thrown up in the air. Natco find his own as well. They're going to force the fight here on the bottom side of the base. Zorn will pop the Winter Crown. They're just trying to go for the win, go for the sweep. Siska's locking the base, but the waves are being cleared way too fast. And now Arrow 404, his Immortality is going to be popped, and he jumps on out. And they try to get what they possibly could. They at least get a base turret, and they make their way for the Lord.
Oh, what a costly mistake coming out from Aizen as well as Rice Cream. I feel like it has been a long time since he's not gotten his purple buff. That's why I felt like, okay, maybe I can take this one. Unfortunately, will be picked off, and they will lose a turret because of that.
But they can contest
not
this
as
too.
Game losing though.
Yeah,
could be the Lord now.
Oh, look what's happening here, Wolf. It's the same thing. Don't tell me Aizen's going to get trapped once again.
No way.
Up on that top side, they're going to go for the chase. It's them. The conceal was used. Oh, they didn't land any of the crowd control they were looking for. But Arrow 404 will jump on in. And it's Arrow 404 that made the error. They went for a play, and they got punished by E7.
Oh, my God.
And now the chance of taking a Lord are gone for Team Vamos unless they just go ahead and stall this out. A big misplay there.
Big misplay. They got outplayed by Aizen. This time able to get his purple buff. But the timing was just bad for Team Vamos. They couldn't land the stuns that they needed. They had plenty of crowd control, but it was far too late when they got it. Alpha will lose his Viraga armor just from the pokes coming up from Clocken. Team Vamos are still feeling like they are very strong at this moment. Zorn in no man's land.
Oh, Zorn! He gets cutthroat. Immortality's going to be popped too. The bad impacts are so massive here at this point, but it's Rise Crim that goes down. Natco joining the fight. Alpha is quite low. No Froggle armor, but it should be back up. But they'll just finally say, you know what, guys? Let's just get the Lord here. Arrow 404 is going to be back up in a second. Let's start it up and secure this win. I feel like they've been throwing a whole lot at E7, and like you said, I think, Wolf, this is just a mere fact that, again, when you don't have that traditional marksman, you know, you kind of put in this situation here. So they'll go ahead and zone out Alpha so they can secure themselves this Lord. He pops the last Insanity. Aizen's going to join this fight. I'm not sure if they're going to continue to put pressure here. So Lord will be secured 23 minutes into this game, 23 and a half. And they'll get ready to march into this base. Taking the last one. Zorn could be in trouble. He's going to get chased down a little bit here, though. Last Insanity could be used, too. He's still alive somehow, some way. Zorn is alive. And it's Alpha that dies instead. So without Alpho, this is a pretty tough task to defend against this beefed up Lord with a full force from Team Vamos.
That's Alpho. That's the last insanity. That's the X-Borg. The defense from
massive.
E7.
They're going to go for it, already forcing the fight anyway. They know the Lord's on their side. They're going to be able to pick up a couple kills, and Team Vamos, that's going to be it. It took them a little bit longer, but they'll be sending E7 home as they sweep the series.
Team Vamos almost let that game slip from their hands. We were talking about how difficult each minute will be for Team Vamos the longer the game goes. But in the end, a chain of bad decisions coming up from E7, them going for the purple buff, getting picked off, Alpha getting taken out as well. Coming up from the initiations from Team Vamos, those pickoffs mattered so much. And they broke the game wide open in the last minute. Team Vamos finding a kill onto Alpha, the X-Borg, one of the key components for the defense of E7. Taken out meant that it was an easier castle to siege for the Malaysians. That's going to be Siska, 5-0-13, the MVP of this game.
MVP here, Siska. Again, a crucial component to Team Vamos' compositions, and there's a lot of moments there too where he was able to go ahead and help the team on that Lampu Lampu and keep them alive. And just the way that Siska's positioning is and the way that he plays back to back from the series, proven just how valuable that they can be, these specific heroes, and of course the XP laners there. But nonetheless, it took them a little bit longer, 24 minutes, and they had quite a bit of a lead leading into the base push the first time, and it was just, you knew that lineup that came through in the draft that was like, well, they have plenty of late game insurance for E7, and they started to, come back in that game. It was just unfortunate that really even that comeback was just primarily in their base. They didn't really get the opportunity to start charging down on Team Vamos' side of the map, and it was unfortunate because the firepower was there. I think if they would have just had a better team fight around that Lord, or they would have maybe had a chance to focus on it, then they could have made it happen here. So unfortunately, that is Team Vamos getting the sweep. Unfortunate for E7 and their fans out there. That will be them bowing out of Games of the Future here.
GG's to E7, a well-fought tournament for them. And I'm sure that they have learned so much from this tournament that they have played up against Versotime as well as Team Vamos. Unfortunately, it's the end of the line for them. And for Team Vamos, they're going to be waiting for their next opponent. They're still not safe. Whoever from now on, it's a tournament life for them, right? So they're going to go to the I guess this is the next round. It's what do you call this? It's a
main stage round. Yeah, like main stage.
It's like what is the 1/8? What is 1/8 final? Again, it's a
the 1/8 final would be the
quarter final, not a quarter final.
Yeah, quarterfinals.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, quarterfinals.
I'm not good at math.
Yeah, quarterfinals. Because right now, you've got the Wait, right? No. Play-ins. I mean, technically, it's still play-ins. Yeah. It's last six. Yeah. Quick maths. Okay. Quick maths.
Yeah, but we have still plenty of MLBB action to watch, everyone. I know that all of the E7 fans out there are quite sad that this happened, but it is what it is. It's the nature of the competition. Team Vamos came out to play today, and they have shown us a different approach to the patch with a non-fighter setup. So that's gonna be them moving on to this tournament. We're gonna have plenty more Mobile Legends action when we do come back. So do not go away, because it's going to be a lot more MLBB. I believe that it will be Homeboys going up against Influence Rage in the other stream, and then Team Spirit will watch them as well. That's gonna be the next matches for the Digital Games of the Future. Don't go away, as we will be back.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win. We're here to win. Let the best win. We're here to win. Let the best win.
We are back for the Phygital Games of the Future. It's going to be MOBB action for all of you. It's going to be a best-of-3 series in an elimination match, and your casters will be Wolf and Naisu once again. It's going to be an interesting match for sure. Who do you think is more favored in this matchup? I believe it's Homeboys. It's Team Spirit going up against the Mongols. Who do you think is actually has the advantage here?
We talked about both of them respective matches yesterday. Team Spirit's the one I'm going to have to lean towards here, Wolf. I think just because, again, like the experience that they have, the veterancy that they have. I was, rather surprised with the result yesterday, though. I will say that much. Just because, it was like bully Hiko day, I guess, from our Kyoshi, man.
Yeah.
And ADNOC just seemed to have, his number, especially with the back-to-back Cho games. So I hope whatever happened yesterday, as we take a look at Team Spirit's lineup here, they're able to go ahead and adjust that. And Hiko's positioning was the main thing about yesterday that really stood out. So hopefully, Hiko himself is able to adjust from that. It's One Shot, Sawo, Kid Bomba, and Sunset Lover, of course. And I think just as a whole, yesterday against our Kyoshi, it just didn't look like the Team Spirit we knew, and so we'll see if that's going to be an adjustment to go up against this squad here, the Mongols.
Yeah. It's going to be Zetsu, Meiki, Mumu, Shenlin, and Rinks. This is the match that we've seen yesterday that went the distance, probably the longest match overall of so far of Games of the Future MOBB. Not only when it comes to games, but also when it comes to the amount of minutes that we actually spent watching these two teams. But that doesn't mean that the Mongols will be pushovers now. It actually might mean that they are a big threat to Team Spirit. But we don't have to guess any further as we are now heading into the draft. It's going to be the Eve as the Mongols ban here.
Okay, quick first phase going through. I'm wondering if the Mongols is actually... I wonder if they're going to just go for the Baksha here. Or no, the Baksha's banned out. Did they just go pick up a Lapu Lapu potentially? Yeah. Jushin too, for Meiki. They could decide to go that route. What else would they prioritize here on blue side?
Yeah, I think Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu?
And maybe the Lancelot or Lapu Lapu. But I kind of really remember Mongols likes to get the Lapu Lapu. And I'm sure that Mumu was actually phenomenal with that hero yesterday. So it's a lot of there's a big chance that the Mongols will pick that up, and of course the Jushin.
Yeah, there it is.
Never forget about
what I expected.
that. Yeah.
I believe. Meiki played it. What? Both? Was it both games? No, Meiki played it all 3 games yesterday against Team Falcons. So seems to just be one of those comfort picks, signature picks. Jushin still works great. I mean, for the most part that we see, even after the patch came out, it's she had a little bit of the change where she can't. I think there's like a 4-second cooldown now when you actually drag a hero back with the lantern. But still, it's one of those power utility mages. But like I said, again, they played it in all 3 matches yesterday, and unfortunately, they couldn't beat Team Falcons with those. But part of it though was just the way that they played around it. I mean, if you remember too, they also went with a couple Hylos games. I'm not sure if they're still going to prioritize Hylos. We'll have to see what the Mongols decide to do here, especially against this Kimi Lapu Lapu combo that we see often quite a bit in that first phase already picked up here for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I would think that they wanted to go for Gisenchin, Hylos. I think that's the Esmeralda and probably the Lancelot. Okay, so the Lancelot I'm not that surprised about. Esmeralda isn't that surprising when up against the Lapu-Lapu, but it is very surprising to be one of the first 3 picks for blue side. And I guess that Mongols would like to get that for their own, and they kind of feel like it will be banned out eventually, so they had this decision to go for this one. Now for Team Spirit, they will get this Hilda despite the presence of the Esmeralda. Maybe another opposite day today. I think yesterday when we saw like the counters to the heroes getting picked before the heroes themselves, you know?
Yeah, that's true. It's like a reverse. It's like an Uno reverse card, man. You know, a little bit of different drafting pattern. I would say that was the case yesterday though too, through our drafts in the 4 series we had. I'm not sure if Stream B was the same way, but like, you know, if anything, the drafting patterns have changed a little bit. Not too much, but I feel like, you know, once again, teams still kind of lean towards if they can have one of those picks that is flexible, they'll go ahead and take that in the first phase. Now, that can be said for, you know, the likes of an Esmeralda, for example. It can also be, technically, you can also say that for, we have even seen a Hilda, like, flexed, right, in before as well. That's right. So but most likely that's not going to be the case here. But at least for this, the Mongols can play around. I feel like the fact that they have, you know, they already have a great jungler that can keep pace. I'm wondering what is going to be picked up for Team Spirit, specifically for one shot. The fact that they could just opt for utility, they could just go Fredrin unless that's going to be the last ban from the Mongols, or they narrow it down even further on the assassins here. So my eyes are going to be on one shot. We know he's got a Fanny too. In his sleeve, up his sleeve. We've seen one shot play that before, so let's see what he ends up going for this matchup.
Fanny, Joey. You would generally want to have an assassin when up against the Jushin right now, because you really have to apply pressure on that hero. Maybe force an ultimate, force a flicker. Gotta have a way to get to that, because as we have learned from yesterday's matches, Jushin, despite the nerfs, kind of feels like still a very strong mid lane. And I think that eventually, maybe after 4 days of watching Games of the Future, maybe eventually teams will prioritize banning the Jushin once again. But now we're just feeling it really. So for sure, assassins should be the focus here if you're the Mongols, as they have banned out the Hayabusa first. Can be surprised if that's the Fanny or our Joy ban here for the Mongols.
Maybe Joy. Oh, they actually do the Fredrin. That was, I threw the Fredrin out there thinking that, you know, if they wanted to go utility, that's about the safest option. I'm still waiting. I'm still secretly hoping for that Barrett's, man. I like, maybe at one day throughout Games of the Future, we'll see the Barrett's come through. For those that don't know, Barrett's was somewhat buffed, you know, and when he gets to Daytona's Welcome, if you miss that ultimate, the cooldown is actually reduced by half. And then if he lands the Daytona's Welcome, you get that full stack of the big guy, big boy, big guy.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Who's the big guy? Is it Daytona or is it?
You're right. Who is Barrett's even?
Who is Barrett's?
Who is Barrett's?
Barrett's is a little guy, so he turns. Like,
okay, there we go. So probably so Daytona is the one that gets. Oh, they didn't even think twice. They just pick it up. Okay.
We're gonna see the Freya on Stream A.
Oh man, it's gonna be a gold lane Freya.
Man, that Angelo is open too. Imagine.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, Jushin get that catch up. Very strong duo in the mid lane. Guinevere for one shot likes to play that as well. Gonna look for a solid marksman here. It's the 1-1. Okay, if there's any marksman that would be great versus the Freya, the 1-1 would be top of my list. It's mainly because of the Tiger pace. You can just get out of the zone of the threat zone of this Freya, aka kite the Freya constantly because of the Tiger pace. So I can fairly remember Hiko playing this hero so well. So hopefully this is no longer a bad day for Hiko. Maybe this is the time where he actually can position himself well, not get picked off by his opponents.
Yeah.
Let's see if that will work.
I'm trying to recall back when Hiko got his Savage over in M5. Was Was it the Wan? I feel like it was. For some reason, I'm thinking it was the Wan. I could be wrong. It was the Beatrix, one of the marksmen that was frequently picked up back then. But yeah, this is one of the better marksmen that he can have, at least to go against Freya. And it'll be nice to see this Freya in action here in this game 1. Again, it's a best of 3. It's an elimination match. Second match of today here on Stream A.
Yeah. I actually, you know, it kind of made me think, was it actually the one? But yeah, the Freya. The thing with Freya is that the main criticism is the word I'm looking for. The main criticism for Freya is that it is very strong in pub matches and ranked matches because people don't know how to play against it. It's mainly just kiting this Freya constantly because it's mainly hero dependent on hitting. It's also the reason why Olus has been falling out of favor because it's easy to kind of quote-unquote dodge him. And that same can be said for the likes of Zilong as well as this Freya. But having the 1-1 allows you to even exploit that kind of weakness for the Freya. So I wonder if the Mongols actually prepared for this one. To be fair, there are big threats to this 1-1. For example, this Lancelot is actually the threat for the 1-1. So maybe that is their answer. So maybe that's how they can approach this.
So there was, I mean, the change with Freya was basically what? Her ultimate cooldown was reduced, right? And then I think she gets like damage reduction while diving down, or yeah, so I think it's damage reduction while diving down, and then like the dive down is actually sped up. So, and you know that window for Freya was always around her ultimate, and now that Rinks actually, he even went Warcry Emblem, so then he's got a Vengeance, like, you know, that's going to be a lot more opportunity to go ahead and start fights up with the Freya, at least in comparison to before, right? Before this patch went out yesterday. So we'll see how that plays out into team fights later on, because even then, back when Freya's ultimate was still that longer cooldown and you didn't have that damage reduction or quicker dive down, you know, it was scary. I mean, you mostly saw it in like your rank matches, you know, you'd see the occasional Freya pop up and then all of a sudden you'd be like, whoa, where's all that damage coming from when she pops the ultimate? So we'll see how that plays out. Both gold laners going to not be a part of this first turtle fight, though. A little poking back and forth. There's a jump from Mumu. Going to force Kid Bomba to respond here, though. He does flicker on out. The turtle's going to go for a reset, so a lot expended already on both sides. Ultimates across the board down, a couple battle spells as well. Zetsu will go ahead and focus on the turtle while the rest of the team from Team Mongols tries to zone out Team Spirit, but right now it's going to come down to a retribution battle, and it's Zetsu that wins the turtle. And now Sawo will flicker on out to survive. So all for the objective, and it's the Mongols that get it.
And it looks like it's going to be another hectic kind of game. And the Mongols, although they have lost yesterday, it kind of feels like they are on a good mood right now. Not only when it comes to how they look like when they play, it kind of feels like they are more safe now. You see that it's a very smooth turtle steal coming out from Zetsu, or at least a turtle secure, I mean, from that guy. And it seems like there are no extra moves that we're seeing from the Mongols compared to yesterday, where everybody was just trying to get plays, make plays happen, get, you know, successful pickoffs or outplays. But this time, it kind of feels like the Mongols in the first 3 minutes of the game has been smooth. So this is a good sign for them. Doesn't mean that they are winning already for Team Spirit. It's just turtle number 1, and Team Spirit did not lose anything significant out of that. So yeah, we'll see how they will translate this kind of smooth gameplay into the mid game.
Yeah, either way, Team Spirit, you know, they don't have to force these fights just yet, too, because if they don't catch anyone, hold on, one shot. That's what I was going to say. If they don't catch anyone with one shot just like this, they do catch Rinks with the spatial migration Requiem combo. And that's the thing. If they have that in the options in this early game or around these objectives, that's great. If they don't, they're banking on, once again, Hiko to go ahead and scale up on this 1-1, provide a lot of that damage later on. But even so, like in the early game, if they wanted to fight into these turtles, they have the tools, whether it's a traction pulse from Sunset Lever, if Kid Bomba is actually able to go ahead and, you know, land those combos we're used to seeing with the Lapu Lapus, then the damage is there for them, but they also have to kind of approach the fights a little bit in a calculated way against the Mongols' lineup. So they're going to prep up for this next turtle coming up. One Shot will go ahead and grab his orange buff, most likely after this, and then they'll get in position.
Second turtle of the game. Join here, it will be just the Freya, but the Mongols can just take it on a 4v4 team fight. They all already have the Esmeralda anyways to threaten for the Lapu Lapu, so even this Hilda is not going to be comfortable.
Now fighting for the second turtle of the game. They're going to get thrown around. One Shot gets the turtle. Kid Bomba picking up a kill on Zetsu, and now split fights going across here. Requiem being thrown out as Shenlin falls. Hiko part of the fight, looking for the airtime here if he can get it. Rinks fighting off of the Valkyrie form, but double kill for Hiko, picking up that second kill of the game, and now sitting at 4 kills above the Mongols here for Team Spirit.
Amazing timing coming out from Team Spirit. Well-coordinated attack as well. They have found the opening with Sawo. It looked very dicey for them as they are losing a lot of HP. Oof. And the Esmeralda as well as the Jushin starts to become a problem for them. But what they did was actually spectacular. They went in for the Lancelot instead. They found the beeline towards the Lancelot. The Lancelot had to get out and couldn't get in position for the Retribution. That's why One Shot was able to get it. Then eventually Hiko joins the fray. I guess it's mainly because of the speed up from the river. That's why we get this 1-1 joining the fight. Especially after I just mentioned that maybe the 1-1 will not join the fray. But he actually followed the Freya in this scenario and actually was able to take him down. Now the 1-1 is 4.5k compared to just 3.5k. A very comfortable game now for Team Spirit.
Yeah. Kid Bomba going to jump in here with the bravest fighter. Gets the Landshaker nearly down on Zetsu, but with the Thorn Rose, he's going to survive. But it's Mumu that is traded out up on the top side of that 3v2. It looks like One Shot still on the hunt, too. He's going to put pressure on the jungler over there on Zetsu. Meanwhile, over here towards that bottom side, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it. He does get the spatial migration with a Requiem. There's a jump of the AOG, and One Shot will avoid it. Getting out there just in time. Team Spirit not letting up at all on all fronts of the map here.
Yeah. The reaction from the Mongols starting to become slower and slower. We talked about how good their first 3 minutes were, but unfortunately they could not convert afterwards. Team Spirit are back in action in a way that they are more decisive. They're making the right decisions and they're making the right rotations as well. Sawo together with this 1-1, they don't have a legitimate, reliable stun between the two of those heroes, but they still managed to take out Rinks with the Vengeance. And now the retreat for Team Spirit. Oh, they will actually not retreat, Naisu.
Shenlin's not gonna, he pops to Revitalize. I'm not sure if he's gonna survive this. I know Hiko holding on to that. Crossbow of Tangs, he wants to go ahead and use it. There's the jump of the AOG. They get it out defensively. So a little bit of poking here. They're happy with getting that turret, the tier 1 down in the bottom lane, and Team Spirit not making a potential chance to make a mistake so far. Just following through. Landshaker is going to be able to go through, gets the stun off, and now Mumu can escape with the crossbow of Tank from Hiko. Able to pick up another one. Now sitting at 3-0-2. This game, at least for today here, Wolf, much better for Hiko.
Yep. Very, very good when it comes to his positioning, and this time, Team Spirit are actually working around this 1-1. Another kill potentially into the bottom lane. Indeed, it will be. That's the 4th kill for Hiko. And up top, Kid Bomba nails Zetsu down. And that's Team Spirit collecting 2 kills from both ends of the map.
Man, all over the place. You know, Team Spirit not letting up anywhere. Such a difficult game here for the Mongols on Rinks, on Zetsu. Nearly everyone. I mean, all Makey, he's not going to go, well, he might get his first death here. One Shot jumping on forward. Pops the Beacon, though, and the Flicker to get back to the base. But meanwhile, the rest of the team's going to be the focus as the Team Spirit goes for it. They get another defensive AOG out from Shenlin. And as you guys know, and Gatacontra is defensively jumping out with his Avatar, the Guardian Ultimate. Yeah. That is such a big resource that's gone for your team fight potential on any of these lineups here that have him.
The Mongols wants to use their battle spells together, but it's not working in their favor because Team Spirit are dividing them across the map. The Mongols, I think they're still in this mindset where it's still the laning stage because it's just like, what, 9 minutes?
Yeah.
So maybe they're just scattered, they're not grouping up, they're not actually making the plays. They are just reacting to what Team Spirit is doing, but they are far too late when it comes to reacting and Team Spirit have built up so much of a lead. And right now, 4 items, in fact, for Hiko.
No
Without
boots
the
needed.
boots, of course, and that's the Haskells, but that's a lot, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need boots on the 1-1, especially when you have this kind of advantage. Massive lead right now, 3,000 nearly up here. They're going to go ahead and push into the base here, trying to get these shields down. Even with this kind of lead, they're still going to have to take a little bit of their time to wait for that push to come through with these waves, plus that Lord up top. Trying to get these holy shields down. They'll get the one up top with that minion pushing in, and Team Spirit has been doing this, putting pressure on every single lane at one point, making the Mongols choose where to defend as the Lord gets ready to march in. Oh, Kid Bomba jumping in. Landshaker going to be used already, keeping a Moo up front while that turret does go down. They get that one out, and now the mid lane's going to be focused. The shield's going to be popping here. They'll clear out this Lord, but they could potentially lose another base turret unless the Mongols decides to go ahead and fight. Jumping on through. Oh, again, Zetsu caught with a spatial migration. And it looks like Team Spirit's going to look for a victory already under the 11-minute mark off the first Lord. They're throwing everything at Team Spirit, but it's just not enough for the Mongols, as Team Spirit will clean things up except for Makey, but they'll take game 1 in a decisive victory.
Decisive and one-sided. That's the victory that Team Spirit was able to get in game number 1. The first 3 minutes of the game looked good for the Mongols. They were able to get the retribution on their turtle. They were farming okay. They have a 500 gold lead, but they couldn't capitalize. It only took Team Spirit's good initiation from Kid Bomba as well as Sawo to take out the Lancelot in turtle number 2. A double kill onto Hiko as he joined the fight in the second turtle. And from then on, they did not let go of the game. We can see that because of Hiko's positioning and the way that he is coming to the team fights, his laning prowess as well. And I think the hero advantage also plays into consideration. Because of all of those factors together, 6, 0, and 4 is a KDA for Hiko. And some might say that he might have come back this much. Of course, he has a lot of making out to do after what we saw from yesterday. But at least he's in the right direction. This is looking good for Team Spirit.
Yeah, much better game. Good to see the improvement because, part of that was his positioning from yesterday. I just feel like maybe he didn't have to deal with too much positioning when you're a 1-1 up against a Freya. Absolutely just dominated that lane and was really disciplined on even pulling the crossbow of Tang, right? But also just as a team, as Team Spirit played here as a team, literally, and really punished the Mongols, even in the earlier fights, able to go ahead and just find wins across the map. So one of those things that definitely the Mongols is going to want to adjust when they get to the draft. I just think across the board, they had some difficulties making it work, finding those right moments to fight, and a lot was shut down from Team Spirit. So hopefully they've got the game plan for game 2 once we get to that draft.
This is an elimination match, and the Team Spirit is just 1 win away from eliminating the Mongols. Let's find out if that will be the case for game number 2 as we come back for the Digital Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 20.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Welcome back to the Digital Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi. It's MLBB action for today, and we are actually at game number 2 of this elimination match between Team Spirit and the Mongols. Quick recap, it's a one-sided affair as Team Spirit won 1-0 in a dominant fashion against the Mongols. But here we are, game number 2. Naisu, do you think that Mongols still has got some way to revive themselves and maybe force a game number 3?
There's always an opportunity, Wolf. There's always a way, you know. I feel like we've seen that many times. We've seen teams, you know, even in consideration to the matchups, like let's say the underdogs facing elimination, we've always seen that potential to go ahead and surprise even ourselves and of course the audience out there. And the Mongols, I think if they want to do that, if they want to potentially go ahead and get to a game 3 against Team Spirit, and you know, we said all this stuff about Team Spirit yesterday, how strong and how much XP they had, especially internationally. And then, you know, like, I think people were probably surprised at the way that Team Spirit played yesterday. So they just seem to been able to fix those mistakes from yesterday. And hopefully the Mongols can do that just from game 1. Now, one of the biggest things, again, is, you know, maybe pick up a traditional marksman. Maybe the Freya was just an attempt. It unfortunately didn't work out at all. I didn't get to see anything with the Freya that I was hoping to see, man. You know, and we were waiting for it to be picked up yesterday. Unfortunately, nothing really happened with it. And so maybe that is one of the cases. But also, I feel like, in a sense, you just got to be able to control the game a little bit better as a whole. Shenlin had a difficult time, you know, really trying to set things up in that roam position. This Grok being picked up first pick, though, blue side by Team Spirit, is a strong pick. Even though Grok technically had a change on the patch, he's still strong as ever. You know, the tech charge, that ult alone with the walls, like the ramparts, you can't really beat that, you know, and definitely something they're going to have to look out for. This would be interesting if they actually pick up a Diggy, though. It's been forever since we've seen Diggy come through.
Yeah, I doubt they will be the case, though, because there are still valid options right here. I think you want to get the Lancelot again for Mongols. Eventually, you would look for Alice or Uranus for the Mongols. There it is. So then the Lunox, obviously, it's one of the heroes that can be picked up in the mid lane. That can also be flexed into the gold lane. So pretty open draft here coming up from the Mongols. But for Team Spirit, they can just go back to what works, right? The Kimi is pretty strong. Kimi and the Grok, such a solid combo. He can set up so many kills because of the Rampart that can be coupled up with the damage output of this Kimi. There's so much combos that you can also use, like a tech charge into a traction pulse. There's just great synergy between the Grok as well as the Kimi, so I think that will be the case. Fredrin is the choice here, which is interesting because it really counts as a utility jungler, which is quote-unquote a tank, but it does not suffer that much against the Lunox because technically the HP of the Fredrin is not high enough for the Lunox to be that impactful.
Yeah, I like the fact that, you know, Team Spirit, they have the Fredrin and the Grok alone. Like, that's your whole front line and back line protection that you need. That's all you pretty much need at that point. But the synergy between the Grok, the Fredrin, plus the Kimi, we've seen this so many times, man, you know, and it allows you, like, even the Fredrin and Kimi alone allows you to catch people out. And if, let's say, a Divine Judgment gets through, the Mongols picks a target and gets someone, okay, it's not going to be the Kaja. Either way, you have an answer to go ahead and catch people or peel for whoever you need to from Team Spirit, depending even on these next two picks. But already this is a solid first phase. You've got great damage output, you got great sustainability, tankiness here, and maybe that's what the Mongols are planning. They go and actually interesting in the left, they ban out the Beatrix. I wasn't expecting a Beatrix ban, but again, this is Hiko, right? Hiko, historically, he's had some good performances on Beatrix, the 1-1, and the Granger, the traditional marksman are used to seeing. So I think they want to get a favorable matchup this time for Rinks. If you ask me, one of the things that they could improve on too from the last game and their other series yesterday, it's allowing Rinks to get to his actually online status as a marksman, as a gold laner. He hasn't had too many opportunities where he was able to do that. Even yesterday, I believe if I recall correctly, he played the Harith, for example, and he was just kind of shut down in lane. So the Claude might be able to allow him to do that, but the team has to kind of allow Rinks to even get there, and that's just more so of protecting that early game rotation, that early game pressure that Team Spirit has. So their last ban is going to be the Arlot here, taking that away from Kid Bomba.
I think it's good identification coming out from the Mongols, because Fredrin Arlot still is one of the strongest combos out there, one of the most viable combos as well. Mongols, I'm actually curious about this Claude, because usually, again, the Grok as well as the Fredrin, they have the knockups that can actually make it difficult for a Claude to utilize the Blazing Duet. And especially because there are two sources of knockups, which will cancel the Blazing Duet. You cannot purify everything. So I'm really curious. I think the Claude might be a mistake here for Mongols, but we'll see. We'll see how they will complement it. They're going to be looking for the Roamer now. It should be a way to tank the Kimi as well as the Grok. Getatkacha is always one of the choices here for the Mongols. They need beefy front line. At the same time, they kind of might look for the Cho, because they want... There you go.
On call. Cue. Yeah, on cue.
Yeah. All right, so I think we're looking for a hard carry here for Team Spirit. The 1-1 fits the bill. And let's see if they actually do pick up the Edith now. All right, the Mongols gonna be looking for probably an assassin. Hayabusa actually works, because they need to really pressure this 1-1. Otherwise, they can just look for maybe an Akai actually could work for the Mongols.
I think Akai. What is left open too? Since Baksha was banned out. It is tough, because even with this, again, I think they're going to have a little bit of a difficult time, because, even when it comes to the kick, for example, the target acquisition for the kick here, who are you going to kick? For the most part, you're going to try to get the Kimi, because even if you kick Kid Bomba, he's got Primal Wrath still. You're not going to be really kicking the Grok or the Fredrin, and Hiko is going to have the space to work with. Plus, it's just a 1-1, so it's up Thorn Needles there. This is a glue, though, so this helps put pressure on Hiko in a way, again, positioning, forcing him to have that positioning on par, or even potentially Sunset Lover. So I don't know, how do we feel about this composition from the Mongols? Do you think this will be enough to get them to a game 3 against Team Spirit?
Gotta be honest, Naisu. I'll be live. I'd say yes, because I feel like the curveball that they did was to put the first pick Uranus as their jungler after they picked up the glue. Yes, they do make a lot of sense versus this 1-1. But the thing is, the 1-1 is not the only problem here. I think this Claude will still struggle. They did not put enough heroes to protect this Claude. I would feel like Fredrin as well as the Grok, maybe individually will not be effective against the Claude, right? Just having the Fredrin is not enough against the Claude, but two of them together, the knockups will be a problem. If you even factor in the potential knockup coming out from Kid Bomba, the suplex, a way of flicker suplex against the Claude, that can also work. And Kid Bomba would love to receive the damage from Blazing Duet, as Shenlin takes so much damage from Sunset Lover. Yeah, there's so much extra shields and tank ability. The stacks, the passive from this Edith will fill up very easily because of the Claude.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the power of this combo with the Kimi and the Grok. And the Mongols is just going to have to kind of, wait for their own opportunity. And you know, that opportunity with this kind of lineup is so built around that level 4, right? You need the kick. Oh, wow, Rinks, first blood? Going to Hiko. I was going to say, even for Rinks, he's going to need time, but whoa. Wait, Shenlin just flickered.
Yeah.
What happened here?
What is happening?
I'm actually not sure what happened, Wolf.
I'm still in shock as how Hiko was able to get the kill on the Claude. But if you recall, this Inspire 1-1 is always a threat against marksmen. And if you draft in a way that you get Inspire on your 1-1, it means that you drafted well and you drafted good. I feel like for the Mongols, they have the tank ability to soak the damage against the 1-1, but you don't really pressure this 1-1. The Claude will not be enough. Lunox is never enough against the 1-1.
Yeah.
And you don't have you don't have enough stuns to force the Flowers and Needles for 1-1. The CC immune, the Purify, the semi-purify that this 1-1 has, there's no one to force it. Then that means that you will never be able to kick the 1-1.
Yeah, very difficult to get to them. And that's what I was saying in the draft here. And they'll fight for this turtle, first one of the game. We'll see if they're actually able to go ahead and contest this. The Mongols holding true. Sawa is actually going to be melted down. One shot does get the turtle secured. So still, Sawa actually surviving, utilizing that flicker to stay alive, and they'll just disengage, happy to get the objective and maintain this nearly 1,000 gold lead that they have. Once again, like I said, for Shenlin, he needs to be level 4 to be able to be that threat. You know, yes, you have the Jikondo, you can go ahead and, you know, knock someone in the air, a couple members, but for the most part, like I was saying, this lineup for the Mongols is so built around level 4. But even if you look at Team Spirit's level 4, their threat level is nearly the same, right? But the early game potential is there. You just don't expect there to be an early first blood in the gold lane the way that it was. So now mid lane going to be the focus. One shot jumping in, the flicker is going to be burned by Makey, just to make sure that he didn't get energy eruptioned and caught into that mid lane fight.
Hiko, 3-minute corrosion scythe. Oh my goodness, is gonna be deadly against the Mongols. They gotta win an objective real soon, and I think that in order for them to win that, Mumu and this glue, the ultimate, is gonna be so instrumental to the upcoming team fights, because he has to be the one to pick who the valid target is, as they force Shenlin out of there.
Yeah, he held on to the flicker, at least for that. They have plenty of time still to kind of get in position for this next turtle. Right now it's Team Spirit knowing that they're going to go ahead and continue to build up on that lead for Hiko. Again, that early kill kind of helped him up in that lane. You know, he can trade out all he wants with Rinks for now, but with Turtle coming up, I wonder if they're going to actually rotate and join this fight, or if it's just going to be the 4v4. You can see through Mumu up there on the top side dealing with Kid Bomba. But again, Kid Bomba on this Edith is tanky enough, and that's kind of the problem for the Mongols. Like, this is such a tanky front line, and you can see the rotation here for Hiko to make his way for this. Meanwhile, Rinks is going to stay bottom side in that gold lane for now. So numbers advantage right now for Team Spirit. They'll take the turtle to half health. They're going to trade it for that gold down bot. Not sure if he's going to be able to get the turret, though. But that's the gold that Rinks needed. Picks up a DHS off of it. They trade it for the turtle. Team Spirit still maintaining. Now in the mid lane, they're going to force a fight. Anyway, Shenlin gone. Taking the Appraiser's Wrath and now putting that pressure towards the purple buff of the Mongols. And I don't know if that was the move, if that's the play. Rampart thrown up to cut off Makey from this. Zetsu will just go ahead and glide on through that wall. He's going to be fine. Gets his buff. I believe he secured that. Yeah, he did, so he's going to be fine. But I'm not sure, man. I don't know where Wolf they're going to find a fight back into this, even though it's early game. What are the Mongols? Is it just going to be Shenlin's kick?
Yeah, unfortunately. That's the only saving grace here for the Mongols. Yeah. Well, again, Mumu's grab. That could be important.
That's the kick. Look at Sawo. He's just tanking it up. Brilliance already going to be used too. Sawo dropping down the rampart, but Mumu joining the fight, bringing him back with the split. But Hiko now part of the fight too, looking to get the airtime that he needs right under the turret if he's able to pop it off. And Appraiser's Wrath to follow. There's the crossbow of Tang, and now Zetsu running as well, trying to get away. Mumu, the only one to fall, but a lot of flickers used, man. Multiple flickers from the Mongols. Now Hiko and the rest of the team will work on this mid lane. Rings could be in trouble. Oh, the blazing duet. Unfortunately, getting stopped here, putting pressure on that turret, but they won't be able to get it down. So the Mongols hold on to the mid turret.
While that's happening, Kid Momo just casually chilling up top. And one shot already forcing so many rotations and gets a lot of steals. In fact, he's leading by 1,000 gold over this Uranus. And then this one is 4.7k compared to 3.9k of his gold lane counterpart. We're talking about how difficult it will be for the Claude to pop the Blazing Duet, and you saw how one shot managed to cancel the Blazing Duet.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of damage just kind of gone. And any of the team fights that does happen. Makey here on this side, gonna go ahead and spawn out Sawa. I'm not sure if they're gonna try to make a play. There's the kick, way the dragon. Shenlin going for one shot, but the rest of the team, there's Sawa with a big charge coming through, and it's Zetsu that falls. Now Hiko be able to get a couple shots off Mumu, but won't continue forward. This Turtles for the taking, third one of the game. Team Spirit will secure this and get ready to start knocking down some more turrets. Tier 1 of the mid still standing. They should get this shortly, but man, this is scaling just completely for Team Spirit.
But they're not stopping. They're continuously making the plays. Team Spirit are forcing the issue against Mongols, not letting them breathe. Zetsu is just level 8. There could be a retry battle, which Fredrin will definitely win unless there is a good kick, but unfortunately wasn't the case.
Oh, Shenlin, is he gonna? He can. Okay, he does escape. He had to pop his flicker though. Attraction pulse. Oh, thrown out. I thought that'd catch him, but again, a whole lot used. You know, he did escape, but you don't have that flicker now. And like I said, a majority of this is just gonna go off that potential.
Yep. Primal Wrath for a flicker. That's gonna be enough as Pranty Hellcurt pops the ultimate. We are back again. They're not stopping. 8 minutes in, and they have been playing on the side of the jungle for Mongol side of the jungle. I mean, Mongols have not been maximizing the farm that they have in their first 8 minutes. Everything's getting taken away from them, and Team Spirit are just taking over this game. This is a brutal massacre coming out from Team Spirit.
Yeah. Massive lead already at this point in the game. You know, 9-minute mark already. Waiting for that Lord to come up in about 30 seconds. And I don't know, I'm kind of worried here for the Mongols. I don't know if they're in even a close fighting position at all to contest this at all, Wolf. I mean, they're lacking the firepower that they need, and a lot of the team fights that do break out, it's, you know, Rinks doesn't have that window that he's looking for.
Rinks is forced to pop the ultimate just to get out.
Oof.
Now everybody's just suffering from Team Spirit's offense right now. They're literally not stopping. This orange buff on the side of Team Spirit, the bottom lane, you can see that that has been on for, I don't know, maybe 3, 5, 4, or 5 minutes now. Team Spirit, they're not taking their own buffs. They're taking over Mongols' buffs.
I'll take everything I need. Team Spirit's been doing that all series long, and the Mongols just doesn't seem to have an answer for it. Hiko getting a little more range now. Malefic Gun picked up. Very similar performance this time around for Hiko on the back-to-back 1-1 games, and just, you know, it's great. Team Spirit, they learned from their game yesterday. They still give Hiko that opportunity to go ahead and make things happen. There's a kick, though. Kid Bomba and kicked towards the turret, but it doesn't matter because there's no follow-through from the Mongols. Holy Shield is going to be the next target here from Team Spirit. Knock up into the air for Zetsu. He pops the Consecration, but the damage is too much as Sunset Lover will take him out of the picture. And now first Shield's going to go down here on that bottom side as the Lord makes its way towards the lane. Shields in the mid pop as well. The tier 2 still stands on the top side, but Team Spirit might just go for an end angle here if they can find it with 2 down. Makey back up. Base turret going to be worked on. The Mongols trying to do what they can. Rinks jumping in towards Sunset Lover, already using that blazing duet. They're not going to have that for this fight. This team spirit ended here. Makey gone in an instant, just taken out. Appraiser's Wrath going to be dropped down. The base is already taking some damage. Mumu trying to do his best to hold it together, and they're going to force the fight under this all. Lord finally worked on. Zetsu taking his own, but the minion waves will go ahead and spawn up. Now Team Spirit can just take down the mid turret as the Mongols with 3 will go ahead and defend the best they can here. Sao not part of the picture, but they're going to force this one once again. Hiko trying to find the airtime that he needs if he can get it. Once that ultimate's up, they could change the tide of this fight. Picks up a rose gold. Shenlin trying to keep them together. Picks up, but he falls, and now Hiko once again getting another. The Blazing Duet helps, but they stayed forever into this base. They might be able to find a window, but a crossbow of Tang keeps Hiko alive, but the Mongols will defend.
Mumu would have taken down the 1-1, but Zetsu just went just a pixel too near this 1-1 that allowed the 1-1 to pop the ultimate, and he actually escaped Mumu. A little bit of a misplay there coming out from Zetsu. And Mumu's gonna be scratching his head over that. Fortunately for the Mongols, they survived, but unfortunately, at 12 minutes in, they will have to look at an 11,000 gold lead of Team Spirit without their 2 turrets, the mid lane and the bottom lane. And this is a 10k gold worth for Hiko. Almost item locked. Technically speaking, he's actually item locked because he does not have any boots right now, so that's like 5 items that he can smash in front of the Mongols.
I'm not sure if they're going to force this turret down. They know the Lord's coming up. They know that if the Mongols approaches this, then they're just going to go ahead and take that team fight to them. With that kind of power advantage when it comes to the items, they can do it if they want to. I just don't know if the Mongols are willing to. Yeah, they don't even get a chance. It's blitz. Look at the bottom side, though. The gold lane, Rinks is all by himself, and
Oh my god.
just travels on down, picks up an easy kill against Rinks. Not sure what the play was there, if he just wanted to get some extra gold, clear things out, but man, with the speed that Team Spirit's able to move around the map, you don't want to be caught by yourself. So now, without their gold laner, he has quite a bit of time to come back up here. They're down a massive part of this lineup. Hiko's going to go ahead and take a couple shots here at Mumu. The waves are going to be pushing into the mid with the Lord. This is a huge end angle, and Team Spirit sees the win in sight. They'll go ahead, take it a little bit further against the Mongols, but they'll sweep the series 2-0.
A decisive win once again coming out from Team Spirit, but this time I think there were some problems with the draft choices of the Mongols. Unfortunately, that will be the end of the line. No way anymore for the Mongols to defend themselves out of that draft. It was a 2-0 for Team Spirit as they eliminate the Mongols. It was off of the back of their draft, but at the same time, they played so well. Hiko getting the first blood, redeeming himself from yesterday's demise. And of course, the one-shot Fredrin, ever so oppressive in this game. Sunset Lover was on point with Akimi as well, winning the lane and of course being also aggressive. But one-shot just playing this game and making the members of Mongols like puppets on a string. The moment that he felt that he can play on the opposite end of the jungle, he did not stop. He did not leave the domicile of the Mongols, even skipping his own orange buff to get the purple and orange buff of the other side. That's how good he was with the Fredrin and how he knew, identified that he can actually easily take over the game with that. Man of the hour, though, is Hiko. 7-0-3 with this 1-1 back-to-back games. Dominant fashion, winning in the lane and converting in the team fights. Escaping death so many times with a 7-0-3 KDA record.
Back-to-back, you know, and talk about a stark difference from yesterday, you know, for Hiko specifically. You know, the series that he had yesterday, just very tough to see, was basically targeted down, bullied down in that matchup against our Kyohoshi. And here he had a redeeming series. I mean, Team Spirit as a whole did. But Hiko was definitely one of those links that needed to be fixed, and they seem to have adjusted really quickly. It's unfortunate, you know, that we have to say goodbye to the Mongols out of the games of the future. So they are, you know, joining E7 and being sent out of moving forward. But yeah, so far, decisive sweeps across the board. I'm not sure if the other two matches we have today are going to be the same case, and it looks like what do we have from I think our boys over on Stream B are still going maybe for game one. They did have did have a sweep earlier on today, the Homeboys and Influence Rage matchup, but will be interesting to see. I'm actually interested to see what happens with Stream B matches too, especially Mythic Seal and Zeta Division. We'll see what that happens there. But again, we have two more matches for you guys here on Stream A, so keep an eye out for that.
Yeah. Up next will be Aurora Gaming versus Verso Time. That's gonna be an upper bracket match. No elimination, but I'm sure it will be full of action. That will be after this break. Stick with us guys, as we will be back for Digital Games of
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win. We're here to win. Let the best win.
Here we are back in action for Phygital Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi. MOBB action going your way, brought to you by our casters Wolf and Naisu. This time, it's going to be a different. It's our third series of the day, and it's no longer an elimination round. In fact, these are upper bracket matches between the teams that won yesterday. And one of the most exciting ones of that, it's Aurora Gaming PH versus Verso Time.
Yes, sir. And you know what's funny about this is like both of them had sweeps yesterday. Both of them had rather quick games. Like I think all like their sweeps were around 14 minutes. That was Aurora versus Team Vamos, and then Verso Time versus E7. And also like the drafts from game to game weren't too different, right? So I'm excited to see this match, Wolf, just because again, like Verso Time, for those that might be just tuning in today for the first time, they are a team that has some veterancy there, you know, some veteran players, of course, that have been around MLBB for quite some time. And I think they really opened up a lot of people's eyes just recently. The tournament that they competed in and won, that was Winter is Coming. That was right before Games of the Future here. And, you know, they played against the likes of Evos ID and ADNOC Philippines, right? And they did a pretty good job, I would say, for the most part. I think the general consensus online after seeing Verso Time play in that tournament was, damn, these guys are good. You know, like they have something there. And they're just another one of those teams that is starting to come to the greater audiences, you know, the eyes of the audiences out there that are finally getting to see them. And, you know, that's always great that we get these opportunities to have an English broadcast, because I feel like that's why, you know, we get these opportunities to go ahead and tell the stories of these players, of these regions that have all these tournaments going on. And again, Verso Time's super impressive, right? But we'll look at the roster in here in just a second. This is a team, Aurora Gaming Philippines, that so many people are familiar with, ourselves included, Wolf. This is going to be Edward, Demon Kite, Yue, Domain Kite, and Light. The same main lineup that is basically a powerhouse team in the Philippines. They were #1 for the longest time within the regular season, get to the playoffs, and unfortunately, everybody knows how the grand finals went. They weren't able to go ahead and get a game off Team Liquid Philippines, right? But Aurora Gaming, after what we saw yesterday, is looking clean as ever. That's something that doesn't really change, right? Well, if like their gameplay, their game style is very clean.
Yeah, I think it's the structure that they have built. It's very easy to discount Aurora Gaming from other people's perspective just because of their loss in the grand finals of the biggest league in the Philippines. But you should never forget that this team went on a 15-0 run in the most competitive season and the most competitive region of MOBB. So you just have to respect them. Now, Verso Time, that's Castle, Xeno, Kojic, March, and Boro. Ever so good when it comes to being aggressive. I feel like if they do get their comfort heroes, they're going to be... they look really good, right? Mm-hmm. I'm sure that they have learned so much with their recent tournaments, and especially because they have taken monsters of a team from Southeast Asia, and we've seen them perform so well in the previous days. So I'm just expecting a lot from Verso Time, but then again, they're facing up against a Goliath team like an Aurora. So this will mean that it will be one of the most anticipated games in the group stages of Games of the Future.
I'm actually really curious too. I guess the the lane that I'm going to be really keeping an eye on is that XP lane, right? Castle versus Edward. Even their hero pool can be compared. You know, we do know that so far, anyway, from what we've seen from Castle, one of his most impressive games and plays are usually from the R lot. Well, you know, Edward likes to play that too if he decides to go for it. We could see actually a contention for it in the drafts, you know. And the other thing too is for example, the rest of the team, because for a lot of the people that have been watching Verso Time now for the past, you know, couple weeks, or even their long stay fans for a while that have been watching, Castle's one of the players that stands out, I feel like, the most. from game to game so far, but obviously they have this synergy that works really well for them. I mean, even for, Kojic, or even the way that March plays. Again, March is even one of the players that likes to kind of mix things up within his lane. And, that's always this advantage right now that you have in the current meta, is if you are adaptable and flexible within that draft, within the hero pool that you can go for. Aurora Gaming Philippines, you can't question it. Their hero pools it almost feels unlimited, like from what we've seen from them at this point. Especially just with the coaching staff behind them, Master Basics and Coach Dexter there. When it comes to the draft for Aurora Gaming, you can't necessarily like target down, these automatic bans towards Aurora Gaming. It's more so of like, when it comes to inside the game and how you approach Aurora Gaming Philippines, you just can't let them get that advantage over you. Now, how do you usually do that? I mean, that's one, controlling the jungle. Demon Kite can play assassins just as good. He can play as utility, or utility just as good as he plays assassins. But I think what always starts things out for Aurora Gaming is all the games that we've been able to watch them and cast for them recently, Wolf, is just how darn good Light is. Like, when Light came into this roster in the previous season, in the professional season they had, it's so clear. It's so funny. It's like literally a light bulb turned on when Light came in. Right? Like, it was one of those things where, and for those that don't know, again, and that could potentially be the fact that, Light is also just so used to playing with, for example, Demon Kite, and when they were back in former Raiders and under RSG. But here's a little quick update too. So Homeboys, the Homeboys earlier went 2-0. Mythic Seal right now is 1-0 against Zeta Division. Zeta Division, again, a team that I was looking forward to seeing, Wolf. I really hope they get to a Game 3 against Mythic Seal. I'm always rooting for hopefully the teams from Japan to continue to improve. Just like, we hope for these other up-and-coming regions to get to a much stronger competitive level in these internationals.
Yeah. So Homeboys obviously winning, and then that means that the Team Vamos, Team Spirit, and Homeboys, they're just going to be waiting for their next matchup. I believe that they will be waiting for whoever loses the upper bracket matches, right? I think that's the way it goes. So, for example, for Team Vamos, they might have a reunion versus Aurora Gaming, or will it be a new matchup for them in Versatile Time? Because Versatile Time is a team that they have not faced yet, and that will be the decider of who gets to the final four. Actually, the semifinals, right? That's right. But yeah, this is technically speaking, we are in the play-ins if that happens, and those games will be played tomorrow. For now, I believe that Aurora Gaming, that's Turkey, versus Team Max will be later on, so we'll probably know what happened then. And then, of course, right now what's happening is Mythic Seal versus Zeta Division. That's the Burmese versus the Japanese, right?
Yep. I wonder if I don't know. Do we imagine like grand finals, or even the top four? You've got both Auroras there, or potentially even in the grand final, you have Aurora Gaming Philippines versus Aurora Gaming.
Yeah.
Because I know we haven't been able to see them on our stream here for Stream A, but I know Aurora Gaming is doing relatively well as well. And like I said, even after the adjustments that we saw from Team Spirit in the previous series, like, they seem to have quickly fixed those mistakes that they made in day one. And that's kind of something that, you can always kind of expect when it comes to these tournaments and these internationals is, usually day one is kind of could be a little shaky for some teams, but they're able to go ahead and adjust pretty quickly. Now, in a tournament where you only have a couple days of groups and then eventually into the play-ins, you gotta make those very quickly. And that's why I was commending Team Spirit in the previous series, especially with Hiko, like how fast they adjusted after what we saw for the performance yesterday. So I think even in this case, once again, if you break it down to this, you already know what to expect from Aurora Gaming Philippines. I'd like to see if they do drift towards one of the maybe picks that we're not used to seeing just yet, or maybe bringing out one of the heroes that was affected by the recent patch. But at the same time, I think, just like I said with Versotime when I was getting to cast their games last week, this is another test. It's another obstacle for Versotime to prove a point. And what better team to do it against than the number 2 team from the Philippines?
Number 2 from the most competitive region, but one of the strongest teams to ever play. I mean, for this year. That's what I'm talking about. Well, most dominant teams, right? When it comes to the draft, it's very difficult to solve what Aurora's has always been doing. And will not be surprised if it will practically be the same. I believe that they played the Fredrin, right? The previous time we saw them. So we might see another box type strategy here coming out from Aurora. And I'll just be waiting for some of the bands here. I'm actually looking up some of their past games for Aurora.
Yeah, for Aurora, I mean, even on both sides, like Rome is very important for both here in this matchup. Like I said, we'll see, but this could potentially just be a Baksha Prio for Demon Kite. We saw this previously as well. You know, with Aurora, I think they went the Fredrin that first game, and then after that they went Guinevere, I think it was. He played the Guinevere, which we're seeing more of, by the way. Like, we're seeing a whole lot of Guinevere on Stream A. And it seems to be working pretty well. Again, it's just kind of added crowd control on top of a lot of crowd control that's already thrown out, you know? So good to see. That'd be the priority right now. The Kimmy's going to get taken out, Kalea and the Fanny. On the other side, you get the Grok, the Eve. What's that last band going to be here?
Okay. If you're up against Aurora, you usually ban Harith, but I think they might think differently now, especially because so many changes that have happened. I think you wanna consider. Okay, I'm looking at the other heroes here.
Oh, good man.
Baksha. Okay, you do open up the CC, right? And they pick up Jushin instead. All right, so it's gonna be a different approach. Verso, usually they pick up the Lapu-Lapu. They like the Arlet for Castle. There is a merit to picking up Fredrin and Arlet first 2 picks here for Verso, but I'm not sure if they're actually used to that. But this is the first time that Aurora will be picking the Jushin in Games of the Future. Yujong is actually also open. Under
yeah, did they
pick it up?
Did they not want the Lapu-Lapu then? Oh. Either way, Yujong can work too. Again, this was played quite a bit over in the EECA region. They're going to go ahead and pick up, yeah, okay, they switch it for Lapu right now, not locked in just yet, but the Hayabusa is the choice for the jungle, and it will be the Lapu-Lapu. So this is the second time now that we actually get to see the Hayabusa on here over on Stream A. It worked pretty well yesterday, right? We saw that last night.
Yeah.
But this time, yeah, in the hands of Verso time.
Okay. So, because the CC is not open, you pick up, yeah, Lance and Esmeralda just is a natural pickup here coming out from Aurora Gaming. Already good first 3 picks here coming out from Aurora. But Versatime, they can mend this. They can pick up the Kimmy, and that will kind of solve many of their problems. It will solve their mid lane problem, but it is banned out. So unfortunately for Verso, that is not an option. I think they might just be left with a Farsa, which they kind of need to pick now because it will definitely be banned by Aurora Gaming. They pick up the Lunox instead, which yeah, I understand why they will pick it up though. It's a solid pickup as well.
All right, solid choice. I would say for the first phase for both teams, they both have their immediate pros. You know, I would say for Verso time, very damage heavy though too. Good scaling if they can. The only thing that we have to kind of consider for Verso time too is if in this Hayabusa Lancelot matchup, which we've seen so many times before, hopefully the Hayabusa has a better time early game rotating and getting potentially a kill early on. Like as soon as that shadow kill is available, now it might be a little bit like someone would argue that maybe it's a little bit harder now that they nerfed the range on his shadows on the second skill, but you know the pro players out there still able to utilize him pretty much to the same degree as post or pre-patch, and that's going to be fine. I think one of the hard parts though is again those last 2 picks, because you could be in a position where, again, your Lapu Lapu for Castle is just trying to do way too much. And one thing that Aurora Gaming likes to do, Aurora Gaming Philippines, is they don't always have to fully commit. They are really good at kind of pushing and pulling with their opponents. And that's what the Jushin allows you to do perfectly. Not only that, but it's nearly impossible to kill a Esmeralda unless you have the itemization to deal with that, right? And then, of course, for Demon Kite on a Lancelot, you're able to go ahead and move around team fights easily and avoid a lot of setup or damage just with a Thorn Rose alone and just his mobility. So, you know, these are the things that Versatime wants to take in consideration. I think, again, they have good damage already between a Lunox and a Hayabusa, even to an extent Lapu Lapu, but I'm wondering what's their roam going to be to go ahead and protect them, but at the same time, what do they put in the gold lane? You know, now that we've seen this transition wolf of gold laners back to some more traditional ones being popped up. Now, you know, we saw the Wan previously for Hiko, but so far it's been, yeah, the Harith, the Granger still, the Wan. You know, some of these traditional marksmen coming back into these picks, and I don't know if it's completely based off the gold lane change or the gold cart change. That little bit of extra gold was at 40% now that they get off that gold cart. But even the fire goals still seem to do okay so far. I mean, we still need to see more though.
Okay, for Versatime, I'm gonna be looking for their roamer probably here, so that they can keep this Lunox and Lapu-Lapu kind of flex. No Grok. Maybe they will be left with Cho. Gatatkacha is also open. You want to take that away from Aurora. At the same time, you're considering the Badang, which we saw yesterday and a little bit today. It's a very strong hero when you know how to use it. I think it's more of picking the Badang to take it away from Aurora, especially because they've already banned out the Hilda, so they're not that scared of that hero. Another hero might be the Khalid as their option for the roamer, but I think Badang and then Gatatkacha, then Khalid is the choices here. Of course, the Cho can be picked up by Verso, but yeah, they pick up the Gatatkacha. This will leave the Badang open for Aurora Gaming. I wonder, you know what? I really like the potential of the X-Borg here for Aurora. Since it's just the Lunox. They can consider the Ruby, which will be swappable between Esmeralda and Ruby in the Golden XP lane. So Badang as well as the Khalid will be the options here for Aurora Gaming, but I do feel like the Badang might be the better choice. We'll see what Aurora will decide to pick up.
Yeah, if they do lock these both in, that's pretty much all the damage and ground control they need, really. Like a Khalid and an Esmeralda alone are kind of a hassle to deal with, you know? Ruby can set things up, and there it is. Ruby's locked in, plus the Khalid. So crowd control-wise, you have a lot of options here between the Ruby, the Khalid, and even the Jushin. Versatime going for more of a damage-centric lineup, right? Hayabusa, if this Bruno's locked in, we know Bruno can work really well with certain lineups. You know, you can scale up pretty quickly too. I think he's still one of the faster scaling marksmen technically. And also you can knock down turrets pretty quickly too, but I don't know if they're going to lock this in just yet. They are hovering over it. The Gattacacho was great because I was, saying that they needed something to go ahead and protect this lineup. Now, Lapu Lapu can only do so much, so then you get a Gattacacho, and this is one of their better picks as well, historically in the previous matches that they've had, and it will be the Bruno that gets locked in here. So we're going to have, once again, a fighter versus marksman matchup in the gold lane.
Oh. We have not seen Bruno in quite a long time, and I will put it in the category of the strong lane gold laners, which means that it can actually be played as if it was a fighter. I wonder what will be the approach here for Aurora, as they will put the Ruby up against the Bruno. What this means is that the Ruby will not have a free lane, so the Bruno will also not get a free lane, unless, of course, the Ruby messes up completely, but I doubt that will be the case. Honestly, I think it will be dependent on the rotations. It's probably why Aurora picked up the Khalid, because now you have so much rotational speed. You can go to the EXP lane, you can go to the gold lane after clearing the first wave, especially because of your passive. You have passive wave clear, and you can actually help your side lanes because of that. So again, if Aurora plays this aggressively onto light on this Khalid, the roam roll, it will give so much rewards for Aurora Gaming.
Well, here we go. We'll see how this early game starts out. If Light does what Light usually does, and that's play aggressive on this roam, especially the Khalid, builds an advantage. That's going to spell a bit of a disaster here for Verso Time. Revitalize is already going to be used up. Now, Light doesn't have his, obviously. He's going with the Flicker on this Khalid. So many options to initiate fights here with that Raging Sandstorm. Once it's up, oh, so close. Kojic quite low. Yue threading the needle on his HP here, but they're testing the limits in that mid lane.
Gonna be A-okay for now. Aurora Gaming has got a very strong mid lane duo as well. Woo.
Worth or not worth?
Okay, first blood in favor of Aurora, but a kill for the assassin. I think if you're Aurora, that's not worth it, especially because you have to commit your flicker anyways. You did kill the Lunox, which is not a difficult target to kill anyways. But I think the more devastating part is that you give it to Xeno. It's going to be dependent on how Xeno reacts, though.
Oof, is Xeno going to go for another? Okay, quick Sandguard here. Yeah, that's, like I said, that's Light. You know, I just said that when we got mid into the game. I was like, you know, Light likes to play pretty aggressive. So if he's going to go ahead and burn his flicker and do that under turret, leave it to him to be the one to do that. So again, they'll go ahead and get prepped up and ready for this first turtle of the game. Now that you have this level 4 and this minor, you know, this first blood or this, oh, hold on, Kojic. Whoa, Kojic's actually going to get punished this time. So it looks like they want to force an interaction here for this turtle. Kojic goes down for the second time. This might be enough to just give Aurora the opportunity to take the turtle because Xeno's got to go grab his purple buff.
Yeah. That's gonna be a very big win for Aurora because the fact that Kojic has been taken out twice, and we're mentioning how Xeno should take advantage of that first blood, but let's see if our first kill that went in his way. Fortunately, they will not be able to capitalize on that. And Aurora Gaming not only collects a kill on Kojic, but they also get the turtle. Forces the Brilliance. Yue, a little bit missed time with that ultimate, but it's okay. They're going to be alive for now. Xeno has to get out and will get out. Boro recalling in front of both Yue as well as Light. Quite ballsy out there, but will not be punished by Aurora.
Yeah, right now they're going to go in this side of the jungle of Xeno. Trying to take his orange. An AOG comes through. Verso Xeno tries to get his buff, but it's not on him. Light does fall, and now Castle jumping into this fight. Yue's going to be able to dodge that Landshaker with the flicker. I'm not sure if Edward's going to be able to get away with this. He does a flicker, though. So he is fine. All that pressure towards the orange buff just to continue on, you know, building up this little bit of lead that Aurora has. But Verso Time's not having it, man. They will fight back.
Okay. So, what we can say about Aurora Gaming is that they really make mistakes when it comes to inefficient movements around the map, especially when they have gotten early lead. They are good at oppressing their opponents, and I guess that's what they're doing now with Light. Way that they are scouting out where Boro is so that the Godot catcher will always be busy, like minding his business, and this also makes it so that the Bruno will always have his, you know, he has to be looking over his shoulder all the time because there could be a rotation from Light or from Demon Kite at any moment's notice.
Yeah, we'll see how this happens, but what you are seeing is just continued pressure on Verso Time's jungle. So Xeno's not going to have that purple buff. You can already see, too, Demon Kite is level 8, my dude. Level 8 to Xeno, just hitting level 6. So this is going to be another objective, another turtle going in the hands of Aurora Gaming. And, you know, this is, again, this is what we've seen them do. If they aren't winning fights across the board, they're taking resources elsewhere. And Aurora Gaming does this so quickly. And, you know, it almost gets to a point where next thing you know, you're like, dang, how do they have this advantage? You know, it's not like we've been giving them kills or bodies or anything like that, but they're just across the map, finding that gold and that experience to go ahead and scale up. And, you know, you see this, they almost have themselves 2,500, 3,000 gold lead just based off this. And it's only been a couple kills on both sides for the game.
Yeah.
Oh, light. He could just Raging Sandstorm. Yep, he does. Sandstorm's on out of there. Yep. Not sure if Versotime wants to pick a fight here in the mid lane, but it's just Aurora Gaming just kind of managing these waves and disengaging if they have to.
It's the importance of getting the early game lead for Aurora, and also the importance of losing Kojic twice in this game. You can see that there's no additional death from Versotime for the past, what, 4 minutes of the match, or maybe 3 minutes. Going 4 minutes, they have... It's already been kills for Aurora Gaming, but Versotime just can't move around the map. They are losing real estate here, and they even lose their gold laner. Now, that's definitely a big kill from Aurora.
Like you mentioned, you know, it's going to be difficult here with the Bruno. You're going to constantly be wondering where Aurora Gaming is, and now forcing the fight once again around the purple buff. There's a Polk. Castle could be in trouble here. He does defensively flicker to the turret, so he's going to be able to survive. But Aurora Gaming comfortable. See if they start to put pressure on some of these tier 1 turrets after they got that bot one down. Light, given the information here, he's going to go ahead and just ride on through. We'll see if Verso March can do some damage, but Raging Sandstorm right on point. UA now helping this fight. Light's going to go ahead and flicker defensively. Xeno jumps in with a shadow kill, popping off quite a bit of damage, but with that beacon, UA is going to be fine. He's basically the squishiest target they can go for, but didn't even need to burn the flicker.
No, it's got to be safe for now. I think if Versotime, we can wait for the latter portions of the game, maybe when Kojic already has a big damage boost from the combo, but it will take a lot of time before that happens. I think that they have to activate March now. Although March is a marksman, kind of needs a lot of items, there's no other source of damage from Versotime that they can depend on. This Hayabusa will pop off later on. You can see, even after receiving the full combo, full duration of the Quad Shadow, just a Crimson Beacon is already enough for him to be alive.
Castle going to take a shot there too. I don't think he can escape this, even though the Braves fiber. They're going to force the fight anyway under the mid. AOG trying to get out, but not enough. Boro falls. Conceal going to be used. Going up top. I'm offended on Xeno. Look at the damage from Dome and Kite on the Ruby with a solo kill against Xeno. Xeno entirely shut down on this Hayabusa, and that's exactly what I was talking about in the draft, man. You fall behind on the Hayabusa, you're going to have a rough time for the rest of the game. Beacon going to be dropped down. They have to burn the flicker for Kojic, and they'll do this. They'll take tier 1 in the mid.
Oh, great plays coming out from Aurora once again. The immediate punish at that. Immediate conversion. After getting the teamfight win, they took down the mid lane turret and then killed off one of the jungle creeps for Versotime, and they're not stopping.
They just keep putting pressure on the jungle, and UA is actually going to get punished. Versotime has had enough of this. They say, give me my buff for Xeno, man. Aurora hasn't let up on their side of the jungle, but at least a kill going here to Versotime.
It's going to be a good reaction coming from Versotime. UA is actually a good target to have. 2 kills in one. Imagine if UA had 1 more kill, and that's a shutdown goal that they will be able to collect. That gave them a little bit of breathing space. Committing 5 of their heroes in that pick-off onto UA might look very desperate. Well, it is desperate, but Versotime needed that. Unfortunately, though, Demon Kite will not let anything slip. After that kill onto UA, he immediately went to the bottom lane, took out that turret, and converted for more gold and breathing space for Aurora Gaming themselves.
And you see what's happening here, Wolf. They're just trading objectives again. Versotime scraping up, trying to catch up on Xeno. Light's going to go ahead and zone them out away from this Lord, so it's going to be secured by Aurora Gaming. And just like that, now forcing a fight here in this side of the jungle. Not sure if they're going to follow through. They do get a Brilliance out. Castle, landing down the land, Shaker there. Just keeping them an opportunity to disengage. Now this Lord making its way down that bottom side. Aurora goes in with a pull. They're able to find Kojic with the I'm Offended. The Holy Shield already popping here before the Lord makes its way, and now on time, Aurora will go for the tier 2 in the mid. We'll see what Versotime's able to do. Unfortunately, this Lunox has been shut down for this game, really not able to go and fight in any of these fights. Right now, they're pulling these minions off to try to maintain that shield. Lord finally makes its way down bottom. Demon Kite jumps in with the Thorn Rollers and the punctured. He's able to find March just perfectly and escapes as well. A huge pull with the I'm Offended coming out from Doming Kite. And now they can just take their pickings against Versotime. Zeno can't do anything. He throws out a shadow kill and watches from the fountain as game 1 goes to Aurora Gaming of Philippines in under 11 minutes.
A very dominant game that we've seen once again. We expect Aurora Gaming to have the upper hand versus Versotime, but not like this. This is such a dominant win for Aurora. And what we learned from this game is that you just can't give Aurora Gaming or any top team one of the best heroes in the meta game. For example, giving them both the Jushin as well as the Lancelot might have been the mistake here. Because I felt like even after the quote-unquote nerfs on the Jushin, it's still very much viable. In fact, some people might argue that this could be a mini buff on the Jushin, and you can see how strong it was. And the Lancelot, of course, strongest jungler right now, untouched by the nerfs or buffs of the recent patch. Demon Kite back on his winning ways with this Lancelot. 3-0 and 5, the KDA for this guy. Unstoppable from the jungle position. And I think that the whole of Aurora Gaming is just way too strong. I would say the trade-offs for Versotime were just bad. I think the Hayabusa first pick is not worth it. They could have gotten the Lancelot Naisu, but unfortunately they chose to go for the Hayabusa. And you really feel how weak that hero is in the metagame that we have right now. There was some semblance of hope for Versotime in some parts of the early game. Unfortunately, Aurora Gaming did not give them a break. But you know what? Both of us will be going into a break. That is game number 1 of Aurora versus Versotime. Plenty of more MLBB action when we come back for the Phygital Games of the Future.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Here we are back for the Digital Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi. Gonna be showing you MLBB action for today. We are in game number 2 of this upper bracket group stage match between Aurora Gaming and Versatile, the winners of yesterday's matches. However, the winner of the previous game was actually Aurora Gaming with a very one-sided game. Naisu, do you think that Versatile can push us to a game number 3?
Led into that. I don't know, man. We're going to jump into the draft here for game 2, and I think this is highly dependent on that because game 1 was so one-sided that it's hard to see where things all fell apart, you know? I think we already talked a little bit about it when we were in the draft and the potential of how things could go. You know, you see Versatile banning out the Hayabusa, and I think that was one of them where it was just like Xeno got so far behind, and that's what Demon Kite likes to do. He'll just go ahead and continue to take from your jungle, and if you're not able to go ahead and match that, you know, that aggression or that pace that is set up by just Demon Kite alone in that jungle, you're going to fall further behind. At one point, he was 4 levels behind Demon Kite, you know, and it's not that was just one thing that went wrong for Versatile. Kojic was not able to do anything either on the Lunox here, so they could be going for a safer route for game 2, which might just be like a Fredrin or a Baksha, you know, giving that over to Xeno. If he can go ahead and play into a utility jungler, maybe he'd have a little bit of an easier time, unless they're also deciding to just prio the YSS. That could potentially be a choice here. But I think, yeah, the first pick is going to kind of be, it's going to be very important for Versatile. I know you can always say blue priority is important, but I think as a whole, the lineup needs to be better than what they had in the previous game. So they'll go Grok. And I think, yeah, this is a staple. Like, this is a staple hero right now that you can go ahead fit into a lot of compositions, but you can see what's happening. Wolf, they're just going to go with the Lancelot. Are they just going to pick up the the Eve is banned out, the Jushin too? They could just go with a Lapu early if they wanted to, or even the Yuzhong I saw hovered over earlier on too.
Lapu were my prime 2 options. Yeah, okay. They might just give away the Yu Zhong. Actually, you're right. This is important decision. This is the first time in a long while that we'll see Edward pick up this Yu Zhong. So far, what we saw from him is back-to-back CC games yesterday. This time, we are going to see him play this Yu Zhong. Now, in your Verso time, going to be thinking, should we get the Kimi? Arlott, of course, is one of their choices. I think it's worth to go Fredrin Arlott now if you are Verso time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is indeed going to be the Fredrin Arlott as their choice.
So they're going the crowd control durable route right now. That's actually what they're doing.
Yeah.
This could work. I mean, give Castle his. This is, like I said, the Arlott was a signature hero that he's been playing now from since their recent tournament winner is coming. So Castle is going to get the Arlott.
Yeah. All right, Farsa is a valid option here for Yue. However, because of so much stuns, they might consider getting actually the Lunox with a Purify. Maybe could be the choice here. There's also that angle for the Valentina, but it's usually not advised against the Fredrin. Novaria is also a hero that Aurora likes to play for Yue, which I think might be the best option here for Aurora. But they might not pick it up right now. They might just go for maybe a Harith, actually, as their choice for doming. They pick up Hylos instead.
Okay.
This is scary. If Versatile just remembers the Novaria, then they can ban it out. Otherwise, Aurora will pick it up.
Okay. Yeah. Probably going to be... Which will make things interesting either way for the... which way the gold lane goes here, based on these bans as well for the second phase. I think if you look at both of these first phases for both teams, though, it's almost there's the Harith ban, right? It's almost the same aside from the fact that you like Demon Kite's got the assassin jungler, Versatile Time's got the utility, he's got the Fredrin, right? But essentially, you're able to do quite a bit, I would say, to start fights up or disengage for Verso Time with the Grok and Arlott combo. So the crowd control is great there, but I think main thing, whatever their gold lane and mid lane end up being, they have to make sure that they don't get picked off here. Now, by picked off, the big thing is a Yu Zhong going to the back lines using the Petrify with a Lancelot in the hands of Demon Kite. Like, forget Light for a second. He can just drop down the Glorious Pathway if he wants to, and heal. And yes, you've got that stun too with the Hylos, but the main thing is just making sure that with these three picks that you have for Verso Time, because the mindset usually is Castle jumping in with the final slash. Sometimes he's a little bit late to the fight. Sometimes he's starting the fights. You can do that either way with the Grok or the Arlott, but if they're so focused on starting the fights against Aurora, all Aurora is going to do is get to their back line, take out their damage dealers, like the majority of the damage dealers, which is going to be their mid and the gold, depending on what they pick. And that's pretty much it. Like, they're going to be happy with that, And so that's something that Versatime is going to have to be careful of and keep an eye out for, especially with a Yu Zhong across from you, just because it's like its own hidden passive, man. Black Dragon form is like, look at me, worry about me. Like, you can't ignore it.
I'm a problem.
You can't ignore the Black Dragon form, And so it's like this hidden passive within Yu Zhong.
Yeah, I think what will happen here, for Aurora is they will pick up their doming here in red 4. Thinking about the carry, actually. And I think they will go carry here. Another option is the Lapu Lapu, which can actually be played in the gold lane. And Doming has not shown us how that he can play it or whatnot, but it's a hero that you can consider in that slot. Considering the Claude, which is, again, not advised against both Fredrin as well as the Grok. I guess you're better off with a Purify hero here, like the carry, like I said, or even the Bruno. Or just go for the fighter route. Go pick up the Lapu Lapu. I think that they will just last pick their Novaria hero. Yep. Please pick the carry. Please make me right, sir.
I think they're
gonna pick up the
They're
Claude.
gonna go for the Claude.
Right.
Okay. This is like a signature pick for Doming Kite.
Doming. Yeah. Okay.
I feel like this is like throwback to Dominkite when he was introduced into the league. I feel like, and he was doming nation, man. Like
Yeah,
it was the
that's right.
Claude that started, started to make him visible to a lot of people. Being like, man, Dominkite's got a good future.
Yeah, I think Kimi Moskov is the option here for Versatile. Interestingly, in Games of the Future, we have seen Ruby and Esmeralda only from Mr. March and the Bruno earlier on, which unfortunately did not work. Up against the Claude, you want to pick up a late game carry as well because you only have the Frederick. So yeah, the Moskov makes a lot of sense. Okay, they will go double fighter with the utility. And this is definitely no Varia here for Aurora. I think the next best option might be the Farsa, maybe?
I was gonna say Farsa's been kind of slept on today, man. Like how many times she was picked up yesterday. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this makes sense.
Yeah, Farsa. So the only problem with Farsa is that you can get cancelled by the Grok, and of course you're always threatened by this Arlot. But seeing as the double fighter setup was the choice here for Versatile, I think the Farsa just makes it. Its stock has increased so much. I still feel like for spicy purposes, the Novaria would be good, but yeah, the Farsa is ever so reliable here for Aurora.
Yeah, it's just one of those picks, one of those heroes that works well. Also provides you with good early damage, actually damage throughout the game, but especially early on, right? The Feathered Airstrike, you can't deny that threat that it has, especially around the objectives. And you know that the plan here with Versatile is to fight around these objectives early on, even with just the first 3 picks that they had. So I will say this, Wolf, I like the draft game 2 way better for Versatile than their previous draft. I think they've covered their bases, and hopefully that they're able to go ahead and even with this, like just having the Fredrin, that they can have a better time in the early game, because that's what they're going to need to get to a game 3 here. Now, if it is a similar situation where Demonkite just kind of does what he wants in the jungle, takes what he wants from Zeno, then that is going to be trouble. But I think that's why they also prioritized that Grok to really help with that early rotation.
Yeah. See if that Grok will be the key to victory for Versatile. We are living in the world where this is the 4th attempt so far from this stream. I mean, we're not talking about the other games, right? Other streams. But specifically, when me and Naisu has casted, this is the 4th time that we're going to see a double fighter setup with a utility jungler. And what a wall already coming out from Boro out there. Should be so much. Yue has to back out because of that, but no casualty from Aurora Gaming. They had to spend their Revitalize though, so that's going to be massive for Versatile. But yeah, going back, it's a double fighter setup. Means say that their gold lane is not a traditional marksman, and that typically happens when you have an assassin / farming jungler. But in this case, it's a Frederick. So Versatile are so all into that early game. If they do finish this by early and mid game, this could be good, but come the late game, they will suffer from Aurora.
Yeah, Vengeance already popped up here too by March. So Demonkite nearly level 4 right now. Some action here across the map from them too, but again, you can see what's happening, right? Demonkite's just in that side of the jungle. He's going to go ahead and take a camp over here. Meanwhile, Zeno is in that mid lane with Kojic. So he'll make his way down to his camp, but now that Demonkite's at level 4, he could potentially make a pick up top, knowing that Vengeance is not available, and that's why he's staying there. So hopefully March doesn't get caught here. Phantom Execution is going to be used. Oh, the Thorn Rose too. First blood going in the hands of Demonkite, as I was just saying, Wolf.
Yeah, Aurora Gaming will be trading that turtle for that top lane kill, which I think is worth it for Lancet as well as the Claude. But I think that they will fight.
This is a distraction. It's a distraction to take the purple too.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to get this in time. They are going to rotate pretty quickly. Boro doesn't have the level 4, so Yue doesn't get caught. So it looks like he did take it. Yeah, did he take it?
Yeah.
He just
probably left a small
left a little camp.
Yeah.
So that is exactly what he wanted to do.
Xena that will not like what happened at their 1.2k compared to 1.4k for the Lancelot. Will not feel it specifically now, but eventually you will feel the difference between the junglers' farms.
Oh, they're making way to his purple. They want to take Demon Kites here after that. There's the setup, though. They're going to come forward. Full red, a feathered airstrike drop down. Light, not level 4 just yet. Ooh. And it looks like, Xeno has his purple, so they're just the ones putting the pressure now. I guess Demon Kite didn't get it, and now they're going to get pressured further as Demon Kite falls. A big pickup for Verso Time.
Wow. So you were right. They Demon Kite didn't have enough time to take out the purple buff.
Yeah.
Actually left that for Verso Time. And then Xeno not only gets the turtle, but actually nail a kill. Collects his own purple buff, then invades, then gets a kill. 2-1 in favor of Verso Time. Still a dream scenario for Verso Time, and they're enjoying it. This double fighter setup, the payoff is in the early and the mid game.
Way better game at 2 for Verso Time right now. Playing with this bit of an advantage that this lineup gives them. Boro sitting on 2 kills too on the Grok is great. You can see how aggressive he's been with this. So this should give them a clear take on another turtle. It's going to set them up really well in terms of the early game being under control here. Now for Aurora Gaming, they might just give this turtle up. They might just decide, what, it's not worth that fight to fall further behind. The turtle does spawn. They're going to knock down this tier 1 turret on the bottom side a little bit longer, but they don't clear it out just yet. Meanwhile, Domikite is up top, does pick up a corrosive scythe now, so locking in the items. That's one of the things about the lineup though too for Aurora Gaming. It's got to cook, it's got to get there with the Claude specifically. You do have some damage with the Lancelot, of course, even to an extent. Edward on that Yuzhong, who is having a hard time in the early game already. Like I said, Yue in that department, but you can see that Domikite just doing some damage up there, but they'll stall it out. They might force a fight anyway. A feathered airstrike with the Black Dragon form drop down. Demon Kite trying to get some space from Boro. I don't know if they can even get the turtle. They're still going to go for it. Xeno healthy enough, and again, that's the power, but Demon Kite will get the turtle under the nose of Xeno, but Edward's going to be the sacrifice as he goes down. And so Aurora Gaming will be able to get an objective.
Wow. Verso Time is completely nullifying this Edward. Oh my goodness, this Edward Yuzhong, and they might even get more. A flicker from Kojic actually connects a kill onto you, and they might want, or just clear the waves for now. Demon Kite was far too late to make any difference. Verso Time off of this Boro Grok, the first big Grok. They're making waves, man.
Oh, Demon Kite, he's got to be careful, but Domikite gets a kill up top too. Demon Kite getting him some space. Traction Pulse going to be used. Does get a bit of a stun. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get away. Does have the Thorn Rose. Domikite not able to help this out. There's way too many members of Verso Time here. Unfortunate there for Demon Kite, but a great play nonetheless from Domikite to get that solo kill.
It's going to be the Claude show now for Aurora Gaming. Everybody from their side is not having a good time. Even you can even say that the Demon Kite with 1-2-0. Edward 0-3-0. One of the first few times where you can see, well, not the first one definitely, but one of the few times that Edward has struggled. It's usual that they took away from Verso Time, but fortunately for them, Domikite has had a great game. Gets the first blood of this game, and then eventually gets a solo kill up top against March. So this is the glimmer of hope from Aurora Gaming. Verso Time knows their timings. This is their power spike. Early game is their game. They gotta take advantage of this. They gotta make the most out of it. They gotta push a lot of turrets, get the First Lord, and hammer through Aurora Gaming. That is their win condition right now.
Verso Time locked in for game 2, man. And this is the shades of what we saw when they played in Winter is Coming. Played against EVOS ID there, eventually ADNOC Philippines, and now they're playing against Aurora Gaming Philippines, and they are winning this. Can they win this fight a little bit further? Yue dropping down that feathered airstrike. Crucial ultimate used up, plus the dragon form. So now securing this turtle should just go to Verso Time. Good decision making. Oro does go forward. There's the tech
Oh, no.
charge, a huge one. Demon Kite could be in trouble,
Oh,
can't
my goodness.
escape as
Oro.
Castle picks up that kill.
This Grok, man.
Oh, Castle. Oh, he jumps in on the turret. He's going to get shut down by Edward. I'm not sure if they needed to do that, if they needed to put more pressure. They already got the kill. They got the tier 1 turret. And meanwhile, you know, this is the macro game. Dominkite knows that he's got to scale up, so he might as well go grab a turret. Picks up another one down in the bottom lane. Let's take a quick look at the items here.
Yeah. Just the War Axe, a hammer for Demon Kite, 4.5k. Whereas this Fredrin is also 4.5k, but of course his teammates have more gold. A Sky Piercer and the glowing one for Kojic. And then of course Castle with that Oracle. You can see the Grok even with the Dominance Ice. And I think the most important one is this CC with this War Axe as well. But of course, 5.8k for Dominkite. He's the richest guy in the lobby right now, which I think it checks out, gets to 101, and then of course the push down bottom lane. So you would expect him to have the Trinity pretty soon. 3-item power spike incoming for Dominkite. Verso time, great punish onto Demon Kite. I think it was the Grok once again. Boro just making it so difficult for Aurora Gaming to engage in the team fights. It's gonna be up to Dominkite now on how they can utilize the farm of the Claude against Verso time.
See if they're able to hold on. Again, this is a bit of a lead still that Versatime can work with. They're going to force a fight in the mid lane. Feathered Airstrike dropped down the Glorious Pathway. The tech charge able to knock up a couple. Dragon Form to the back line to force off Kojic into the fight. Edward will be able to pick it up with the Shaw Essence. Meanwhile, the rest of the team will crash down on Versatime as Xeno fell as well. And Aurora Gaming able to find a win here. A big final slash, though, coming for 2. Castle trying to do it again. He's going to go for UA. UA can't get away. A flicker forward. Light is right there. And he actually escapes, and Demon Kite as well. I can't believe Light got out of that.
That was great for Aurora Gaming because they now utilize Edward. He gets 2 kills. He actually takes out Kojic. Kojic is the most important hero now for Versatile because
Castle.
he's actually the DPS.
What's
now
Castle doing?
Overextending. Oh, this is bad. Doesn't have the flicker. He will be taken out. From 0-3 to 3-4, Edward has recovered so greatly for Aurora Gaming, and now they have cut the deficit to just 2,000. UA has the Divine Glaive, which is going to be important against Verso Time, especially after the Athena Shield being picked up. Aurora Gaming is battle ready against Verso now.
Yeah, they might actually be able to go ahead and contest into this Lord and secure it. They're going to fight for it. It's going to go for a reset, taking the long way around because of that Rampart. Good usage there from Boro. Again, this Grok, so useful in dealing with objectives, especially on a broken wall map, right? So yeah. It's Aurora Gaming to decide, you know, we're not going to fully commit to this. They already closed some of the gold gap. They're going to go and get what else they can. So it's going to be a full reset for both sides. Castle, final slashing again. That's going to be down. They're going to force the fight in the mid lane. The tier 1 still stands. Feathered Airstrike being dropped down, taking Castle really low, but he's still going to be able to go back to base, heal up, and join back into this contest for the Lord. Oh, Dominkite gets caught.
Goodness.
So close.
Scary.
He popped the Purify.
Yeah, they had to pop the Purify out there. Now, Verso Time are feeling confident because they know that the Cloud will not be able to run into them with the Blazing Duet and the Purify combo.
Yeah.
Both of those are on cooldown right now. Obviously, the Blazing Duet will be off cooldown soon enough, but
they should be able to get this.
Confident.
Unless Demon Kite tries to steal the Lord. He gets space. A tech charge going to be able to knock up 2. And they're going to go down to the Retribution. Demon Kite gets the Retribution off. They might just disengage. Light given his life for them.
Oh, no.
And Aurora Gaming securing the objective here. That's why you can't count out Demon Kite's Lancelot or Lancelot in general. It's always got that opportunity to get the space needed, to get in range and get that Lord.
So I don't know who called it, but somebody has attacked the Lord when it was about the reset. And I think that's some sort of a miscommunication from Verso Time, or maybe someone from Aurora Gaming, maybe even Light, that actually sacrificed himself to hit onto that Lord so that it will not be fully reset. Nonetheless, Verso Time had a plan to go onto heroes, to turn onto heroes, which would have worked. They would have taken down 1 or 2 members of Aurora Gaming, then reset the Lord, but somebody attacked the Lord, stopped it from resetting, and allowed Demon Kite to get that retribution off. And now Aurora Gaming are sieging up top.
Gonna go for the top here, forcing it in. Lord's gonna go for the charge. Castle jumping into the back line again, going for Yue. Does get the Purify out, and that was enough to go ahead and take out the Lord. So Castle doing work here, man. You know, going for that back line to put pressure there, not giving that opening here to Aurora Gaming. So they'll maintain the base turrets. They lose a little bit of damage on that tier 2 in the mid, but not too much. So Versotime still in a really good position amidst it all. You know, the gold is pretty much even across the board, but Versotime holding their own, you know, against Aurora Gaming at Philippines right now, but they can't let that mistake come through. You know, if it's a small window of opportunity when it comes to this next Lord in about 1:10, they can't let Demon Kite get in that range. You know, they're going to have to block him out. I know most of the initiations have been to start the fight or to peel, but at the same time, they might want to look to just kind of zone out Demon Kite or potentially pick him off to give them that Lord take.
Versatime has the right idea here to force some of the battle spells, the important ones, and the most important one will be for Dominic Kite. I think that's their main win condition. I doubt that they can do it again, just like in the previous Lord. Maybe this time Dominic Kite will be more safe. It's going to be going from the backlines, and obviously he has more items now. Although the Lancelot is also a good target for Versatime, it's going to be very difficult to actually take that down. So that leaves us to 2 options here for Versatime. Do they take the Claude or the Farsa, actually?
He's going to be really careful. Look at the placements here from Boro. Okay, he doesn't actually commit to that. I didn't know if he would or not, but yeah, they got Dominkai under control. This Lord's coming up in 10. And so we'll see how Versatime adjusts to this contest this time, man. You know, they're going to have everything they need to win that fight. Potentially, again, getting them to a game 3. This isn't an elimination match. Just a reminder to the viewers out there, it's a best of 3, but it is a match to see who moves on forward to the play-ins for the playoffs. And the loser of this will have to go ahead and face off against another team. So we'll see what happens here. Lord's up. Good win in nature pickup now for Kojic. Is going to need that to deal with Edward. Dominkite waiting around that purple buff. They're going to bring this Lord to half health for now. Aurora Gaming looking for their opening. Light dropping down the glorious pathway. Going to force it anyway. Dominkite getting the stacks that he needs as he's going to join this fight with a blazing duet. The feathered airstrike drop down too. Good tech charge with the final slash. He pops the winner crown though, and he's still able to do the damage against Versotime. They threw everything for Dominkite, but what a great use of the winter crown. Whew. And with that, Aurora Gaming gets the Lord. They get the fight.
What a massive outplay out there coming up from Dominkite, and also coming up from Demon Kite. Zeno, I think there's a lot of pressure that went onto him because he missed the first skill as well as the ultimate. You usually combo it up with your retribution so that you can get the Lord, but used it too soon. Pops the Appraiser's Wrath also too soon. Could not combo it with the retribution, and Demon Kite just took that Lord away from him. And now, after Dominkite's outplay, Versotime will have to defend, will lose 2 of their turrets. Aurora Gaming feels like they can have this game longer. They can actually win it even if this goes 20 minutes because of the nature of their heroes. So that they will not be diving into Versotime's base. Gotta be careful now. But we'll see in a few seconds.
Black Dragon form dropped down too. It looks like Aurora Gaming wants all the base turrets if they can get it. Edward brought to about half health, but right now Versotime doing a great job managing the waves. Will hold on to that bottom base turret. They're going to pop the conceal. Are they going to go for an initiation? Rampart drop down. Is he going to pull the tech charge? He doesn't. Not the targets they were looking for. Revitalize will heal them back up from light. Good attempt from Versotime, still showing that despite losing 2 base turrets, they are still willing to fight against Aurora Gaming here.
Still in it. They can feel that they can take out the members of Aurora as long as they are together, as long as they combo their skills up, as long as they protect Kojic, in fact. Is going to be the answer for Zeno. That is the Chastised Pauldron, which will be good versus the Claude. Thing is, will Dominic Kite actually hit him? Because I think what Dominic Kite is doing is to just pop the Blazing Duet and the Winter Crown in front of Zeno, and his next targets will be the backline. Gotta have to also credit Edward here, just being a man on a mission, just going in for the Kimi, making the beeline towards Kimi, in fact. Will pop his ultimate, go to where the Kimi is, force a flicker, maybe a dash, and just take out the main DPS of Verso Time. I think it's the right decision here for Aurora to send Edward in that kind of mission. In that kind of mission where he might sacrifice his body, his own life. But if they take out the main DPS of Verso Time, they will have a much better time when it comes to fighting.
That's what it's going to come down to here. You know, you got 10 seconds for that lore to come up. You might try to force something to happen. Good use of the BMI. Just doing some damage to March. Lord's going to evolve now. Up to this point, the Conceal's going to be used. Traction Pulse was thrown out too. A big tech charge. Getting the Purify out from Yue. Yue, well, Wings by Wings, gonna get stunned though. He's forced to fight. The Feathered Airstrike dropped down. Yue couldn't escape, but now Verso Time split amongst each other. Boro's gone. They're being chased down to the back line too. It's a double for Demon Kite. Just when Verso Time thought they had the advantage, they lose to the trade 2 for 1. They're looking for more. Doma and Kite still going to be able to unleash. Pops the Purify to stay alive, and they're going to clean them up further. Castle trying to do his best, but not enough. A wipeout for Aurora Gaming, and the waves will push on in. They're ready to go ahead and secure the victory. A sweep against Verso Time as they clear out the lanes all together. Yue back up, but that's going to be it. The game goes over to Aurora Gaming Philippines.
A valiant attempt coming out from Verso Time. They have found the good target. We were talking about either the Cloud or the Farsa. They have found the Farsa, jumped onto him, and actually took him down. I think that the Fredrin actually played it so well, but the entirety of Aurora Gaming, because of the farm and because of the nature of their heroes, they were able to retaliate. Edward back on his task. Didn't matter what's happening with his teammates. He left them and just went straight to where the Kimi was. And we know for sure that the Kimi was the right target there to go for if you are the Yuzhong. He stuck to his task and was able to accomplish it and actually gave the advantage for Aurora Gaming. And then add to that, you can see Demon Kite just slicing and dicing the members of Verso Time. I think he played that last sequence so well. That's the way that they managed to break the box of Verso Time. Man of the hour, however, is Dominic Kite with that KDA record, getting the first blood, getting the solo kill. Well, technically he didn't get the first blood, but he got the assist for the first blood, and then eventually he was able to solo kill March, then split push the entire game, farmed so heavily, pops the Winter Crown for the outplay, made sure that Aurora Gaming's investment on that COD was well worth it. And that's Dominic Kite, the MVP of this series.
So looking at the brackets here, again, this is what we've what's fallen into place. So it will be Verso Time versus Team Vamos. So we've got that there, and we've got 2 Verso Times there. I don't think that's right. That should be Homeboys. Who's going to be there? Yeah, I'm not sure yet, but we got...
Yeah, Clever loses versus... in Onyx versus
Onyx
DFYG.
Versus DFYG, yeah. Okay, DFYG. So, we'll see how the rest of the results from the other games go, but yeah, so far, you know, Aurora is looking like a contender, man, to get to the later stages of the tournament. Very clean, the gameplay, and that's what we said when we led into the series. There isn't many weak points, but I do have to commend Verso Time. They did really well at getting a lead, going against Aurora Gaming PH, and maybe they can take that into their next matchup against Team Vamos.
Yeah, still have plenty of ways to bounce back. That's Verso Time losing against Aurora, but plenty of time to rest for Aurora Gaming. That will be our third series. We still got more MOBB action when we come back for the Phygital Games of the Future.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win. We're here to win.
Very well, we're back for the Digital Games of the Future here in Abu Dhabi. It's Mobile Legends action, the last series of the day. Your casters will be Wolf and Naisu, bringing you the action for our final upper bracket match. Who is going to be playing Mr. Naisu?
We are going to watch Mr. Wolf, RQ Hoshi, and Team Falcons battling out in this upper bracket. Again, this is Group C, and we'll see who goes on forward. Now, again, for those that maybe missed it yesterday, RQ Hoshi went 2-0 against Team Spirit yesterday, and Team Falcons went 2-1. Our only 3-game series so far between 2 days was yesterday with Team Falcons versus the Mongols. And we'll see. Again, RQ Hoshi looked super good yesterday. But before we talk about them, let's go ahead and talk about Team Falcons. Again, a lineup that a lot of people are going to be used to seeing these players. It's Sanji, Boyet, Cuffin, Sano, and Troll. And, you know, like I was saying with these guys, they are used to playing together for quite a long time already. Boyet obviously being one of the newer players to this team, a Filipino himself. And, you know, if you look at their series yesterday and the 3 games that they had, they were relatively longer games in consideration to what our average game time is right now. You know, they were able to go ahead and take it to 18 to maybe 20, past the 20-minute mark, I think was the last one. But rather impressively, I think Team Falcons, too, they were able to go ahead and showcase a better, I feel like, better understanding of how they wanted to rotate around the map, especially around Boyet. He had back-to-back victories off of the Hayabusa. And so I think that might be the secret to them getting a win here against a team lineup like this for RQ Hoshi.
That's Darren, Sutsujin, Rins, Toy, and EDOC. Important to take note that EDOC has been on fire. It kind of feels like RQ Hoshi. Yeah, they definitely
don't give him the cho.
Yeah, just don't give him the cho. I think RQ Hoshi really wants to showcase their skills. I think that they might have a lot of regrets during their run at the biggest thing in Indonesia, as they weren't able to make it to the playoffs. We have not seen them perform in quite a while, especially after just representing the country for M6. And I know that they're really strong. I think the players right here are commendable, and I think that they have a bright future ahead of them. It's just that they weren't able to show how good they are during the recent league, but I guess in the past 2 games that we've seen them, they're looking quite strong. It's going to be a tough challenge, though, as here at the Games of the Future is just a best of 3 series. Anything can happen in the new patch. Some teams might not have been able to adjust yesterday, but today is a different day. And let's see if there will be adjustments from both teams.
Yeah, it looks like they're just about ready to go ahead and jump into this draft here, too. RQ Hoshi, you know, all smiles across the board with their performances so far. And like you mentioned, you know, I think we even talked about this a little bit yesterday, that they obviously didn't have the results they were looking for in their own regional professional league over in Indonesia. But I feel like, you know, here, anytime you look at a team, that time off, like from their competitive season and leading into whatever the next tournaments they have lined up. Like, there's so many MLBB tournaments going on now. But specifically when you get that little bit of a time, I feel like it's always a good reset for, you know, the players. And because these guys constantly play, you know, like, especially for a team like RQ Hoshi, you have some of these leagues that, you know, the players there are 100% focused on being pro MLBB players, where in comparison, like, you know, Team Falcons, like I mentioned yesterday, you know, they're really focused on the life and studying outside of MLBB while also doing it. And that's not to say, you know, RQ doesn't do that, or even teams from other regions, but it's a different environment, you know, and I think everybody is really aware of that if you've been watching the esport for a while. And so when you look at RQ Hoshi, maybe that time off from the professional season they had recently leading into here for the Games of the Future has really helped them clean up their gameplay, because it was hard to kind of point out where those weak points were yesterday. Now, I know that was against the Mongols here, so this is another kind of showcase of just how clean RQ Hoshi is playing together as a team. You know, that's always the thing to really look out for. Team Falcons, on the other hand, they'll be the priority. They'll get that priority pick on this blue side. And I'm just kind of curious what they're planning to do, because Boyet, like I said, back-to-back great Hayabusa games. Maybe he's looking to go ahead and contest that assassin pick here, even for Prio, once we get to that first pick blue side.
Looking at some of their choices when it comes to their... That's Uranus, by the way. No, it's getting banned. No Cho bans so far from Falcons. RQ Hoshi, they have only played Farsa and Cho in the mid lane. So that's 2-0 for both those heroes. When it comes to their jungle, they have played Lancelot as well as the Yi Shin and Claude Harith. So what we do know about RQ Hoshi is that even when they want to go for assassin junglers, they still are considering getting the traditional marksman choices in the gold lane. Claude, perhaps, is it's going to be picked up here by RQ Hoshi, but I would not be surprised if the first two picks will be Farsa Cho once again.
Farsa Cho for the taking. Let's see what this last man's going to be here. Okay, it's going to be the Kalea. Kalea's going to be taken out. So priority... What do you take here, then? You don't need to take the high boost right now. You don't need to really... Unless you do Fredrin or something. I don't know. I think Jushin's open.
Yeah, I think they usually go Jushin and Lapu-Lapu.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be the priority here for the team.
So if they do go that Jushin... we've seen it, man. Again, all day yesterday. Majority of the day today. Little switch ups here and there, but nothing too much. I mean, for the most part, it's still like, if there was anything I could ask for, Wolf, it would be more of that openness in the mid lane for those heroes picked up in mid. But right now, the priority seems to be the Yuzhong. So they're going to go for the Yuzhong here for Team Falcons.
All right. Gonna be Cho Farsa all the way for RQ. I think you might just get the Cho the scenario, then Cho Yi Shin might work. There's not much that you can use versus this Yuzhong, so you might just consider getting a different hero, but the Grok is going to be the choice here, apparently, for RQ. Honestly, a very solid option. We did say that it will be the Yi Shin and it will be the pickup. Now, if you are Team Falcons, they like the utility juggles for Boyet. So they might just deprioritize. That maybe steal the Kimi as of this moment. I think that's the better decision here for Falcons. Kimi to go with
Kimi Fred or
Kimi Fred might be good.
Or do you think they're waiting for that Hayabusa opportunity too, like against a YSS? Since the Lancelot's banned out. There's the Kimi that you mentioned.
True. Yeah, Kimi Fredrin or Kimi Totkacha, perhaps? Or
they are going to go for the Hayabusa before it's banned out, because it was most likely going to be banned out in second phase.
Yeah. As good as the Farsa will be for RQ, I mean, as good as Rinz is as a Farsa player, I don't think that the Farsa will be a good choice here. There's just so much threat. I think they might be just better off picking up something like a Valentina or even the Jushin, which is right now available. Jushin and Grok, a very strong mid lane combo. Rarely loses that lane. And of course, the Lapu-Lapu is still open. You don't want to pick it up and it's banned out. You ban Esmeralda afterwards and you're going to be fine if you're RQ.
Yeah, that's good. So... I think I actually like both sides. The only thing that is worrisome about Team Falcons, like I said, is they're a little bit more squishy right now than the first three picks that RQ Hoshi has, but it could be one of those cases where, again, you're scaling into the early to mid game is going to work in your favor, especially based off the performance that Boyet had yesterday. Even when Team Falcons was down, Boyet was able to actually go ahead and find some wins for them that then allowed Team Falcons to go ahead and get that power spike a little bit faster, snowball a little bit faster, and he just also had phenomenal performances, like I said, on this Hayabusa that did go through a bit of a change with that recent patch. And so another big part of this is, what are they going to put in that gold lane? You'll see some of the bans probably from RQ Hoshi still focus on that after the Harith is taken out. Maybe one more possible marksman will be banned here as well. Meanwhile, for Team Falcons, they're going to focus on that mid lane option, right? Even with the Farsa banned out, like I said, Jushin's still up. Maybe they ban it out, maybe they leave it open, but those are going to be the three big heroes in the mid lane that we've seen. You know, the Eve, the Farsa, Jushin. If it doesn't get picked up, I'm not sure what else RQ Hoshi would decide to go ahead and put in that mid lane option. Maybe even a Lunox. Either actually. Lunox, Jushin,
Valentina, maybe because
Valentina. Yeah,
I think the Valentina will be a solid choice here for RQ. It's just not as strong as a Jushin with the Grok or a Farsa with the Grok when it comes to the mid lane choices, but it's a pretty standard pickup, and you're already guaranteed for a good ultimate to copy, which is the usual ultimate. And you're not that pressured by the Hayabusa. It's not easy to take down the Valentina as the Hayabusa, so that could be an option. Instead, they will go for the CC, which also makes a lot of sense here. Double fighter setup. They did not ban the Esmeralda, and Team Falcons will pick it up almost instantly. And then there's the Joe. So now the Valentina even... it's an even stronger case here for RQ Hoshi. However, they kind of need some sort of instant burst damage that can come out of the Farsa or the Lunox, especially because you have already revealed your Esmeralda. So RQ are just gonna pick up a hero that will answer one of the many problems here. Like, okay, they pick up the Lunox, it's against the Esmeralda. If they pick up the Valentina, it's against Suzhong as well as the Hayabusa. If they pick up the Farsa, it's a combo with the Grok. It's like they just chose what to them makes a lot of sense, which in this case is to manage this Esmeralda, because eventually, they will have problems facing up against this Esmeralda.
Yeah, I figured that Lunox would come through, so helps deal with this. And RQ Hoshi, the main thing is just, if they want to go ahead and control this, it's not letting the kicks get to them, just like they used for ADNOC in their previous matchup, and also at the same time, just making sure that they're able to control the pace of Boyet. You know, and that's one of the other things. If for some reason Boyet can get the advantage in the jungle, that's great for Team Falcons, and then their scaling is actually pretty good too. So pressure is there, but it is a little risky of a lineup. Like, if you look at it, like I said, when you break it down, they could get shut down very quickly with this. And again, it's broken walls. So we'll see how Team Falcons decides to approach the early game here, knowing that, for the most part, they might have to play around that Trolls level 4 once it's up. And RQ Hoshi, on the other hand, can do a similar thing with the Grok, but necessarily they scale up well.
Yeah. Okay, that answer here for what we're seeing from our Team Falcons is to have an active Cho user, not from Troll. You can see that they fast clear the mid lane, they immediately go to the top lane. And then they punish Suchujin. I don't know why he is there as the Yi Shin without the help of his Grok.
Yeah, it's really interesting. That's what I was wondering, you don't want to give these early kills over to Boyet. The Hayabusa is, you give it that first blood, he builds in, he's got the Warcry emblem. You're not going to be able to win that fight, especially alone without your roam there. So good pickup for Team Falcons. That's exactly what they needed to scale into this early game already. And we'll see that actually play out, even up top side. Not sure if he's going to pull the trigger on that shadow kill, but as you can see, the shadows are a little bit less of a range. That was the change. That was a quote-unquote nerf for Hayabusa on this patch yesterday. So his shadows now don't go as far that they did before.
Oh, that's interesting for RQ Hoshi, because and I'm only saying that because Sutsujin as well as ADNOC, they have been playing phenomenally for the past 2 games that we've seen them, particularly ADNOC, right? But Sutsujin quietly out there is ever so dependable. There's a misstep coming out from him, but fortunately for RQ Hoshi, it's not as costly. Unless Boyet gets to level 5 first, which I think that he's poising to go for that. He will try to go for the orange buff. When that happens, he's going to get level 5, whereas Sutsujin is going to be stuck with level 4. Eventually, what that would mean is that Team Falcons can easily take this this turtle number 1.
We'll see if they're able to secure it. Fight here in the mid lane, though. Jump in from Sano. ADNOC not level 4 just yet. Neither is Troll. So both roamers waiting for those crucial ultimates. But under the turret, Sanji takes out Dyren with 1 HP left. A 1v1 there in the XP lane. Now the fight for the turtle with the advantage. There's the tech charge, able to find 2. A Mount Shocker to be used as well, but Boyet will get the turtle, and Team Falcons decides to back off, getting everything in that exchange.
A massive early game for Team Falcons. It's a 2-0. They elevate the farm for Boyet. He is flash farming like crazy now. Level advantage over Sutsujin and will increase for sure. Has the ultimate, can pop it. Smartly will not. They will just try and get more control of this river. And then you have Sanji, the first pick Yu Zhong that gets the first blood onto Dyren. Team Falcons are winning in almost any lane in this game. And although this is just a 900 gold lead, you will feel its effects come the second turtle.
Good kick away the dragon. ADNOC gone, feeling a taste of his own medicine on this Cho in the hands of Troll. Again, it's a signature pick for Troll as well. He's loved this Cho ever since, and now Toy going to be in trouble. Pop of the Vengeance, Mount Shocker used, but Toy left to his own. Susujin was cut off, but Toy will survive with the Vengeance, plus a little bit of help from that Brave Smite emblem there to keep him up. Plus, this is a CC, right? Usually you're able to go ahead, play pretty well, even with your back against the wall. So RQ Hoshi keeping things together around a 1k deficit in terms of gold. They're probably going to be in a better position, though, when it comes to this next turtle. Again, Troll's very proactive here, giving the information. ADNOC doing the exact same thing here to provide for the team. But they're all setting up. It's about 20 seconds, though, still for this turtle to come up. So unless they get a pick off, it's going to come down to that turtle fight.
Yeah. Very important, and Troll being very active in this game. We're talking about how important it is for the roamers to be aggressive in the meta that we have right now, because you're more rewarded, and it seems like the Troll is just enjoying the perks of being a Cho right now. Instead of an assist, he gets a kill though, but of course Team Falcons are more than happy for that one. ADNOC actually missing the CC beauty of the Grok, man.
Great kick. Tech charge going to be used. He actually tries to flicker away, but still goes down. Boy, it's going to be able to get the turtle again. So the fight's going to break out. Troll surviving. Not even using the flicker. So Sanji and ADNOC, that's the trade, but turtle secured for Team Falcons.
That was a big kill though onto Sanji. RQ Hoshi was able to get a kill onto the XP laner of Team Falcons. However, Boyet is still snowballing out of control. He's got two turtles to his name. I think that the overall Team Falcons are very comfortable in this scenario, especially because they have an advantage over the Golden already. They're stopping the farming from Toy, and Toy is not the most scalable kind of hero. Not using the most scalable kind of heroes. Goes for the CC. Obviously, it's gonna be up to Yisenjin versus Hayabusa later on, but if you are a fan of Team Falcons, you're comfortable right now.
Yeah, it's one of those things where what we talked about in the draft, especially for Boyet on the Hayabusa, if he gets that advantage early on, he's got an ability to go ahead and carry through the early to mid game. Obviously, towards the late game, Hayabusa's priority kind of shifts a little bit, where he's not so... He's kind of got to be a little more careful on deciding on when to use that shadow kill. So a lot of the times too, in the later portion of the game, it's a provider of damage, right? You're able to provide so much damage, you can either clean up or it can get people low enough to then for your team to follow through and capitalize on that. So looks like we're going to be jumping back into the game. Oh, just as I was talking about the shadow kill, Boyet will go ahead and grab him a kill against Rins. And yeah, so he's going to continue to scale up, man. Look at him, level 9 right now, farmed up 2-0. Having a great time on this Hayabusa.
Seems like the nerf does not affect Boyet. Back-to-back Hayabusa games that we've seen him and is performing so well. Now, Troll still has the flicker right now and a conceal as well, but Toy will be safe. Fortunately for Toy, there isn't any kill potential from Team Falcons just yet. I'm just going to back down for now and just continue to farm.
Susujin's not doing a bad job in terms of farming, maintaining, the gold anyway against Boyet. A Brilliant's going to be used. They're actually going to go for Troll. Oh, they get the flicker out. So defensively, it goes back here. Cuffin, there's the falling Star Moon. They're going to force it in the mid, but Sano, I'm not sure if the communication just wasn't there. It seemed like they wanted to fight, but they got the call from Sano. Sano jumps in and just dies.
Yeah, sacrifices himself to the enemy. And this is the Esmeralda that had a great start to the game. Actually, it's 400 gold above the CC, but only the Enchanted Talisman, no Oracle yet for the Esmeralda. You know that you're going to melt because even when you're a tank, when you're classified as a tank, if you don't have the tanky items, you're going to melt against 5 members of Arkeyoshi. Despite Arkeyoshi having this rock, this Lapu-Lapu that you can steal the shields from, because of the lack of items, I mean, of course, you have Enchanted Talisman, but that's not really enough for you. And yeah, definitely a miscommunication and a bad call coming out from Team Falcons. They still are leading by 2,000, but they cannot let go of this kind of lead because Arkeyoshi, they are known to come back. They know how to come back, so gotta be careful if you're Team Falcons.
Yeah, very calculated in the way they're going to do it, but this should be another turtle just going in the hands of Team Falcons. The play here for Arkeyoshi might just be to wait for that first lore to come up and play into that. They know that's the power spike. The advantage right now is for Team Falcons. And if they can continue to, find a kill here or there, that's great for Arkeyoshi. If they don't, then it's more so of just making sure they don't actually get picked off by Troll. For the most part here, they've got to be in the best fighting position when that lore does come up. Now you're facing that 2.5k gold deficit if you're Arkeyoshi, which is nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
Especially if you have enough time to just go ahead and farm up what you need to. Again, this lineup that they have, late game can be devastating. The potential is there, especially with the Lunox to scale up. Toy in the sense as well, like his job later on is just going to go ahead and to be put pressure on that backside, which is mostly even to cut off Cuffin, like from the team fights. That's something that they can do. But right now, it's more so just being able to build defensively, especially their front line, to withstand that initial burst of damage too, even if it's from Boyet, even if you use that shadow kill. So Arkeyoshi playing that later portion of the game. They might force a fight here down on this bottom side. Susujin dealing with Sano, but there's enough shields there. Sanji's going to jump forward, and Susujin, unfortunately, just getting cut off from the team to help him out there.
Yeah, Troll actually kicks the Grok so that the Grok will not be able to help Susujin. I don't know if that's intended, but it led to a kill for Team Falcons. Even if they threw so much in there, that's a valuable kill in a clash in the mid lane.
Big tech charge. ADNOC almost dying to the essences. Here comes Sano. He's going to clean up the kills. Dropping in. And now in the mid lane, Boyet once again. Look at the damage. Dyron burning, but still alive. And now Toy, what can he do on this CC? The tier 1 turret of the mid does finally fall. Team Falcons just heavily swinging in their favor. Perfect time as well, as Lord's going to be up in a few seconds.
Oh my god. And the fact that they converted into a turret as well, that's going to be good for Team Falcons objective-wise. The way that they're controlling this game is really good. The aggression is there. Now they're leading by 4,000, and there's nothing that Arkeyoshi can do. No flying clouds to aid them this time. And Team Falcons will just collect the Lord easily. Now, Sano has the Oracle, so there's a little bit of tankiness from Sano. Now, eventually, Cuffin will also be a problem. He is a problem right now, but he is actually 6.6k gold, which is 2,000 gold above Rins right now, the mid laner for Arkeyoshi. That's why I kind of had a lot of reservations for this Lunox, although it makes so much sense. I think that it's just too weak in the mid lane that it's difficult to activate that hero.
We've actually seen that a couple times now, just today, and I think even a bit yesterday, where the Lunox just... It seems to get chosen in these lineups, these compositions, especially when you have so many of the other power picks in the mid lane banned out. The Eve, the Farsa, the Jushins, for example. Teams seem to opt for this Lunox, but they struggle a bit to really allow it to come online and be of use. So, but still, you can't deny that burst potential is there in the late game. There's a tech charge. Not going to result into anything here, though. Sano as well. alongside Sanji. They're holding their own. The Lord is still making its way up top. So RQ Hoshi trying to manage some of these waves being pushing into the tier 2 turrets, but a fight might be breaking out. Troll goes in with the G-Kondo. There it is, the knock-up though from Sanji. Pop the dragon form. Toy's already gone, and Team Falcons are looking for a continued push into the base of RQ Hoshi, but they only get Toy. Lord's going to be cleared out, but that top shield and some damage to this base turret might be all they get here.
Yeah. I think that's fair enough for Team Falcons. They don't need to rush this game. They don't need to end it as soon as possible. They have okay scaling. They have the Hayabusa, they have the Kimi. Even the Esmeralda scales better as the game goes longer, so they're okay with this kind of collection. The fact that they have taken all of the other turrets of RQ Hoshi at 11 minutes is already pretty good. And meanwhile, RQ Hoshi has only taken down one of their turrets. RQ Hoshi needs to find a way to win the next Lord fight. Otherwise, it will be a very difficult defense. Because if you're looking at the heroes of RQ Hoshi, they don't have the best high ground defense. Not like they have the Farsa, the Exborg, Kimi, for example, heroes that can actually defend easily. They do have the Lunox for wave clear, but you don't want to commit all of your spells as the Lunox onto minions. They also have the Yi Sun-Shin as well, but again, it's not as fast as the Farsa. Well, all I'm trying to say here is the next Lord is important for RQ Hoshi in a way that they need to contest. Either get a team fight win or get the Lord, most ideally, over Team Falcons.
Let's see what they can do here. Troll's got immortality now, so he can be a little more risky on this. It looks like they're going to go for a sandwich play up here. Conceal going to be used as well. Meanwhile, they're just going to collapse down. Nowhere to go. Delete it. Even with a vengeance, Boyet again will pick up a kill. ADNOC falls. Cuffin gets a double. Dyrant and Susujin not part of that fight. Team Falcons knew that they had a clear sign to go, and they made it happen. Troll! Oh, really close. Trying to get that kick off, but now Susujin is going to be the one to fall anyway. It doesn't matter. Now Dyrant all left to his own after popping the flicker. Team Falcons with that minion will push into the base. They've got the push up top as well. Can RQ Hoshi buy enough time for Rins to join this fight? A falling star moon right for Rins. Boyet's gonna jump in with a shadow kill again, and they've got the waves pushing in. 3 members of RQ Hoshi are up, but they're going to be able to clear out the waves. The Lord was secured as all base turrets of RQ Hoshi are now down. Can Team Falcons end it here with a massive lead at 12,000 gold against RQ Hoshi in game 1? This 14-3. They'll have to wait for this Lord to push into this base.
Sutsujin is back there, can defend now. Dyrant will be up too, but the Lord for Team Falcons is going to be massive.
There's a black dragon form here to cause the distraction. The Rampart was there to delay the Lord push into the base, but it's going to be locked on at target. They do what they can to clear this out. Troll goes for the kick. The base taking some damage with the Lord there. Team Falcons deciding to go for the kills, but they'll finally lock onto the base to take game 1 against RQ Hoshi.
And Team Falcons proving to us that their close match last night wasn't a fluke. Their victory was well earned. This time though, they did not go for the double fighter setup with the utility jungler. They went for the standard kind of double fighter setup with the Kimi and the Hayabusa as their core heroes, and they played it so perfectly. They won the early game. They made the right moves. They went for the right rotations, went unpunished, and eventually took over the map. Yi Sun-Shin coming out from Sutsujin wasn't able to make a difference. The Cho, it's kind of like Troll is kind of like, I can also play the Cho, ADNOC. So you're not the only Cho god here. Coffin is the MVP though, 3-0-6, but overall great performance from the entirety of the team of Team Falcons.
Very good performance here, just as a whole from the team. And that's one of the things when we got to the draft, it was like they are a little bit squishy, but if they got that lead early on, they'll scale up really well. And Boyet did exactly that. Cuffin as well, as he gets the MVP there. And just overall, the execution for Team Falcons was exactly where it needed to be. And I feel like, I referenced this from the previous games they had yesterday, and that was the thing. Like, did they have enough time to go ahead and refine the mistakes, just like Team Spirit did in the previous series here? So it's really great to see from Team Falcons in game 1.
That is just game number 1 of this best of 3 series. We've seen 3 games before, and that also featured Team Falcons. Will we see it again? We're about to find out. But for now, we're going to be hopping into a break. Don't go away. Digital Games of the Future will be back.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics and many other activities.
Welcome back to the Digital Games of the Future. It's day number 2 for Mobile Legends, and we are headed to our last series of the day. Now the question is this the last game, or will it go to game number 3? Because in this matchup between RQ Hoshi and Team Falcons, Falcons have surprised everyone and scored a one-sided victory over RQ Hoshi. Your casters will be Wolf and Naisu. Naisu, how do you feel about game number 2?
I'm thinking this is going to be adjustment for RQ Hoshi. I'm not, exactly. I don't think the draft that they wanted was executed the way that they planned. But this is a surprise, and who knows? Because over on Stream B, man, I feel like same thing happened there. Game 1 went to DFYG against ADNOC, and that ends up happening over here where Team Falcons gets the first game win against the other Indonesian team, RQ Hoshi. So that's great for Team Falcons, great for DFYG. And that's what I was always talking about when we get into these international tournaments. It's always nice to see the improvements of these other regions, right? And that competitiveness is always on the rise. Now we're going to jump into the draft here for game 2. It's still the same sides. We're still going to have RQ Hoshi over on that red side. I think Wolf, one of the major things that just didn't work for RQ Hoshi, aside from the fact that honestly Sutsujin got shut down in the jungle.
Yeah.
I think they might consider banning out a Hayabusa now that Boyet's basically had 3 games in a row, if you count the 2 yesterday and then the one so far today, where he's just been great on that hero alone. Maybe it will warrant a ban, maybe it won't. We got one more ban for this first phase from RQ Hoshi. It's going to be the Kalea, so it's still available. Now, do they go with the same prio?
Yeah. Especially in how Sanji was playing, I think that they can definitely pick that up. I believe that it wasn't as explosive as you would think, but I think he's making all the right decisions, right? There wasn't any wasted movement. In fact, they are gonna first pick the Yuzhong as expected. Cho Farsa, RQ Hoshi can pick up Grok Farsa or Lapu Lapu Farsa, I would say. Yeah, there you go. And that is their comfort playstyle. Now, there is a choice for Team Falcons to pick up the Grok once again. However, I still feel like they wanna keep it. They want to hide it. I think they want to go Kimi Grok. Honestly, if you're Team Falcons or Kimi Cho. Instead, they are offering the Hayabusa Kimi again.
Yeah, Hayabusa Kimi. You might as well just take it. I think Esmeralda instead.
Okay.
So is this too much of a risk if you decide to go ahead and take the Esmeralda instead of the Kimi?
No, I don't. I guess yeah, but because you already revealed your side lanes, and RQ Hoshi can adjust accordingly. For them, they only have revealed this Farsa, so they're okay with that. At the same time, it already answers one of the problems that RQ has presented, which was the Lapu Lapu. So it's not a risk in a way. It's more of them just showing their hand, and they already know what this Esmeralda is for. To be fair, Sano played it well, so all they have to do is just to execute properly once again. They're just going to change their mid lane choice later on. And I feel like RQ should take away that Kimi from Falcons.
Yeah, ban it out if you want to. I think in this way too, maybe just the fact that you get a Guinevere and it allows you to have that ability to go ahead and at least put pressure in a way. Spatial Migration Requiem combo is great, especially if you can pair it up with like the likes of a Feathered Airstrike. It's almost a quick kill, if you're able to catch someone. Even, for example, like an Esmeralda, I think that would put enough threat on the Esmeralda to force some type of response there. So you see that the Kimi is going to be banned out. Team Falcons, they'll go ahead and narrow maybe some of the roaming options here. What? Cho.
There you go.
Doesn't want to go in the hands of ADNOC. The Grok is still open though, unless they decide to ban that out for the last ban from Team Falcons.
It's much better for them to ban it out, because what will happen is RQ Hoshi can pick that up red 4. And they might not have enough options to deal with that later on. They need strong contenders in mid lane. Actually, Highness Jushin is still available for Team Falcons, and
Yeah.
will not be surprised if that will be their option later on. I think for Arkeoshi, it's much better if they do ban the Jushin in this scenario, because even when they have
For Arkehoshi? Yeah.
Butterflies born by thy wish, guided by lantern's light.
should be a Grok ban here for Team Falcons. Apart from that, what else do they consider? Maybe actually ban the Lancelot. Oh, it's already banned out. Maybe.
Yeah, it's already banned, yeah.
But that's the thing with Guinevere. You don't know where it will go. It could be a jungle Guinevere. So yeah, maybe the better option is to just ban the Grok.
See if they do that. Or, yeah, just... I think it'd just be an easier time for them if they did take out the Grok.
Yeah.
Seems to be quite a bit of a obstacle, literally, to work against. Whether that's the Ramparts or the Tech Charge.
Yeah.
But I think it was handled well too. But that was when they had the Cho, so they'll go for the Granger ban.
Yeah.
So maybe this is just we still need the gold lane and the roam if this Guinevere is not going to be flexed.
Yeah.
So what do they pick up here? Maybe gold lane, unless they just go with the Grok and then wait for that gold lane option.
This is although there's a lot of flexibility for the heroes of Arkeoshi between Lapu-Lapu as well as Guinevere. What makes it awkward is that they will reveal the lanes, or at least 2 lanes in this red 4 pick. Because they pick up the Gromer, they will confirm that this is a jungle Guinevere, and indeed it will be the Khalid as their choice. That means that Falcons can just pick up the Hylos, as we mentioned earlier. Maybe they can go for the Valentina. That will be good versus this Farsa. I feel like there might be better options here. Let me think. Lunox is not a good one.
I think Valentina would just be the best, honestly. Here,
Yeah, it's a neutral.
do you have an
pick.
Eve too? Like Eve is there, but I don't think this is an
banned
Eve
out.
lineup.
It was bad.
Oh yeah, that's right. They banned out the Eve. Yeah,
It's the Gacha.
got a Concha.
Okay, so you're looking for a gold laner that can match up against the Esmeralda, which is also a marksman. I mean, they might be tempted to go for the Lunox, but that means that they will not have physical damage. Moskov is a solid pickup because it's a purified hero. The safest choice, though, is the Claude. I think that's 10 out of 10 teams will just pick up the Claude here if they want to be safe. RQ was never known to pick the safe option, so they might just go Moskov or even the 1-1, actually. But let's see. Yeah, the Moskov.
You were asking for the carry earlier. Wolf, there you go.
That's right.
Got the carry in this matchup. Should help with, some of the shredding here. Especially with the Yuzhong. Might actually, if they're able to go ahead and we've seen it before where the Yuzhong, you end up dying before you can even use your petrified combo. But the carry is also going to help shred through even the God of Concha in a sense. But I do like Team Falcon's lineup. I think it's still good. It still serves the purpose that they had in Game 1. And, this time around for Arkehoshi, I think they've still covered those bases. But hopefully they just have a better early game. I think that was the main thing. They got kind of split off. Like, even that early death that we saw Susujin take on the YSS in Game 1, it's like I think around Lith Wanderer even, it was like, whoa, what do your roam's not there. So maybe some of those minor mistakes can be fixed here for Arkehoshi to get themselves to a Game 3.
Here we are. Gatot Kacha and the Valentina, I would say, is the weaker of the 2 mid lane duos that we have. I definitely feel like Khalid and Farsa together is such a strong combination. Valentina has fallen out of favor when it comes to strength in the mid lane. Troll might even be forced to pop the Revitalize. Indeed, it will be the case here. Burned through the battle spell, but it's okay. Sometimes it's much better to pop the Revitalize in the first wave because that means that it will be super duper ready come the first turtle fight.
Yeah, this is what we typically see too with the Khalids, and you be aggressive, get some of those early balance spells down too, eventually the ultimates, but also just you're good at being able to go ahead and bait some of these things from the opposing team too, just because you can go ahead and heal back up with Quicksand Guard and be a distraction in yourself. So this time around, nothing too crazy, even into that first Lith Wanderer, which is the best best case. Like, that alone is on Hoshi saying, like, let's not make that mistake that we did from game 1. And I'm wondering, the timing here with this lineup for Hoshi, especially having a carry. Is carry still basically you need those 3 items to lock in? Scaling wise, she still needs the, what do we call it, tips? She still needs those 3 items.
Yeah, 3-item power spike.
Power spike.
For all those who don't know. Yeah, that's the tips. Yeah, for sure.
Look at this. Susujin, popping the Requiem. Revitalize is going to be used again. Troll, he might be in trouble this time as first blood going to the hands of Dyron. Team Falcons look like they wanted to make a play up there, but that's what I was saying. The Guinevere is going to help a little bit more, though, just because, again, you have that crowd control plus that Requiem to follow through with the rest of this lineup here.
Yep. Actually, it actually depends on the carry on what he decides to go for. If he wants to go for the Trinity, yeah, for sure he's going to farm. But I think that overall, anytime that you can deliver a kill to the carry, you can actually activate him.
Okay, Dragon Form going to be used. All for the space for Boyet to go ahead and get this turtle. A feathered airstrike to keep Troll up at bay. I'm not sure if this is going to break into a fight. A good usage of the Raging Sandstorm stolen by Cuffin. And once again, they're going to be duking it out. A 1v1 with Idok and Troll going at it, but Boyet's finally going to fall. A good play from Cuffin, the MVP from game 1. But it's a trade, though, and RQ Hoshi gets that trade in their favor.
Yeah, big trade. That will be in favor of RQ Hoshi. I was surprised that Cuffin still survived after that, but he actually started the fight so well for Team Falcons. I wonder how Boyet died in there, but yeah, that was the costly death out there. Fortunately for him, Sutsujin dropped way before he dropped. So that means that when it comes to the EXP, Boyet will have a little bit of an advantage. But overall, RQ Hoshi more than happy to take that trade.
Oof, again, Rins taking some damage. Boyet will be able to clean up that kill. Good usage there to set things up in the mid lane. So Team Falcons will do what they can to go ahead and scrape back into this early game. Nothing too crazy, even with that last even with that last team fight that we saw, RQ Hoshi just barely ahead here. Team Falcons reading things really well. You got to commend them to be able to go ahead and go toe-to-toe. Cuffin's ability to take the right ultimates from team fight to team fight has been great already in this early portion of the game. He's holding on to the Raging Sandstorm, and that's what started things up in the previous team fight as well. They just need a little bit better follow-through to win those fights in their favor.
An important move that we saw from Toy went for double nade, so I will have a 300 gold advantage over the Esmeralda, which is going to be important when it comes to the activation of this carry. We talked about how important the TIPS or the tips for Toy is, 3-item power spike. However, if you get a Corrosion Shite with a Demon Hunter Sword, you're going to be okay. But there has to be a way to lock down your opponents. You have to freely hit your opponents, and that's what RQ Hoshi needs to find here.
It's like clockwork. It's like the same choreography that we saw from the previous game, but this time they decided not to push through with a fight. So Turtle secured here for Team Falcons. Good usage of Sanji using that dragon form. I'm not sure if they're going to jump in on this. Yeah, Troll was there just to back him up if they needed. Cuffin's still holding on to the Raging Sandstorm, so good control. Like, this is all just kind of disciplined gameplay on both sides. A jump in from Susujin. There's the feathered airstrike, though, and not enough time for Cuffin to get out with the Raging Sandstorm. And AOG right for Rins, but Troll with Boyet. They're looking to potentially make a play. He's got the Revitalize, but he's going to be thrown into the air again with that spatial migration. So another good pickup for RQ.
A great pickup for RQ Hoshi, as we're looking for opportunities to get good targets. Taking down Cuffin was more than good for RQ Hoshi. Then they get another bonus, which was to take out Troll with the Revitalize. So they have achieved so much. In fact, it prompts some rotation from Sano. That meant that there will be no one to defend this bottom lane, and Toy will be able to push that lane for the team, and further increasing the lead that RQ Hoshi has right now. About 2,000 gold, 5 minutes in or 6 minutes in. When it comes to EXP, they are at par with Boyet anyways. Of course, Boyet has a little bit of XP lead over Sutsujin, but come the next turtle, they can actually team fight if they do utilize all of their abilities and their heroes. So, RQ Hoshi, good start for them.
Oh, Sano falling down. Big play down bot. Arky Hoshi. Again, all this too is just buying time here for Toy to go ahead and scale up on this carry. He's going to be a big portion of the damage later on once RQ gets to that stage of the game. You know, carries there to shred it out. But, you know, when you have this kind of start for RQ Hoshi in terms of, you know, your roam's got kills, your XP lane's got them, Rins is pumping out the damage. And Susujin, all part of this plan is just to really set things up with the crowd control that comes with the Guinevere. But Team Falcon so far relying on Boyette here to go with the 50-50 on the Retribution. We'll see if he gets enough space. Pops out the shadows. They are going to be able to go ahead and secure it. So Boyette gets the turtle. This fight's going to break out. Cuffin jumping in with the Raging Sandstorm. Again, Ito can't get away. Oh. So once again, Boyette looking potentially to do some damage. No shadow kill, though. But hey, they've done enough. Getting back into this game, they've got a little bit of gold to work on. Putting pressure here on the tier 1's going to be great for them. Diamond taking a couple shots. Sano there. Landshaker to be dropped down. Boyette joining the fight back. Does he have the shadow kill soon? It's a 3v1 with Dyron holding his own. He's got the Homelander shields to keep him up, but he will finally be pushed off that tier 1 turret.
Great play. Kind of Dyron surviving. That's actually pretty crucial, but Team Falcons will collect the turret takedown as their consolation prize. There could be a kill down the bottom lane as Arky Hoshi are poising to go for a death brush play. It's gonna be good, but Team Falcons has a wombo combo that's very scary later on. Arky Hoshi survived that. Fortunately, they have the dashes for that one, but if Team Falcons layered that properly, that will be so scary. That's AOG into the stolen Raging Sandstorm from Coffin, and of course Sanji starting it with the Petrify of the Black Dragon 4. That will be a very scary ultimate combo for Team Falcons, and Arky Hoshi has to really mind that all the time. I guess for Team Falcons right now, they're going to be banking on the fact that they can go together as a team. Toy skips the Demon Hunter Sword and goes for the Golden Staff first. I believe that this is also going to help him out up against the low HP heroes, for example, Boyette as well as Coffin. Provided, of course, that he is allowed to freely hit. You need to deliver some kills to Toy. So what I generally mean about that is that you have to keep Team Falcons players in place. Edok with a stun or Rins, for example. That might be the opening for Toy.
Are they going to go for this? Edok too, taking some damage. He's going to quicksand guard up. Feathered Airstrike to help keep them at bay. Revitalize was burnt down though, so with Lord being up, I'm not sure if either team is actually in position to take this just yet. They might want to choose to wait for those, of course, the Raging Sandstorm and the Feathered Airstrike to be back up for Arky Hoshi, so it's more so just kind of delaying this given the information, but I think Team Falcons will go ahead and keep Sano at least on the top side to put pressure there. You see the orange buff going in the hands of Toy now. This is what I was talking about with the transition period earlier on, just minutes ago, where, you know, now it's Toy's time to shine. He's had plenty of time to go ahead and farm up. He's got buffs now. And now that we're focused on these Lords, he's going to be crucial to stay alive. So now Team Falcons kind of has to watch out for that, not get set up with that Raging Sandstorm and make things happen. Good burn in the Flicker, though, against Rins. Rins going to stay alive for this. Sanji waiting patiently. Susujin grabbing his purple buff, but still, I think this is just a stalemate unless Team Falcons decides to give it a go. They have their own Raging Sandstorm, but not much of an angle to go for just yet.
Being very hectic once again for Team Falcons. Toy now has the Trinity. That's 10 minutes and 17 seconds. Quite on time, especially because of the patch that we have recently.
Oh, Feathered Airstrike dropped down. Edok jumped in. Cuffin holding on still. But Sanji is gone. It happened so quick, and now Troll's going to be next. He's thrown into the air. Nowhere to go, and it's a double for Toy. As we expected, the carry is online. And now they've just got to free it Lord to go ahead and secure after those 2 kills.
Ain't that the perfect timing to get your free item power spike? Toy had his Demon Hunter Sword, along with the Spinning Light Wheel, all of the kit from the carry. That's true damage that you can actually hit the Black Dragon with.
Oh, again, Sano getting caught here. Spatial Migration proved a point. This Guinevere so strong, and now Boyette finally getting caught again. Put another kill for Toy. Right now, Arky Hoshi has just flipped that switch in their favor. Toy's going to go grab that tier 1 up top. as they wait to play into this Lord marching down that bottom lane. Team Falcons now in a precarious position to try to stop the bleeding here, man.
One of the hidden techs that we usually see up against the Yuzhong from way back is to pick up the carry, because if you have the Purify or the Flicker, you're okay against the Yuzhong. And if the Yuzhong messes up, you can actually utilize your ultimate and just keep on attacking even the Black Dragon form. Because even if you have so much defense and so much HP, the damage output coming out from the carry is true damage, and it's also HP based. So it's actually more than enough to take out the Yuzhong. As you saw, Sanji couldn't even stay in front of the carry because of how strong he is. And now RQ Hoshi are showing us how it's done. They have adjusted, and now they are leading by so much.
See how they approach this. Lord's going to march into this bottom turret. They will take down the bottom base turret again. A spatial migration into the feathered airstrike combination. Revitalized from Troll will keep him alive, but Sanji is gone. Cuffin deleted, as well as Toy just shreds through the health bars of Team Falcons, clipping the wings here in game 2. Taking them a little bit longer to end it, but it's a double for Troll, or double for Toy, as Troll falls and Boyette can't do anything as RRQ Hoshi takes us to a game 3.
Just like yesterday when we saw Team Falcons, they were the team during that last series and also the last series. For today, they will force game number 3. Gotta credit it to what RQ Hoshi has done, though, because they were able to recover. Team Falcons were already controlling the early stages of the game, but RQ Hoshi, with the right moves, the right pickoffs, all that they needed to do was to find that momentum. And they also show us a different tech on how you can manage the Yuzhong with this carry. Add that all up together, now RQ Hoshi has a one-sided victory in the end. Of course, it wasn't that easy in the first 4 minutes of the game. But if you look back at this game, Coach Pao and the gang, they're very happy because they have scored a 12-minute one-sided game led by Dyren, 3-0-7 as the MVP of this game.
Great adjustments here for RQ Hoshi. That's exactly what they had to do going in the draft, and that's what we were talking about, when we got back before the draft for game 2. And I think, Team Falcons showed some fight. It was more or less the same thing. Boyette with a high boost again. I'm not sure if he's going to pick it up a third time in game 3. Definitely could. It's just more so I feel like, they didn't get the fights that they were looking for half the time. And they didn't really have a plan for Toy. Like, Toy was able to go ahead and just mainly have his gold lane experience, farm up the way he wanted to, and eventually get to a point where then the carry is your biggest problem. It's just shredding through even your tankier members. And when Cuffin would basically hold onto the Raging Sandstorm towards the end of the game and use it towards a team, he would basically just die. Like, he's Raging Sandstorming just to go ahead and set things up, and then he's going to die. Like, that's just how much damage was there towards that portion of the game already. So, great victory for RQ Hoshi. Can't wait to see what happens in game 3.
We are going to game number 3 after this break. Will it be Falcons or will it be RQ Hoshi? We're about to find out. For now, we'll see you after this. Come back for Phygital Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We are back in action for the final game of the night, at least for the stream, as this is the Digital Games of the Future Mobile Legends, the matchup between the Falcons and the RRQ Hoshi. It's game number 3. Winner will go to the semi-finals, and or the quarterfinals, actually. And unfortunately, the loser will still be in the tournament, but they will be facing, they will be in a much longer route to the grand finals. Now, Falcons back in the blue side. Naisu, what do we have in store for us?
Game 3, man. You know, because Kalea's actually going to be slipping through the draft here. I guess they're going to go for a quick draft right now. Team Falcons doesn't get their hands on the Kalea, which has been banned out now for the majority of the day, actually. Kalea hasn't been picked up. I think this is going to be the first Kalea game, if I recall correctly, here on stream A anyway. A lot of good power picks left open, too, just based off the bans, especially that came out from RQ Hoshi. So that is going to be the Kimmy, Kalea. Do they pick up their jungler? Do they still go a Hayabusa here for Boyet? Or does he change things?
Yeah. Well, CC is left open as well. But Falcons really like to pick up the Esmeralda versus the Lapu-Lapu, but I don't like it in this game, especially because of how quick the pick is. But the CC, of course, makes a lot of sense. Now, with the composition now, for the first 3 picks from Falcons, makes them very flexible when it comes to their last 2 picks. Because what this means is that they can actually go for an Assassin Jungler, then put this CC in the gold lane, then pick another XP lane, like maybe an Alice, for example. But they can also go for the Marksman mode, wherein they can pick up Fredrin, which we know Boyet can also play. They go for the Baxcha as well, which is still open as of this moment. Then pick up a Marksman for Sano.
For Sano,
could be a Moskov, could be a Claude. So I think this first 3 picks coming up from Falcons are way more flexible as their choices.
Yeah, flexible there, but also I think interesting that they are just going to force Boyet to play something else. But the Kalea alone gives them an opportunity to go ahead and get that pick-off potential that they, looked for back, for example, with the Cho, as it's banned out, so that Edok doesn't get that. And also it just helps with some of the sustain, so you can get that good trade in the lane if you want to, with that Kalea on your side here. So there's a lot of pick-off potential, but already like sustain that Team Falcons can play around. I think, like you mentioned, it's going to be crucial for Boyet now that we're going to see him play something else, because again, based off the previous games, even yesterday's games, we've seen Boyet basically play the Hayabusa. Even the Guinevere is taken out of the hands of that potentially going to Boyet, which has been great. Guinevere is actually working really, really well with a lot of different compositions. And so I'm wondering if we're actually going to see Boyet opt for a utility jungler. Now, because the Bakcha was banned out by them, then the only other option really that you see pop up is the Fredrin. So unless he decides to go a different route, maybe the Joy, maybe something else that is a little more aligned with how Boyet's like to play so far from series to series.
Now for Arky, they have to make a decision now. Will they pick up their roamer, which... It's Tigreal. Okay, he took Tigreal. All right. Gonna be running it back. No trouble, no problem.
He got a little buff too, by the way.
That's also true. Much faster with the dash as well.
Much faster with the dash. And then what else did he get? He also got the... I know it's the dash. And then I think base damage, and his ultimate does...
That's right.
I think more damage as well for his ultimate, if I remember right.
That's right.
He needed it,
Falcons, though. I wonder if they are interested in picking up the Akai. And then pick up a Marksman in Versado. But if they are really backing on to Boyet, Joy looks okay for them, and then they pick up something like a carry. In fact, okay, but they will pick up the Akai. Oh my God,
They're going for the utility route still.
the utility route.
Akai, Alice, Kalea is actually a really good combination that they can work with. A lot of pick-off potential with this, but yeah, you're putting a lot of your damage kind of in your damage basket towards the CC and the Kimmy, which is what we saw a lot yesterday too. You know, a lot of banking on that Kimmy to be a big portion of that damage profile.
Yeah. Wonder if RRQ now wants to go for a Dunox in their goalie, but I think that they definitely need more burst damage. Maybe a carry actually. We'll pick up the Thams, which is one of the answers to this. But yeah, Export actually is the best for our
Man, the Export Tigreal combo.
There you go.
Oof. I mean, by the way, Tigreal's ult, when I say it does more damage, it does quite a bit more damage. Like, I think it's up to 1,000 now, like when it's maxed. I think the range went from like the base damage of the ultimate went from like 200 2 something to like 600, and then the long range is the 430 to like 1,000 damage on Tigreal's ult.
Oh yeah.
So like if you get caught by that implosion, and then you have all this, like even the last insanity and the feathered, you're dead.
Yeah. Okay, this is a classic Falcons. We've seen this yesterday. The no traditional marksman in the goal lane, a double fighter setup with a utility jungler. The way that you can visualize it is it's like a battering ram, right? Like there's no pointy ends for that battering ram, but they can actually win with that in the early stages. But eventually you will look for a way to end the team fights, because the only way for them to push turrets is if Coffin is still alive. And to be fair, the Kimi is not as fast anymore when it comes to taking turrets, unless left unattended. So RQ Hoshi, they still have the priority when it comes to the late game, I would say. Oof. We'll see how they will do. Look at how fast the dash is for the Tigreal now.
It's good. You know, I feel like he, in a way, he kind of needed that, because you know how many times would you go ahead and use the Tigreal, and then you're like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and get this this sacred hammer off, and then it's just sidestepped. You know, because it's like slow motion. So it's much better that they increase that speed for that.
Yeah, looking good. You know, my only criticism about Team Falcon's composition. Well, I have many criticisms. So
what's the main one? What's the main one?
The main one is usually you pick up the Kalea, you combo it with a burst hero. Of course, the Kimi can eventually take out whoever gets lifted and dragged by the Kalea, but the Kimi will not always be in there to output the damage. So you typically pick up somewhere along the lines of a Lancelot, or maybe even a carry, a Farsa. Kimi might not be enough here as a combo for the Kalea. That's why even with this first pick Kalea, it kind of feels like it's not as successful as Team Falcons would want it to be. To be fair, I really like the first 3 picks from Team Falcons. I just don't like their choice of Akai plus Alice. It's their last 2 picks. Akai is great, but the Alice might not give them what they need in this game.
Oof, look at that burst. Wow. First blood going in the hands of Team Falcons. Rins was the target even with the Purify, man. He was gone in an instant. So with that, they'll go ahead and start up this turtle. First one of the game. RQ Hoshi wants to go ahead and contest it and fight it through. Dyron jumping in on Cuffin. Swinging that sword. Cuffin can't get away. They do trade it out. Susujin falls. So this should be a turtle going in the hands of Team Falcon. Toy gets a kill on Sanji. RQ Hoshi, they're going to back off this. It's Boy and Troll. I don't think they're going to be able to get more. So they trade objective for kills.
Tyrant's utilizing all of his combo for
they go for Rins.
That's a great option.
Big tsunami slam.
Again.
Wow, Rins, man. He's not having a good time here, Wolf.
Back-to-back deaths on that same spot for Rins. This time didn't have the Purify. Now Boyet, they're poised to take this purple buff, but this is 6 seconds before his Retribution is off cooldown. Sutsujin has the Retribution, so I don't know why they're making this play at all. Oh, what? Sutsujin did not know that he could have been there. But of course, he probably did not know, actually. Exactly, because he died during the turtle fight. he might have just assumed that the Akai did not retreat during the turtle.
That's insanity. No, won't be able to pick up Sano. Could attempt there from Toy, but a nice lockdown with the spin. Keeping him there. Boyet still healthy enough. Sano finally going down with a fettered airstrike right on target. Sutsujin 1 HP away. He'll be able to survive a Tsunami Slam. ADNOC sacrificing himself. And they do survive, keeping Sutsujin alive. But man, Team Falcons, though, they're willing to take these fights, and this is going to be a lot of extra gold now in the hands of them.
And Troll didn't have the best combos with him, but he's already 2-0-3. The first pick, Kalea, coming up from Team Falcons, didn't even waste a second picking it up. The moment that they saw that it was open, they picked it up for themselves. And Troll shows to us how it's done. 2-0-3 with this rogue Kalea.
Oof. Sanji trying to get away. Dairon, though, and Sutsujin should be able to pick up a kill. Stun with a Mountain Shocker. A good pickup there for RQ Hoshi. Turtles coming up here. Team Falcons getting in position, and this is, once again, ADNOC doesn't have a flicker available, but might still be able to utilize that implosion again. A lot faster here on the Tigreal now, especially with that Sacred Hammer, but they'll take this slowly. Sutsujin still working on his orange buff. Boyet in position. And they'll just stall it out. They might even just give this up as he just goes for his purple instead. Looks like that's going to be the play here for RQ Hoshi.
Just going to give it up. Not going to waste. They are just going to farm on this season chain. I think this has got a lot of catching up to do. Rarely does Akai have the advantage over the Yisun Chain, but because of the turnout of the early game, Team Falcons have found their opening. 1-0-4 for Boyet. 100% kill participation. Him and Troll has been all around the map. And the usual suspect there is Rince. Picking up kill onto that Farsa allows them to still teamfight after an extended clash.
Yeah, good stun there, but it looks like they're going to reinitiate. After Troll was able to escape, a last insanity going to be used. Sano will survive, but it looks like just a pure disengage on both sides after ultimates were thrown. But RQ Hoshi still holds on to the battle spells. Toy's going to try to get out of here. Little strike plus the slam coming down. Toy will go ahead and flicker, staying alive barely with some of the regen there with that Brave Smite emblem, but they aren't going to be able to get a turret. Tier 1 on the bottom side here for Team Falcons. Might be a push, trading up top unless Sanji can do something about it, but they will trade turrets. Tier 1 up top now for RQ Hoshi.
That's the fleeting time available for the Kalea. That's why they kept on just pounding RQ Hoshi with these initiations. We'll now find a kill on the Toy, but they did find a push up down the bottom lane. Unfortunately for them, RQ Hoshi have already pushed up top, so there's not a massive lead that Team Falcons have built when it comes to the gold. And we're yet to see this CC get activated. Okay.
A little weird implosion there. I think it was the wall, or
it probably was.
Yeah, something that was odd. That's not the implosion I know.
Yeah, that's not an implosion I know as well.
Well, there's the Sacred Hammer that we're going to learn right there. It's quick, it's fast. ADNOC has to flicker out defensively. Dairon jumping out to help the fight. Sanji now also. They could get caught in a bad position. Dairon has the bravest fighter. He's going to be able to disengage now, but the fight for this turtle, all for Team Falcons to go ahead and secure. RQ Hoshi not able to contest this. So great team fighting that's on display from Team Falcons right now.
Yeah, Team Falcons have zoned out the members of RQ Hoshi, committing the ultimates. I think the way that they are utilizing their ultimates is just to make sure that RQ Hoshi will either use their own ultimate or use a battle spell. Now, Sutsujin getting caught by Sanji, but there's no follow-up. And Troll doesn't have the ultimate yet, so they will not continue with that fight. And even after that turtle fight, Team Falcons have only built 1,000, actually less than 1,000 gold. Maybe a little bit over 1,000 gold either. Yeah, 1.7k around that area, which is not that much right now. However, you still have to think about the First Lord fight, which Sutsujin needs a lot of catching up to do. So far, he has caught up with the same levels, but we'll see.
Tsunami Slam going to be used again. ADNOC's getting locked down with that heavy spin, but there's the response. Last Insanity thrown out. A good throw of Ruin coming out from Sanji, but they get stunned in that mid lane. stopped in the tracks with the Mountain Shocker. There you go. Arkeyoshi will be able to disengage, only losing their roamer, ADNOC. But again, Team Falcons, they're taking the fights. They're lining things up here and playing around this composition they have. They're going to be in a good position to contest for this objective, that Lord, when it does come up, just like how they have for these turtles. And so we'll see. The adjustment that needs to be made is actually from Arkeyoshi here, Wolf. They've got to find that favored setup that this composition is supposed to give them. And unfortunately, they haven't just been able to find that right target, or it's been Team Falcons that has started that first and are actually really getting value out of this Akai pick even.
Yep. And the good thing about this is for Team Falcons that there's no one dying on their side whenever they go for the engage. Now, Arkeyoshi, it has been a long time since they have gotten a kill. They're stuck with 4 kills as of this moment. Team Falcons, between the Kalei as well as this Akai, with both having 2, 0, and 4. You can see how well coordinated they are. Now the Lord fight commences.
Commencing on through for this turtle. Oh, there's the implosion. There's the setup, bringing him back so quickly. Heavy spin going to be used as well, but Cuffin dealing with Dyron all over. He has no space to work with. Oh, he gets some airtime, and Dyron can actually capitalize on the kill. And now Arkeyoshi might decide to re-engage on Sanji here. He's still got the Gleam available. Troll jumps in to body block for him. And it's just a trade, the 2-for-1, as the Lord still stands as well. Arkeyoshi with a bit of a numbers advantage, but Team Falcons, they'll be back in fighting form to contest this Lord if they can get here in time.
Big recovery coming up from Arkeyoshi. This time the ADNOC Tigreal, stuff of legends that we've seen before. Finally finding the good opening, and you can see how quick the dash is once again. Rinse. And now supplementing the damage. And of course, Arkeyoshi is there to supplement this implosion. Still, Coffin was able to kill. I don't know how they managed to get a kill at the Setsujin, but it was actually Troll. I mean, still 3, 0, and 4 as of this moment. And now the Lord fight. Round number 2 begins. All ultimates available for Team Falcons as well as Arkeyoshi.
Fighting for this Lord to break out. Cuffin in position. Susujin's going to make his way. Oh, Cuffin. Dyron already jumping forward. Landchecker going to be down 2, and it does go for a reset. Not a full one. Not sure if Boyet's still given the call to go ahead and continue this on.
Yeah, Coffin. Oh my goodness. How bold is this guy?
Oh, Tsunami Slam. Feather Dash Strike drop down 2. Nice throw and a ruin towards the back end. The Sacred Hammer going to keep Sanji there, and they're just going to go ahead and just duke it out for this Lord fight. But Team Falcons forced off to the Tier 1 turret. Sujin picks up Sanji. A Landshaker going to fall down. Troll finally shut down. Arkeyoshi is winning the fight. They find 2 kills, and now they'll start up the Lord here to secure this. Not much Boyet can do here. He's quite low. He does still have the Retribution. Sano going to get stunned once again with a Landshaker, and they'll pick up another kill, given in the hands of Susujin, as Boyet is forced off of this, and that's a Lord that was hard fought for Arkeyoshi.
Fortunately for Team Falcons, the fact that they didn't have a marksman at this moment, while they do have the damage from the CC as well as the Kimi, it was difficult for them to group up and form a box. It's mainly because of the presence of the X-Borg, the Farsa, all these explosions that can be supplemented with the implosion from the Tigreal. Even the threat of those kind of spells is already enough for Team Falcons to not have a good formation around the turtle, around the Lord, I mean. And that being said, they were picked apart by Arkeyoshi, falling one after the other. Eventually, Coffin being zoned out meant the Team Falcons didn't have any retaliation. And even this Akai, with just the Brute Force Breastplate as well as the Athena Shield, did not have enough tankability against Arkeyoshi. And the result was Arkeyoshi just collects the Lord, gets 2 kills to go with that, and now they are sieging against Team Falcons.
Arkeyoshi still has to be careful on how they approach this. ADNOC popping the conceal. Feather Dash Strike to follow through too up in this top base turret. ADNOC doesn't have a flicker, so it's not like he can force this interaction here. Just kind of being a threat up on that front side. Lord finally going down. So Arkeyoshi might just be able to get this tier 2 for now, but that flickers up for ADNOC. If they decide to give it a go, they can force a fight. Immortality picked up for Toy too. You can see they might decide to go ahead and make this play, utilizing this setup between the Tigreal. But Arcuhoshi, that's all they get. They get the tier 2s cleared. Base turrets still up for Team Falcons.
Gonna be tricky situation now for Team Falcons because we are at 13 minutes and they should be winning at this point. Just like in the first time we saw this utility jungler plus double fighter setup where they kind of just run out of steam come the late game. It's the same situation here. Now Arcuhoshi, they have the Yisenshi, they have the Export, they have the Farsa, they have so much damage going in for them the longer the game goes.
Yep.
So this is a difficult scenario to be in if you're Team Falcons. They have risked this kind of composition with the Alice last pick. The Akai made a lot of sense. I think it was a good pick, but that Alice now, Sanji has not proven yet to us how good that pick was. We'll see if in the late game they can find a miracle set to counteract what Arcuhoshi is doing. But right now you can say that Arcuhoshi has the much better lineup, and now this is their power spike for sure. 14 minutes in, you have 4 items on the Eastern Chain. You have Export with the Immortality and the Brute Force Breastplate. You have Farsa with 3 big items, even with the Lantern that is very effective against the beefy lineup of Team Falcons. They have all the tools that they need now. For Arcuhoshi, all they need to do now is to team fight properly.
That's what it comes down to. A lot of the times at this point in the game here, Wolf, is that team fight around these lords. Now, it isn't an evolved lord just yet. Those seem to be more the obviously the crucial ones, but a lot of the cases, again, average game time is, you know, around this point. Even a lot of games ending off that first lord sometimes. So Arcuhoshi getting in position. ADNOC the one to keep an eye on, deciding if he's going to go ahead and start the fight up with the implosion, or how they decide to set this up. The heavy spin alone from Boyet actually is causing some havoc in terms of setting things up. And like you mentioned, I think this is the time for Sanji to make this work. A lot of times he's thrown out the Gleam and then showed up towards that back line and thrown a Ruins, but he does have the Winter Crown now too, so might give him a better option to get that favorable positioning against Arcuhoshi if they can make it.
You know, set up now for Arcuhoshi is that they're waiting for the commitment from Team Falcons because they know that they will have a much better spot if they counter engage with the tools that they have. This is the Tigreal. We know for sure that if they start the fights, then Akai can just disengage with the ultimate, and it might not be the best scenario for them. They're not on the rush. They don't have to make the first move this time. Just have to wait for Sutsujin popping the ultimate and counter initiate with this Tigreal. So they're definitely not in a hurry. In fact, the Farsa is low pushing the bottom lane, interestingly. They will have to call on Rins now.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. I mean, this has been a pretty extended dancing away here for this one, you know, almost 2 minutes now, just trying to find that right opportunity. Some immortalities and other defensive items are being picked up. Troll not able to get that setup when that Tsunami Slam. So there's the implosion from ADNOC coming on through. Trolls are going to be the one to first go down. Boyet barely escaping, but there's the last insanity from Toy. The flicker forward, it's a double. And now a Landshaker finds Cuffin, and Cuffin will be able to get away. So Toy's immortality will be popped. Taking a couple turret shots here, but it's only Cuffin versus the full force of RRQ. And that's all they need for now. The waves aren't pushing it just yet in their favor. They got that one minion to work with. Can Cuffin delay this? He's going to be pushed off forward. Mount Chakra to stun him. A great stun, a great play, and a great team fight for a great series. Arcuhoshi will take game 3.
A decisive victory in the end. All they needed to do was to find that opening, to find the team fight where they can regain the momentum back in their favor. It looked promising for Team Falcons. There were some questions with the draft, especially with their last pick, Alice choice. And Team Falcons already have shown us that they are very strong in the early to the mid game, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. There is a timer for their composition, and the moment that they stumbled against Arcuhoshi, they couldn't recover afterwards. Arcuhoshi will be advancing It's not the end of the road yet for Team Falcons, but they will have to tread a much longer path into the playoffs. Play-ins will be difficult, but RQ Hoshi have skipped that and they will go towards the winner's row.
Great series there. Again, Team Falcons feel like they showed a lot of promise even in this game against RQ Hoshi. Definitely improving time and time again, I would say, for Team Falcons. The multiple times that we've seen them now compete in international tournaments. You can see here the comparison, the breakdown. Of course, this is between the jungler RQ Hoshi, Sujin, versus Troll over here, the Roam. And Troll, he really tried to make things happen. I think in that last team fight when he couldn't get the Tsunami Slam that he was looking for, and they were trying to retreat after dancing around the Lord for literally 2 minutes, RQ Hoshi gave the call. They're like, hey, he doesn't have Tsunami Slam. We can actually try to set something up. And it was ADNOC that did finally make that decision to go ahead and flicker and use that implosion and set things up, set that forced fight, basically, that Team Falcons then didn't have a decision but to fight it, and unfortunately that lineup that RQ Hoshi had allowed them to go ahead and go and cut off those exit angles. And it's really hard to escape an export, right? That's why we do see him banned through the draft multiple times so far, just yesterday, today, of course. The grounds that he can cover with the Last Insanity plus the flicker, you're trying to run away, man, and he just covers that much distance, So definitely a favorable fight there for RQ Hoshi, and they were winning a lot of team fights that did break out to an actual, team fight against Team Falcons. A lot of the Team Falcon victories that they had throughout those early skirmishes were on the fact that, they were playing around the Tsunami Slam, like we saw from Troll, and it just was unfortunate that towards the late game they didn't have a favorable team fight around that Lord.
Yeah. In the end, RQ Hoshi were pretty solid in the latter portions of that match. They didn't make any mistake. They didn't overextend. They were waiting for the time, and when there was an opportunity presented to them to go for the implosion, despite them despite Team Falcons having disengaged tools, they have found the perfect opening and the quick burst down. In fact, the Tsunami Slam and the flicker, wasn't even able to be used by Kalea, the Troll, who started this game so well, by the way. The first pick Kalea started 2-0 and 3 for Troll. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and that should be the end for this stream. We still have one more match for all of you guys, not in this stream but in stream B. That's Aurora Gaming going up against Team Max. This is Aurora Gaming from Turkey going to be going up against Team Max. That's definitely going to be an important match. It's great to see that both Indonesian teams have won with a 2-1 win. You can say that they were definitely challenged in this match. Onyx Indonesia, I've seen some of the replays, and it was a massive comeback that they did on a 30-minute game in game number 2. But yeah, that's it for us. Nice. Do you have any other message to all of our fans out there?
Not much. Just, I'm glad you guys got to go ahead and tune in with us. I know it was a bunch of sweeps today, but just like yesterday, our last series was a 3-game series. So can't wait to see what we have in store for us tomorrow in the play-in stage.
Yeah, it's going to be the Knockouts Digital Games of the Future. MLBB, Wolf, and Naisu now signing off. We'll see you again tomorrow, but for tonight, good game and good night.
We're here to win. Let the best win.